Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
From the ancient oracle bones, Li Feng learned the foundations of this world's cultivation and alchemy. There are 5 great stages. Apprentices/magical mortals. The starting point, mortals who've barely touched mana. Qi refinement, tempering one's innate vitality into pure energy. Qi to spirit, where energy is refined into consciousness and soul. Spirit to void, the detachment of spirit from the mortal shell. Return to innate, the unity of man and nature, the Taoist peak. Even a mortal with just a trickle of mana could be called an apprentice. Cheyenne was such an example. Her body held mana, but without her oracle, she could not release spells. At best, she was a little student. By contrast, the apprentices of Kamatage, though weak individually, were far above the likes of Cheyenne. Even 10 of her would not matter to them. The oracle bones defined refining Qi as refining the essence, the primal energy inherited from one's parents at birth. Qi itself was life force, stored within the kidneys, what mortals called kidney essence. In modern terms, Li Feng understood it simply. Good food, good rest, and good health meant strong vitality. When Li Feng first entered the world of the mummy, his level was no more than Qi refinement. He had no cultivation methods, relying only on Merlin's magic ring and potions to purify his mana, a crude way of pouring energy into the body without true foundation. Without Zhao Zhang's guidance and borrowed techniques, he would have been lucky to reach even the spirit training stage. Later, upon stepping into the innate realm, he felt like a demigod. Against mortals or weak sorcerers, he was untouchable. Even Thor's companions couldn't compare in raw force. But the truth was different. As Protoss, their divine power and natural magic resistance rendered his half-god spells nearly useless. Weak spells bounced off. Stronger ones demanded long incantations. And no one would wait politely while he chanted. They'd already be charging in with blades drawn. For a full year, Li Feng secluded himself, soaking in the spring of eternal life, deaf to the outside world. His greatest gain during that time was learning to refine mana swiftly and efficiently. He brushed the threshold of Qi to spirit, and even simple spells like Summon Flame became frighteningly precise. With a glance he could ignite an enemy's left eyebrow, yet leave the right untouched. Smiling to himself, Li Feng speculated, when I step into the next realm, perhaps I can call forth true fire barehanded. At that time, the sling ring may still be needed for portals, but other magical trinkets, rings, staffs, will become nothing more than collector's items. One evening, after hours in the spring until his skin wrinkled, Li Feng climbed ashore. Just then, a voice echoed outside the cave. Master Li Feng, are you there? I finally bring a letter entrusted by the leader. The words leader and general made the sender's identity clear. A soldier under Zhao Zhang. But why a letter? Would Zhao Zhang write in classical Qin script or in modern Huaxia? Li Feng slipped on his robes and called out. Enter. A soldier in a heavy coat and carrying a rifle hurried in, saluted, and produced an envelope inscribed for Li Feng's personal enlightenment. Recognizing the familiar characters, Li Feng relaxed slightly. He opened the letter and gestured to Creature, who dutifully poured warm tea for the soldier. Reading, Li Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Zhao Zhang had 2 requests. An oracle bone script to grant him access to stronger spells. Li Feng's help in Sushi Country, where Zhao Zhang's campaign had hit complications. Zhao Zhang's campaign. Half a year earlier, Zhao Zhang had smuggled his army aboard disguised ships and struck Sushi Country. Using sorcery to conceal movements, he plundered coastal cities with ease. letting his men hone their skills. Naval skirmishes were trivial. Enemy fleets burned beneath spell fire and rifles. Several cities fell, becoming Zhao Zhang's bases. But success bred exposure. Scouts of Sushi country saw clearly. This was no ordinary invasion, but an army with supernatural forces. Panic spread. At first their rulers dismissed the reports, but repeated confirmations forced them to act. Desperate, they summoned every mystical force they could. Onmyoji, ninja, even wandering sorcerers from the mainland. The problem lay in Sushi's peculiar culture, the land of 8 million gods. Every minor spirit, every wandering soul, could be bound as a shikigami. Though weak, their sheer numbers swarmed Zhao Zhang's army. Worse still, many shikigami were crafted from human souls by Onmyoji themselves. When a summoner lacked minions, he simply slaughtered villagers and made more. Zhao Zhang could crush any shikigami personally, but his soldiers were mere mortals. Each night, men died to these pests, and killing the spirits did nothing unless the summoner was slain. Cowardly Onmyoji hid far from the battlefield, sending spirits to harass from safety. For every summoner Zhao Zhang executed, another rose elsewhere. As Sushi rallied, neighboring nations grew intrigued. Reinforcements to aid Sushi began to gather, though their true intent was to capture Zhao Zhang and study his powers. Pressured on all sides, Zhao Zhang abandoned several cities, pulling his forces tighter to protect his men. Frustrated, he finally penned a letter to Li Feng. "Come, guard my army. Together, we'll crush these flies." Li Feng's decision. The soldier who carried the letter watched curiously as a teapot floated beside him, endlessly refilling his cup no matter how many times he drank. He sneaked glances at Li Feng, wondering if the master noticed his fascination. At last, Li Feng folded the letter. The soldier straightened and asked, "Master, when shall we leave for Qin?" Li Feng blinked, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. So Zhao Zhang still clings to that name. Qin. But he saw the pride in the soldier's smile. Exiles still long for their homeland. Turning, Li Feng commanded, "Creature, pack our things. We're moving." His mind flickered with mischief. Finally, a chance to meet women of Sushi country. Creature quickly packed, while the soldier silently puzzled over what manner of creature the house elf was. Before he could ask, Li Feng extended his arm. "Hold on." The soldier hesitated but obeyed. At once, Li Feng's body dissolved into black mist, carrying them through the air. After half an hour of apparition, they landed before Zhao Zhang's camp. Inside, Zhao Zhang had been plotting how to deal with the foreign reinforcements. Feeling Li Feng's mana descend, he smiled and stepped out. "Li Feng, long time no see." He glanced at the soldier, now crouched and gasping for breath. What happened to him? Li Feng scratched his head sheepishly. "A side effect of my flight spell. He's dizzy, that's all." Zhao Zhang snorted, embarrassed before his ally. "Useless. Go rest." Yet his harshness was only a mask for concern. The soldier, still seeing stars, saluted and staggered away. Inside the tent, Li Feng's gaze fell upon a map covered in colored flags. Zhao Zhang chuckled behind him. Each flag marks a different country's reinforcements. Some have not yet arrived. In 3 days, I'll crush the ones here. The rest will retreat in fear. I'm too lazy to mark them all. Li Feng pulled the Oracle Bone book from his bag and handed it over. "Your Majesty, why bother killing them all? With curses, none of them would escape even if they ran." Zhao Zhang, who took the Oracle Bones, smiled and said, "The problem is that I don't lack labor." Then he pointed to the city under his feet and said with a dumbfounded expression, "I don't know how brutal the dwarf of Sushi country became during World War II, but in my eyes, these dwarfs are the best laborers. Now the laborers digging the mine are all the dwarfs I caught locally. They give me the feeling that they are both obedient and save food. I don't even need to prepare food for them. Just give them the food. Sometimes when there is meat left, they will kneel and thank me. Sometimes there are too few leftovers, and they will dig some wild vegetables near the mine to satisfy their hunger." Talking about this, Zhao Zheng seemed to think of something and smiled. I remember one day a miner in the mine was too hungry and couldn't stand his stomach trouble in the middle of the night and wanted to dig some wild vegetables nearby to fill his hunger, but the soldiers on patrol just discovered the other side. The dwarfs who lived under the same roof ran out of the hut barefoot and dragged the man back to the hut. In the beginning, the soldiers thought that these dwarves were going to rebel collectively and nervously called the nearby soldiers to surround the hut. After the soldiers carefully pushed to the hut to check, they realized that these dwarves were worried that the digger would be disturbed by going out in the middle of the night. The patrol guards were afraid that they would be punished as a result, so they dragged the opponent back to the hut. Later, when the soldiers surrounded the hut, these dwarves were afraid that the soldiers would misunderstand something. You said, "Where can I find such a good worker?" But some of their customs are not very good. The behavior of nodding and bowing when you see someone is too slow for the progress of mining. Do you have any good suggestions for them to change it? Zhao Zheng smiled when he talked about the escape of the miners, as if he didn't care about the fact that the dwarfs were murdering their companions. I don't know why, Li Feng always feels that Zhao Zheng thinks he is telling a joke with himself, and he feels that Zhao Zheng seems to show off his personality charm in front of him. Look how good I portray the servility of these laborers. It's just that Li Feng didn't mean to laugh at all. On the contrary, he was a little worried that Zhao Zheng was paralyzed by these obedient dwarfs, and he always felt strange that the miners were digging wild vegetables. Even if a scumbag like Li Feng often treats history lessons as sleeping lessons, he still knows the history that he should know. So other people don't know the virtues of the sushi country. Is Li Feng not clear yet? For Zhao Zheng, the current sushi country is no different from that of mud kneading. You can knead whatever you want. If you don't take into account the lives of the soldiers, it is estimated that the country of sushi will have been renamed the country of Qin. So at present, Zhao Zheng only sees the servility of the sushi country in his territory, and he has not seen the white-eyed wolf attribute in the depths of the servility of the other party. But if you bite back, you will really open your mouth. This is nothing to Zhao Zheng's future. Good thing. Li Feng thought for a while. What Zhao Zheng said was also the emperor. There are some things that he said, no matter how much it is useless, if he is not careful, it will cause dissatisfaction with the other party. After spreading his hands, Li Feng said with a smile, "To change the woolen yarn, I think we need to strengthen the etiquette in this area. It is best to train until the last hut to bow to the hut 3 times, and then take off the belt of the pants. After the battlefield, it's better to just nod and bow down subconsciously when you see people. Think about it. One day in the future, you and the soldiers of the sushi country will use bayonets to prepare for melee combat. As a result, the soldiers of the sushi country ran to your home with a bayonet and bent over. 3 bows, what would you do?" Zhao Zheng rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "Could it be that I have to wait for him to finish 3 bows? Just stab him to death and it's done." Although Zhao Zheng knows that Li Feng's brain occasionally convulsions and thinks things are different from ordinary people, but is it fair to bow to the living 3 times? Are you going to worship heaven and earth to get married, or worship your enemies as ancestors? Or else the soldiers of the sushi country who will be sent to the battlefield in the future don't distribute bayonets, and directly give 3 incense sticks and let them give themselves incense before they die. Seeing Li Feng shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with continued thinking, smiled and squinted at himself. Zhao Zheng squinted for a while and said uncertainly, "Are you trying to say that their servility is not enough? Want to continue to root servility in their bones?" Li Feng shook his head slightly, indicating that Zhao Zheng had guessed wrong, and said, "I want to ask you, do you think it is difficult to train them to the point where they bow to the hut?" Zhao Zheng thought a little, shook his head and said, "It's not difficult." Li Feng continued to ask, "When you train on the battlefield, you still want to finish bowing and start fighting?" Zhao Zheng fell silent and shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Life and death are a matter of life and death on the battlefield. But how does it seem to be easy for me?" Li Feng shrugged and said, "Actually, I don't know how difficult it is, but I want to ask you, do you want to rule the people who bow in the huts?" Zhao Zheng couldn't help rolling his eyes at Li Feng. Ghost wants such a citizen. Li Feng ignored Zhao Zheng's eyes. His eyes flashed with cold light, and he grinned and said, "Since I don't want such a citizen, just give it to me." Zhao Zheng glanced at Li Feng suspiciously and asked, "I give you everything, you mean? You are all the sushi people? What do you want to do?" "It's nothing." Li Feng looked around and whispered, "I'm currently studying Gu technique and the spells for cultivating resentful spirits. You give people to me, and I will take their souls out and train them by Gu technique. What do you think of my thoughts about a superb, resentful spirit?" Zhao Jing admits that he is not a kind person. Killing thousands of people is the same as playing, but after hearing Li Feng's words, he still feels that there is an inexplicable chill in his spine. Cultivating a superior Gu worm requires a large number of worms to fight each other. The consumption of worms is simply an astronomical number, and the Wraith originally also need a lot of flesh and blood to feed, especially the two in one way to cultivate one. "Wraith, is this going to slaughter the sushi country?" Zhao Jing shook his head and said, "Impossible. I need a lot of sushi people, especially women." Seeing what Li Feng wanted to say, Zhao Zheng waved to Li Feng to be safe and not irritable, and explained, "You know that there's an army in my hand." "How many people?" Li Feng shook his head. He really didn't know. He didn't watch the terracotta warriors and horses become alive. Zhao Zheng sighed and said quietly, "Have you ever seen that the army on the ancient battlefield was all made up of women? Even if half of them were made up of women." Li Feng still shook his head. When it comes to female generals or a small number of female soldiers, Li Feng can really say a few rebuttals to Zhao Zheng, such as the female generals of Yang Clan, but I have never heard of the fact that half of the army is women. All my soldiers are male soldiers. They are still a group of healthy male soldiers. Zhao Zheng rubbed his forehead, looking worried, and said, "Now they have been resurrected. Although they can live forever, some soldiers I still want to start a family and give birth to 1.5 daughters. But how can a single big man pass on from generation to generation? Now I bring all the men from the sushi country into the mine, and the women have to grow food for my army. After all, I can't always grab them by the food, and they have to share the task of inheriting the line for the soldiers. So I can't train you from the sushi country to play with resentful spirits." Li Feng scratched his head. He really didn't expect that this group of immortal Qin dynasties would even think about the inheritance of the family. Are they afraid of being sorry for their ancestors after they have all lived forever? Eternal life, the ancestral grave, is smoking. But when Zhao Zheng mentioned the mine again, Li Feng suddenly had an idea in his mind and asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, are you sure that the miner went out to dig wild vegetables in the middle of the night?" Zhao Zheng glanced sideways at Li Feng, nodded and said, "I know what you want to ask, but I checked it with Soul Search. The other party was really just digging wild vegetables. The miner died a bit wronged." "Soul Search?" Li Feng touched his chin and squinted his eyes and asked, "Do you use Soul Search in front of those miners?" Seeing Zhao Zheng nodded to admit this, Li Feng rolled his eyes and said, "That is to say, those miners know that. What do you look like?" Zhao Zheng was stunned and subconsciously said, "You mean someone used Shijin to control the miner who digs wild vegetables? The purpose is to let the Onmyoji who got into the miner secretly observe what I look like in order to curse or assassinate me in the future. Maybe the person who digs wild vegetables is not controlled, but is willing to make bait for the Onmyoji." Li Feng touched his chin and said, "Anyway, I feel that the so-called mist killing is more like the miners killing people. Have you checked the memory of the mist murderer?" Zhao Jing thoughtfully said, "The number of people smashing the rocks is a bit too much, and the ghost knows which miner was the heavy hand." Seeing Zhao Jingwei's thoughts on the miners, he would rather kill his mistakes, but there seemed to be some hesitation. After all, this was the best labor in his mind. Seeing this, Li Feng felt that he had to work harder and said, "You said it yourself. The miner was just hungry and wanted to dig wild vegetables. I don't believe his companions would not know this, but those miners knew this. Do you think they are ruthless if you still smash the opponent with rocks? Anyway, I think it's quite ruthless, not at all personal." For a long time, seeing Zhao Zheng still thinking, Li Feng took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly, and asked, "Your Majesty, do you think your power is invincible?" Zhao Zheng, who has already understood the development of science and technology, shook his head with a bit of bitterness on his face. In the Qin dynasty, Zhao Zheng understood that personal strength had little effect on the battlefield. In the end, he had to rely on an army with a sharp sword in his hand to fight the world. Now, let's not talk about those annoying Onmyoges. Just how many soldiers with swords can a soldier with a machine gun face? How many soldiers can a bomb deal with? He dared to say that his power is already invincible. It is almost the same if he is single-handedly invincible. After all, his strength lies here. Li Feng, I don't know if you have noticed that people in these sushi countries have developed abnormally in their hearts. Now they are afraid of your power, so on the surface they are very obedient to you. Even if you are bored and want them to eat shit, they can pretend to be eating the delicacies of the mountains and the sea in front of you. But you have thought about how the miners dealt with their compatriots in the future if there are more powerful enemies or the technology develops to deal with your weapons, and think about how the group of sushi people who seem to be meek in front of you will treat them. You. Zhao Zheng's face was sullen, and he silently waved to Li Feng to signal Li Feng to leave first. He needs to think about it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Before leaving the barracks, Li Feng suddenly thought about the exercises. The exercises Zhao Zheng gave him at the beginning can only be practiced to the point where the gods are still empty, which means that this exercise cannot make Li Feng a demigod. Although I didn't know that after a year and a half in this world, I still didn't feel the quantum energy in the body was decreasing, but Li Feng knew that one day he would return to the Marvel world. How to practice without follow-up exercises. Is it possible that he will return to the world of mummies to find Zhao Zheng to ask for exercises when he becomes a god-refining god, but he will not agree to go through the door? Thinking of this, Li Feng turned his head and asked, "Your Majesty, I feel that I am about to refine the qi and transform the gods. Do you have any suggestions? In addition, I would like to ask, are the exercises you give only to the cultivation of the gods, and the follow-up exercises? Can you give it to me?" Zhao Zheng glanced at Li Feng contemptuously. Such a long practice time, coupled with the help of eternal life, spring water every day, hasn't it reached the refinement of Qi Hua Shun? You weak scum. Definitely, there are some things I want to think about, but I can't say it. Otherwise, what should Li Feng do if I return to Shangri-La and continue to use the immortal spring water as a hot spring? He doesn't know how to duplication. Zhao Zheng rolled his eyes and shook his head, indicating that he has no follow-up exercises, and explained, "When you return to the innate, you need your own understanding of the way of heaven, but everyone's growth experience is different, and the way of heaven that you feel will be different, and the exercises will not provide you with insights, so all the exercises are only to refine the gods. You should find a way to become the innate realm. As for the suggestions of refining the qi and transforming the gods, just stay steady." After that, Zhao Zheng was not paying attention to Li Feng and opened the Oracle Bone Book to look at himself. Seeing that Zhao Zheng ignored himself, Li Feng curled his lips and turned and walked out of the camp. Think of a way. Want Xiaoya to become a demigod by insight? Are you kidding me? I will have a sense of woolen thread. It's better to let me learn natural science and memorize the periodic table of elements. For a while, Li Feng, who felt bored, carried his long stick and started wandering around. For a while, he looked at the soldiers around who were busy practicing, and then he rushed into the warehouse to see if Zhao Zheng had collected anything when he ransacked the coastal city of Sushi Country. Casting materials. Not to mention, Zhao Zheng really collected a lot of spell-casting materials, but before Li Feng was finished wondering whether he should secretly take some materials into his shoulder bag, a few soldiers suddenly walked into the door. These were all guarded around Zhao Zheng. Before Li Feng Phantom moved to the camp, he saw his leader personally come out to greet Li Feng. Knowing that Li Feng has extraordinary powers like his own leader, he immediately stood up and saluted. "Hello, sir." Li Feng grinned and scratched his head. This was the first time he was called a chief officer in his life. He felt so accomplished inexplicably. He was an official. You must know that Li Feng had been in elementary school when he was a child. How can I be the group leader of my class? Li Feng showed his most charming smile and said, "Come on, I'm saluting the officer and saying hello." The soldiers were a little confused, and after looking at each other, they stood up straight and saluted again. "Hello, sir." After letting the soldiers salute 3 times in a row, Li Feng nodded in satisfaction, reached out a few amulets from his shoulder bag, and handed them to the soldiers, saying, "This is a small gift for you." After a few soldiers took the amulet over their eyelids, Li Feng asked suspiciously, "What are you doing here?" After one of the soldiers said thank you to Li Feng, he glanced at the spellcasting materials in the distance and said, "The leader asked us to count the spellcasting materials for use in 3 days." Li Feng thought about it for a moment. Although he didn't ask Zhao Zheng how to destroy the reinforcements of various countries, since Zhao Zheng asked him to send the oracle bones, Li Feng could still guess how Zhao Zhenghui would do it. After the reinforcements were stationed, they opened up big moves one by one to annihilate them. At the moment, the soldiers are asked to count the spellcasting materials. It is estimated that Zhao Zheng wants to use the spellcasting materials to make the ultimate move more powerful. Since there are people who count the materials for casting spells, Li Feng definitely can't turn the behavior that he wanted to steal before into behavior. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed. In this regard, Li Feng had no choice but to walk out of the warehouse and lay on the roof alone in a daze. Zhao Zheng did not act until 3 days later, and then I was required to take care of the soldiers to prevent Shirshan harassment. That is to say, I will stay boring for 3 days. I guess mushrooms are growing on my head. For a long time, Li Feng patted his forehead, thinking that he had analyzed the behavior of a bunch of sushi countries for Zhao Zheng. I believe that the fate of those miners can be imagined. If Zhao Zheng wants more, he will specifically find information to learn more about the sushi country. History, it is estimated that there will be no prisoners of the sushi country on the battlefield in the future. Before Zhao Zheng killed all the people of sushi country, Li Feng felt that he had to see how open the women of sushi country were. Anyway, I was idle for 3 days. It will be better to take advantage of Zhao Zheng's killing of these species before they become extinct. Under insight, for this reason, Li Feng found a reason for himself. He felt that he had an obligation to record everything he saw with his own eyes, so that future generations would know that there is still such a species that has been called a good helper in the world. Definitely, it is just a simple look. Thinking of this, Li Feng turned into a black mist and flew into the sky, ready to go to the neighboring city to see the beauties. As for why not see the beauties in the city where Zhao Zheng is located, didn't he hear Zhao Zheng's words? The men he ruled are all in the mines. The beautiful women are helping the soldiers to pass on from generation to generation, and the ugly women are left to cultivate in the fields. Is it possible for Li Feng to stay in the army to see how the soldiers complete the seeding? Or let him go out of the city to watch a group of ants roll up their sleeves and work in the fields? His taste is not so heavy. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Li Feng himself didn't know where he was. He only knew that he had already flown out of Zhao Zheng's sphere of influence, and that the city below was quite prosperous. After thinking about it for a while, Li Feng landed on the street wearing a cloak of invisibility. There was no way. If he was revealed and landed on the street, it is estimated that this group of sushi people would treat him as a monster or a god, and then it would not be Li Feng. People onlookers were all the people on the street were scared off by him, and he looked at a beautiful woman with wool. In addition, Li Feng doesn't speak the language of the sushi country, and there is no way to communicate. It's better to hang out on the street after hiding. If you meet a beautiful woman, you can follow the other party freely and take everything you see with your own eyes. Write it down. Anyway, people can't see you. How can you drop it? Li Feng, who wandered around in the street, frowned. The beauty was a woman who didn't even look at it, but saw a lot of women who made herself up as a ghost. At first, Li Feng thought he had encountered a ghost. It was broad daylight. How deep is the mana of a female ghost who can haunt during the day? Frightened Li Feng almost turned around and ran. Until Li Feng could see if it was a ghost or not, he resisted the urge to knock the opponent to death and continued to wander around. After a while, as more and more women dressed up as these evil spirits, Li Feng began to wonder. Those hurriedly dressed in coarse clothes and linen and dressed as poor people can still see the neat eyebrows of each other. But how do those women who look like ghosts think that the family has small assets? After all, this era can wear the sushi country tradition. It is not something ordinary people could do to suit clothes and go shopping with leisurely sentiments. Li Feng, what's the situation? The symbol of wealth in the family is to disguise yourself as a ghost. How rich is Sadako's family? In fact, in the Heian era, before 1192, nobles would shave their eyebrows, dye their teeth black, and whiten their faces is a special beauty. At that time, noble women would shave their eyebrows and not dye them black. If you have teeth, you can't get married at all. Later, in addition to the continued use of rich and famous families, this makeup technique was also imitated by Kyoto geisha. The whiter the face, the brighter the eyebrows, the darker the teeth, the shorter the legs. The unique beauty in the heart of sushi country. The problem is that Li Feng doesn't know. He still wonders what is going on. Is this group of women wanting to show off that they have money at home, show off that they have a razor or something else? But the women don't have a long beard. Their hair is reluctant to shave, and there is no place left to shave, so they shave their eyebrows. There's also a little bit of redness on the lips. People have red lips and white teeth. How can the beauty not come? How can it be passed to the sushi country and become as Central Plains a little bit red? How careless you are when you study. What is the difference from playing? As for a bite of black teeth, Li Feng is worried about how this lady eats buns. A good meat bun is bitten into black sesame fillings. You say this is too bad, especially for this face. I feel that the white paint at home is too much to use, or the paint is about to expire. I don't want to waste it, or I can't figure out where to paint the paint for a while. Later I think about it and brush it on my face. Many? Later, after careful consideration, Li Feng figured out that it was because his daughter's family disliked her thin skin and wanted to use white paint to give herself a little more skin. Otherwise, think about it. Who dares to marry this girl home with such ugly eyebrows? Are you not afraid to scare yourself out of a heart attack when you wake up in the middle of the night and put water on it? That's why this group of unjust women wore matching clothes with pillows and cushions all day long, so that they could solve their physiological problems when they found the blind. Anyway, there's white paint on their faces. In this regard, Li Feng, who wanted to see beautiful women, was very disappointed. The beautiful women didn't look at them and said they were still scared by a group of unjust women in broad daylight. You said this is a trouble, but there's no need to go on wandering leisurely. I definitely turned around, turned into a black mist, and left. As for the desire to see the good in-laws, Li Feng has already figured it out now. They all look like this. How can they marry a person without relying on a good in-law's name? Do you still want to scare the elders to death by relying on the ghostly appearance of your own wife, so that you can inherit a few acres of land in your family? Back in Zhao Zheng's Qin country, Li Feng lay on the roof and slept bored until night fell. Several soldiers woke up Li Feng on the roof with a ladder, indicating that it was time for dinner. At the beginning, Li Feng touched his stomach and said that he was hungry, but when Li Feng saw that the staple food of dinner was white steamed buns, he somehow thought of the ghost girl during the day and immediately said that he had no appetite and didn't want to eat. Several soldiers looked at each other in wonder and asked, "Sir, is the food not to your liking?" This question is asked. How do you ask Li Feng to answer, saying that he is a magician who is frightened in broad daylight and has no appetite now? Li Feng can't afford to lose that person. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. When Li Feng was out for wandering, Zhao Zheng ordered all the participants in the incident of the miner killed to be called together, ready to use the soul-searching technique to find out the ins and outs of the matter. As a result, the messenger came to the mine with a will to find out that within a few days after the incident, the participants all died inexplicably. Some choked to death while eating, some fell into the pit and drowned, and the most outrageous one was sleepwalking in the middle of the night. I used mining tools to kill myself. The miners who slept in the same hut were terrified. They dared not sleep for several consecutive nights, for fear that they would also sleepwalk in play. Game. Originally, Dead Man was not a big deal in the mine. A few mining workers died. It is not normal for the mine to die every few days, so no one in charge of the mine reported the incident. It's like a mouse died at home, who would call the police to investigate whether the mouse committed suicide or homicide. Only now, Zhao Zheng has personally intervened and scared the supervisors into thinking that something serious happened and followed the messenger to face Zhao Zheng tremblingly. When Zhao Zheng understood the ins and outs of the matter, people like Li Feng were speechless and could guess the truth, and he felt deceived. If he couldn't find so many miners for a while, he really wanted to get a machine gun. All the miners were suddenly abrupt, and the province blocked him. With some helplessness, Zhao Zheng waved his hand to let the overseers return to the mine to continue working, and at the same time instructed the overseers, "From the beginning of this day, if you have nothing to do, try to kill me a few short guys." Definitely, Zhao Zheng's original sentence doesn't say that, but that's what it means. After the overseers left, Zhao Zheng started to have a headache again. Since the other party has the ability to mix into the heavy-handed mine without letting the soldiers discover it, it means that the other party may also have the ability to mix into the barracks without being discovered by the soldiers. Zhao Zheng even suspected that the other party had already entered the barracks, waiting for some chance to assassinate him. Thinking of this, Zhao Zheng coldly ordered his subordinates to be more vigilant and to find the assassin as soon as possible after the general camp was sealed off. This was originally a very simple matter. After all, Zhao Zheng's army is from the Qin dynasty, and everyone knows each other. As long as they communicate in Qin dynasty under the leadership of the captain, the assassin can be exposed. But Zhao Zheng knows one thing clearly. Among the extraordinary in the sushi country, there's a type of people who can disguise themselves as men and enter the mines, but they can also transform into women and enter the barracks, or they are stripped naked in front of you. It's not a male or a female, so the soldiers called for an assassin to be careful, and even the sushi countryman with a raised belly must squeeze his face to see if the skin on your face is real. Not to mention, under such rigorous investigation, a fake pregnant woman was actually forced out of the group of pregnant women, but since the other party dared to get into Zhao Zheng's army, he naturally had some ability, and he relied on his agility to kill several soldiers one after another. But this is also Zhao Zheng's base camp anyway. The soldiers who heard the noise nearby are gathering more and more. Seeing this dwarf wearing a knight clothes, a skull mask, and holding a lacquered black sushi country long knife, and the monkey ran endlessly in a blink of an eye. On the other side, Li Feng, who had no appetite, said that he did not want to eat, and asked the soldiers to take the big white buns away. While climbing on the roof to admire the moon, he said to him behind him, "Creature, prepare some peanuts and beer." After a while, Creature, who remained invisible, walked to Li Feng with a pile of fried peanuts and a barrel of beer. Li Feng, who stared at the moon in a daze, asked inexplicably, "Creature, do you say that the real version of Chang'e's flying to the moon is to eat elixir or to run to the moon boringly after drinking the eternal spring water? But then I lost my way and couldn't find it. The way home, just like me, I can't find the way home." Creature blinked Shui Lingling's big eyes and looked at Li Feng inexplicably. Although both Creature and Li Feng's birthplace were called the Earth, he also knew the story of Chang'e flying to the moon. But his hometown and Li Feng's hometown were not the same Earth. Where can Creature find out where Li Feng's home is? Perceiving Creature's blank face, Li Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head, gulped beer, burped and said, "My wife has a magical attribute. As long as I look at the beauties in the street, she will immediately." I appeared in front of me and pulled my ears. It was good today. I saw the beautiful woman on the street for a long time, but she didn't show up in front of me. Creature didn't know how to answer. He hadn't even seen what the boss's wife looked like. For a long time, I don't know if Li Feng is drunk or feel that it would be more comfortable to lie down and watch the moon, lying on the roof stupidly, staring straight at the moon in the sky, and inexplicably asked, "Creature, do you miss home?" "Boss," Creature said, pinching the corner of his clothes or the pillowcase with a slightly aggrieved tone. "Where's the boss?" creature's home is. Li Feng was stunned. Suddenly, he felt a hint of warmth in his heart. He turned his head to look at creature. When he just wanted to say, "Remove invisibility and drink with me," he saw a night walker wearing a skull mask on a roof in the distance. The person who seemed to perform light work rushed towards him silently and quickly. With such an obvious dressing, it would be too brain-dead for Li Feng to think that it was Zhao Zhang's subordinates. In addition, seeing that the other party was about to rush in front of him, Li Feng cast a spell without thinking. The long stick is coming. At the moment, creature also noticed that the opponent was bad and pointed his finger at the opponent, hoping that his spell could stop the opponent and protect Li Feng from harm. Seeing that the other party seemed to feel something, he broke creature's spell by slashing the long knife in his hand in front of him and continued to rush towards Li Feng. Just when the assassin approached Li Feng, creature had already finished his second spell casting, but the other party seemed to be aware of the existence of the spell. Holding a knife in both hands was a straight stab. A knife pierced through creature's spell. The long knife continued to pierce Li Feng's face along the previous trajectory. At the moment, the long stick had not yet flown into Li Feng's hands, and Li Feng, who had no time to cast spells at all, only felt that he was going to be cool, and his whole body was scared, and his head went blank. The loyal creature seemed to see that Li Feng did not have the ability to avoid the assassin's assassination, and jumped in front of Li Feng without thinking, grasping the long knife firmly in both hands and shouting, "Boss!" As soon as creature grabbed the long knife, creature, who was previously invisible, seemed to be interfered with by the long sword into the invisible ability, and directly showed the appearance of a house elf in front of the assassin. The assassin seemed to be taken aback by creature's appearance. He withdrew the long knife and stabbed creature's heart. The moment the long knife pierced into the heart, creature felt an inexplicable suction on the long knife and cut himself as flesh and soul were sucked into the long knife. His own muscles withered little by little, and his consciousness began to blur. Also found that the long knife can suck the soul, and Li Feng, who just flew the long stick. Now he has two choices. First, Li Feng directly cast a spell to kill the assassin, but because creature's soul was sucked by a long knife, he was not in Anubis's hands. Even if Li Feng held the Black Book of the Dead, he could not resurrect creature, but creature was in Li Feng. It plays a vital role in the future plan of creature, and the loss of creature means that the original plan must be abandoned. Second, Li Feng cast a spell on creature, locked creature in the spell of time stagnation, opened the portal to Shangri-La, and threw creature into the eternal spring for healing. But the long knife in the hands of the assassin on the opposite side was obviously demon-breaking ability. This makes Li Feng's shield as fragile as thin paper when facing a long knife. In addition, Li Feng is not good at close combat. This leads to the fact that if Li Feng does not attack and force the opponent to defend, the opponent is very likely to ask for Li Feng's little fate. There is not much time left for Li Feng to consider. Creature, who was originally healthy, didn't have enough power to grasp this weird long knife, let alone creature whose soul has been sucked by a half. When the assassin drew a long knife to stab at Li Feng pointed his finger at creature and imprisoned creature in the time-stealing spell. And with the other hand, he waved the long stick that released the Dementor and smashed the opponent's long knife. Hoping to borrow with the Dementor's ice ability and the magical weapon-level hard long stick, the opponent's sword was missed in order to gain time to cast the spell. It's just that Li Feng didn't expect the long knife to be too sharp, and the opponent's knife skills were too strong. Even if the assassin's night clothes were covered with frost, the long knife in the opponent's hand still plunged into the end of the long stick and continued to stab towards Li Feng's face. Fortunately, the speed of the long knife was somewhat slowed by the Dementor's ice ability, causing Li Feng to avoid the tip of the knife in an emergency. Only the earlobe was cut away by the knife. While avoiding the long sword, Li Feng finally finished casting and successfully released a fierce fire on the face of the assassin. The assassin's reaction was more sensitive than Li Feng thought. He immediately threw down the mask while dropping the smoke bomb. When the smoke disappeared, the assassin disappeared in front of Li Feng. Li Feng, who was sure that the assassin had left, took back the Dementor and looked at the skull mask that was burned by the fierce fire but unscathed with fear and anger. At this time, nearby soldiers heard the movement rushing forward. While picking up the mask, Li Feng stretched out his hand to open a portal, gritted his teeth, and said to the soldier who had rushed to the front, "Tell Zhao Zheng, I will be back in 2 days. In heaven, I have to deal with personal affairs." After speaking, Li Feng took Creature across the portal to the edge of the Immortal Spring, and after throwing Creature into the Immortal Spring, Li Feng unlocked the Time Stagnation spell. At the same time as the spell was unlocked, Creature's miserable cry came from the cave, "Be careful." Li Feng's dough twitched, thinking of Creature's yelling boss before, and Li Feng definitely knew that Creature wanted to be careful before, which made Li Feng a little touched. Similarly, Li Feng, who knew that Creature was still alive, breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, "Creature, it's all right." Creature, who was staying in the Eternal Life Spring, looked at the intact Li Feng blankly and said nothing but simply smiled. It seems that Li Feng's okay is his biggest wish. The function of the Immortal Spring water is to provide vigorous vitality. This vitality can also repair the damage on Creature's soul. Seeing that Creature is already healing his injuries, Li Feng aimed his eyes on his long stick. This is his magic tool. Many spells can't be released after this thing. Just waiting for Li Feng to see the long stick clearly, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, because the long knife that can suck the soul is still firmly pierced on the long stick, turning the good long stick into a sickle. The long knives of the sushi country are all curved, so Li Feng's long stick is still a weird sickle with the blade facing inward, but the curvature is drawn outward. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At the moment when his mana was fully restored, Li Feng grinned into black mist and flew to the border of Qin's state, eagerly awakening his scarab army. Creature, who followed Li Feng firmly, looked at Li Feng surrounded by black mist with some admiration in his eyes, in the process of apparition. So black mist surrounded. I saw Li Feng holding the Bible of the Dead in his left hand to strengthen the control of the scarab, and his right hand carrying a weird bladed sickle. When Li Feng, who was covered in the black cloak, put on the skull mask, Creature felt that Li Feng was the death god. Incarnation. This made Creature look towards Zhou subconsciously, hoping that a few crows could fly nearby to set off the image of Li Feng's death god. After all, in Creature's eyes, crows were the standard for death god. It's a pity that Creature didn't see a crow or anything. He saw a group of Dementors with its own ice halo, which made him shiver unconsciously. It's so cold. As the scarab beetles became irritable under Li Feng's control, Li Feng, whose eyes were shining with chills, flew into the air immediately. But, in the air, Li Feng was stunned for a few seconds and looked into the distance in confusion. He didn't know the geography of sushi country at all. The ghost knew which direction there was a city. Scratching his head, Li Feng asked, "Creature, do you know any city nearby? Or give me a map of the sushi country." Creature blinked his eyes, bowed his head, and said, "Boss, Creature has never been to sushi country and is not familiar with this country. As for the map," Creature turned to look at Qin and said, "Yes. Don't you ask your majesty for one." Li Feng thought about it and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "Forget it. Look for a map. Let's find a direction to attack. Anyway, I don't know where the assassin is. We find that scarabs are attacking the city. They will definitely come to support. Then I will find a hapless person to extract memories, or forced to ask, which be asterisk 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 D to lurk in Zhao Zheng's army. If I have time, maybe I will still have time to cultivate a few obedient, resentful spirits with the flesh and blood of the people of sushi country." After speaking, Li Feng waved his hand vigorously to give instructions to the scarab, and immediately, countless scarabs moved quickly in the direction that Li Feng randomly pointed. On the other hand, Li Feng was floating above the scarab with a sickle, surrounded by wingmen who escorted him, that is, hundreds of Dementors. In the distance, Zhao Zheng frowned when he saw the direction Li Feng was heading. He turned his head and asked the guards beside him, I remember the on my OG in that direction has been cleaned up by me, right? The guard nodded lightly on the surface, but with a dazed look inside. He said that he could understand Master Li Feng's desire for revenge. After all, no matter who was drinking his own cup of small and medium wine, chewing peanuts happily. My life is almost inexplicable, and the assassin is still the kind of walk away without a hit. So now, I don't even know whether the assassin is a male or a female. Anyone who encounters this will be angry. But why don't you seek revenge where the Onmyoges haunt, but instead run to the cities where ordinary people live? Is the assassin hiding in the general population? Poor guard, he couldn't think of scratching his scalp. Li Feng just didn't know where to find the assassin to get revenge. So he came up with such a big killing and lured a large number of extraordinary people to come automatically to find his way. Although Zhao Jing didn't know what Li Feng was thinking, Li Feng's scarab army seemed to give him some hints. After squinting his eyes, he turned to the barracks. At the same time, he whispered to the guards behind him, "Tell the widows will open the ordnance warehouse distributes ammunition, and when Li Feng's actions provoke the army of the Sushi Nation, that's when we are waiting to kill the enemy." On the other hand, Li Feng, who has seen many movies in Sushi Elementary School, is not sure whether the ninjas of the mummy world have the ability to hide in trees. In order to prevent him from encountering a living person who jumped out of the stone or grass to assassinate him on the way, Li Feng deliberately issued another order to prevent the scarab beetles from growing in any way they went, achieving more terrible consequences than locusts crossing the border. For this reason, the loyal scarabs have their sharp teeth what they bite, whether you're a dead tree or a stone, even a piece of rusty iron on the side of the road. The scarabs will take a bite and taste the saltiness. There are even some scarab beetles who directly incarnate underground ancestors under Li Feng's order, digging through the soil quickly. Definitely, these scarab beetles will also take a bite when they encounter everything, forcing voles, earthworms, and other underground creatures. Hanging on a rope. After all, it is easier to hang yourself than to be killed by a scarab. To say that the environment of this era is actually quite good, look at the wild game chased by scarabs in the mountains and fields, and you know that the environment is really good. This means that the driving engine of scarabs is a bit slow, and the fastest speed is almost the same as when a normal person is running. And compared to the speed of animals running desperately, the scarab speed is not to mention. For this reason, the boring Li Feng watched the scene of animals running wildly across the mountains, and it took only 2 hours to watch this scene. Everything in the world has two sides, both good and bad. Just like this artificially made animal migration, it seems to Li Feng that the scarab beetle lacks food and provides Li Feng's pastimes. Not much impression, but it is different for the city in front of the scarab army. When the animals were forced to run to a nearby city with resignation, the people in the city were already aware of the abnormalities around them in advance. This is like animals issuing emergency notices to city managers. Humans run quickly. There are a large number of dungshell relatives behind. Except for a few idiots who feel that the animal siege is very novel. Many people have already guessed that the disaster is about to fall, and they have packed their bags and prepared to escape from the city. This also made Li Feng just see the shadow of the city, in addition to the ear-piercing alarm bells over the city in the distance. He also saw a large number of people who were riding or driving with luggage separated and fled. There are even a lot of unlucky people who don't know that the danger is from the mountains and forests. They think that the mountains and forests are the safest place, stupidly running towards the scarab. In this regard, Li Feng just smiled and said that he was very happy. The resentful spirit sent to the door, don't do it in vain. Different cities in the country of Sushi have different layers of city walls. The center is the office and living of the Lord, which is called Resident City, and has tall fortresses and strong walls. The outer layer is generally the area where the wealthy people live. The outermost wall is called one, and the inner wall is called the second road, and so on. And the more the outer wall is, the worse the quality. Maybe some should not be called the city wall. The fence is almost the same. For example, the city Li Feng is about to reach is a low fence. Residential areas and bazaars are generally built on the periphery of the city, which belong to the city's ancillary. Generally, the ancillary does not have a city wall. In fact, there's a city wall. Li Feng said that he is not afraid, and he didn't let him go forward and bite the city wall with his teeth. Why was he worried? Don't you know that the scarab's mouth is particularly good? Not to mention the broken city wall in the distance. Even if the city wall is made of steel bars, this group of scarabs dared to rush up and gnaw the steel bars like pancakes. But Li Feng didn't come to see how good the scarab's mouth is destroying the fence. No. Why is it destroying the city wall? After letting the scarab beetle slowly devour the residential areas and the market along the edge of the city according to the previously established plan, Li Feng excitedly turned the person who was half dead by the scarab beetle into a wraith spirit and imprisoned it in a gourd. Don't underestimate that this gourd only has a slap file size, but is made by Li Feng according to the magic book Apprentice, the prison doll that imprisoned Mogani, which means that there is a special cave in the gourd, and Li Feng also specially portrayed it. This is a huge amounts of prison, not to mention the imprisonment of a few wraith spirits. Even if they hold thousands of wraith spirits, it looks very spacious. After completing the production of the wraith spirit, Li Feng looked at the city that was already besieged and turned his head to let the Dementors fly into the city in batches to eat while looking for the extraordinary hidden in the crowd. As for how Dementors distinguish between mortals and transcendents, as long as anyone can see Dementors, it goes without saying that they are either on Myogis or ninjas. After all, Dementors are generally invisible to people. It's a pity that Li Feng chose the wrong direction at the beginning. After the scarabs swallowed the residential areas and markets around the city, and even the scum, Wang Kai, who flew into the city to eat, said that his tribe even had the hair of the extraordinary. Didn't find it. Li Feng, who secretly sighed his bad luck, scratched his head and spit out, saying that he had spit out bad luck and ordered the scarab beetle around the city without rushing into a wall, but let the people on the wall see the attack clearly. What kind of creature is theirs? Li Feng's main purpose is revenge. The large-scale refining of resentful spirits is only an incidental purpose, and massacre is not the best way to attract a large number of extraordinary people. After all, who will rescue the people in the city? It is estimated that the leaders in the nearby cities will be anxious at that time. They will probably hire extraordinary people to protect their cities at all costs and divide up the few extraordinary people. Does Li Feng spend time beating one by one to find the assassins, or is it easier to wait for the extraordinary to come here? Therefore, what Li Feng had to do was to force the people in the city to continuously send out distress signals. It would be better to ask the world for help, so as to force the Emperor of Sushi Kingdom to send extraordinary people to the vicinity of his city as soon as possible. Regardless of Li Feng's plan is simple and rude, but the Emperor of Sushi Country really can't help it. Let the scarab beetle continue to encircle the city. The telegram sent by others is a clear telegram. Now the whole world knows that one of his cities is surrounded by the relatives of Shai Klang. Once the Emperor allows the people in the city to be hungry by the scarab, die, it is estimated that he will become the most famous one since the emperors of all dynasties. But if you want to rescue your own people, the Emperor is not stupid. What kind of insects will be stopped by the fence? This fence has been opened by an expert, or is it dripping? The relatives of these shit-shellers are obviously controlled by others. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Creature can certainly recover from his injury by relying on the water of the immortal spring, but it will take a lot of time, and Li Feng said that he did not want to wait and wanted to take revenge now. He is not a gentleman, and there is no such thing as revenge in 10 years. According to Li Feng's character, he has always been reported now. Even if he cannot be reported, he will harass you all day long, or put some firecrackers that explode under the toilet seat and wait for you to sit down. That thing is exciting. Having said that, Li Feng himself doesn't know when the quantum energy in his body will begin to flow away. What if there is no time for revenge, and he can only return to the Marval world in despair? This hatred became the mind of the demon, and he didn't give a chance to avenge him when he went through the door. Thinking of this, Li Feng picked up the long stick and was about to check whether the long stick with the long knife could still provide him with casting assistance. If the assistant ability was still there, he would release the healing technique against creature, which would speed up creature's treatment. Speed, and can brush the proficiency of the treatment. For a long time, Li Feng twitched his eyes and looked at the scythe in his hand. To say that the quality of this long stick is indeed inferior. Even with a long knife stuck at one end, it can still knock the sap and perform the function of the wand perfectly. But the long knife is also stuck on a rune. As long as Li Feng pulls out the long knife slightly, this long stick that has been with Li Feng for a long time is estimated to have a significant decrease in auxiliary ability, and even the auxiliary function of the long stick will be directly scrapped. This is good. Li Feng hasn't completed the general level yet. Only by holding the long stick can his strength be fully utilized. If the long stick is accidentally broken, his strength will drop by at least half, and he will take revenge. But you can jump directly from a simple level to the hell level. With a little helplessness, Li Feng looked at the long knife at the top of the long stick with disgust and did not pull out the long knife. Although the long stick can still provide auxiliary capabilities as before, but this sickle with a long and reversed blade radian feels that no matter how you look at it. Weird. It doesn't conform to Li Feng's aesthetics at all. Li Feng sighed in annoyance and then touched the handle of the knife. He still wanted to see if he could pull out the long knife, but when Li Feng's finger just touched the handle of the knife, he suddenly felt a suction from the long knife. As if he wanted to suck his soul into the long knife. Li Feng was so frightened that he immediately let go of the knife's handle. Set up, feeling that the long knife was too weird, Li Feng opened his eyes and looked at the long knife, and saw that the long knife was sealed with a large and pointed ear, and its teeth were jagged. It was still a black cat with two tails standing upright. Resentful spirit. Li Feng was stunned. He had seen this thing when he was watching anime, and the cat from Sushi Country was again. Cats are also cat-shaped, resentful spirits that can speak humans and possess magical powers. Some of them are good in nature and often become young girls to get close to humans. Let's not talk about the evil ones. Just like the one in the long knife, sucking flesh and blood is a normal operation. But whether it is good or evil, the legendary cat has its own consciousness and can perform normal operations with people. Communication, except for this one who was sealed in the long sword. Li Feng felt that apart from instinct, his entire consciousness seemed muddled. Li Feng scratched his head. Grievances are also a kind of undead. It stands to reason that Li Feng can communicate with each other in undead language. But I don't know if this cat can't speak undead language, or the cat is not a human and can't speak undead language. Anyway, Li Feng asked. After a few questions, the other party didn't react at all like a fool. What should I do if I can't communicate? Li Feng definitely chooses that there is no need to communicate. Anyway, he can't understand a word of sushi except for Yasel's dishes. Even if this cat can communicate, they are the resentment of the Sushi Country. Maybe all they speak are sushi. Does it mean that the cat will rely on a sentence of Yasel discs all day to communicate? It's strange that Li Feng understands. But since cats have instincts, how did the previous assassins hold the hilt of the knife and not be affected? Li Feng is also a magician anyway, or a magician who is proficient in spiritual spells. There is no reason why he needs to spend a little energy to resist the cat's instinct, but the assassin doesn't care about the cat's instinct. So let's play all kinds of tricks with the long knife. Wouldn't it be said that Li Feng's strength is not as good as the assassin? What is the battle between the two? The assassin kindly gave Li Feng equipment. Li Feng touched his chin and carefully recalled the encounter with the assassin in his mind. Suddenly, Li Feng realized something and turned his head to look at the skull mask that he had just thrown aside. At the beginning, Li Feng was just curious about how this mask held the fierce burning. He thought it was a rare magic material and planned to bring it back for research and research. After all, a magician would look ugly when wearing a skull on his face. After the research, the mask is returned to the furnace and decomposed into materials so that it can be used when forging magic items in the future. But now it seems that this skeleton mask and the long knife are matched. Nowadays, long knives are not equipped with scabbards. Have they been equipped with masks? Does this count as a cross-species combination? With some speechlessness, Li Feng picked up the skull mask and carefully inspected it, only to see that the surface of the mask was nothing but the inside of the mask was carved with a large number of cumbersome rune arrays. Before long, Li Feng, who checked the skeleton mask inside and out, said that not only did he fail to understand what these runes are for, but he was dizzy. The only thing he learned was that even ordinary people wear this skeleton mask. I can ignore the cat's instincts in a short time. As for what would happen to Li Feng, who has some strength, wearing a skull mask, Li Feng said that he dared to sleep with a long knife and was not afraid that the cat would do harm to him. Now that the functions of the long knife and the mask are understood, Li Feng definitely put on the mask and continued to try to pull out the long knife, but when Li Feng pulled out the long knife for a while, he perplexed the rune on the long stick. There are signs of collapse. Li Feng was a little puzzled. His movements were already careful enough. How could he still destroy the runes on the long stick? When Li Feng checked the long stick and the long knife again, he realized that he had forgotten the ability of the long knife to break the magic, which means that while he was drawing the knife, the ability of the long knife was also destroying the rune on the long stick. This is good. The rune on the long stick was destroyed by the action of pulling the knife to the edge of breaking. Although the casting assistant ability is still there, the function of knocking the sap is lost. After all, the long knife will be affected when knocking. Destroy the rune. You said that this is a troublesome thing, and you will break through if you look at your strength, and the long stick can also be honored to be laid off. It's so strange to come out like this. It's really nothing. Li Feng reluctantly carried the fragile long stick to Creature. How to deal with the sickle. Just use it. Wait until you return to the Marvel world to make a new long stick, or wait for the general level and simply don't use the long stick. Replace with a long knife as a self-defense weapon when you get close by the enemy. After all, long swords are more lethal than long sticks. Much stronger. One night later, Creature, who soaked in the immortal spring water for a night, hopped out of the spring alive, but looked at Li Feng with weird eyes. He blinked his eyes and asked curiously, "Boss, are you planning to become a death god?" Death god. Li Feng was stunned, followed Creature's gaze to look at the sickle in his hand, then looked down at the skull mask in his hand in doubt, and finally looked at the black cloak on his body. Wearing a black cloak, a skull mask, and a sickle on his shoulder, Li Feng's eyelids twitched. Yes, it really is the image of Death God. Li Feng shook his head, expelled the image of Death God, stretched out his hand to open the portal to the city of the dead, and said, "Since you have recovered, we will go find reinforcements for revenge." After that, Li Feng returned to the city of the dead, with Creature looking confused. Creature was very curious. Who was the reinforcement Li Feng said about? Looking at the endless desert and the dilapidated city of the dead, Li Feng chirped and said, "Desert, you are all sand." The corner of Creature's eyes twitched behind Li Feng, feeling that his boss might have been soaking in the eternal spring water for too long, and his brain was flooded. Just as Creature was considering whether to make a suggestion to let Li Feng stay in the desert for a few more days so that the spring water in his head could be dried by the sun in the desert, Li Feng lightly knocked the ground with a sickle. In a short while, a large number of scarab beetles broke out under Li Feng's call. Li Feng watched as the scarab beetles around him gathered more and more, but he always felt that the number was a little small. After thinking about it, he opened the portal and first sent these scarabs to the border between Qin and Sushi, hiding them underground, and then turning into a cloud of black mist, he was looking for pyramids in the desert, preparing to gather more scarabs. A single scarab may seem cruel, but Li Feng clearly knows that not to mention a single scarab, even a small group of scarabs will only become a bunch of skewers when facing the Onmyoji. What he wants is the sea of insects. There are so many insect seas that ignore spells. As for whether the scarabs will be extinct by himself, this is not within Li Feng's consideration. Anyway, the scarabs will not be brought back to the Marvel world, so it is better to bring them now. As a consumable, it is considered to make the best use of it. Since not all pyramids harbor scarabs, Li Feng had no choice but to take creature around in the desert, looking for as many scarabs as he could, until the sky gradually dimmed. Li Feng himself didn't know how many scarabs he had summoned. He only knew that his mana was about to be consumed, and people would be abolished without rest. Then he looked at the desert reluctantly, and turned his head to open the portal back. Qin regained his mana. Li Feng's hoarding of scarabs on the border of the Qin kingdom was difficult for Zhao Zheng to know. He even went to the border to catch a scarab for research. The scarab appeared to be very restful under Li Feng's order, but the sharp teeth still reminded Zhao Zheng that they are not easy to mess with, and there are social creatures that like to attack in groups. Zhao Zhengdi slid a scarab to find Li Feng, who was recovering mana with his legs crossed. He wanted to remind Li Feng kindly that although the worm-tide warfare seemed invincible, it had a fatal flaw. He just saw it before Zhao Zheng got close. Hundreds of Dementors hovered around Li Feng. Zhao Zheng squinted his eyes, and after thinking about it, he turned and left with a smile. He understood. Li Feng obviously knew that the shortcomings of the worm-warming method were himself. As long as the scarab loses Li Feng's control, a group of insects with only feeding instincts are against yin and yang. It's really nothing to the teacher. It's not difficult to kill or control scarabs. But the premise is that Master Onmyoji wants to kill Li Feng. Otherwise, who has more control over the scarabs than Li Feng? They play bugs professionally, and they even have 2 scriptures to help them. The Emperor Showa, named Hirohito, the 124th Emperor of Japan, ascended to the Emperor's throne in 1926. Until 1989, this turtle grandson was the emperor with the longest reign and longest lifespan in Japan. He was in power for 63 years, that is to say World War II. During this time, this guy has been squatting in the emperor's seat, especially the kind of doing bad things without shit. Although Li Feng is now in 1927 and the internet hasn't even appeared on the internet, it can't reach the point where people around the world know about in the morning when the C***K lays the eggs in the morning, but Hirohito still feels Alexander, and he feels wronged. Before, Hirohito finally burped his father to the throne of the emperor last year, and happily ascended to the throne of the emperor. However, after a few days of not being happy, the sushi country inexplicably popped up a magical Zhao Zheng everywhere to occupy the veins, where he was strong. It's ridiculous, and treats Onmyoji as a little chicken. Originally, Zhao Zheng made a noise that he could not eat well and sleep well. He pulled his hair like weeds and grabbed a lot of it. It's all right now. Zhao Zheng's problem hasn't figured out any solution yet, and I don't know where a big brother who can control bugs emerged to play the Worm Surge Siege. Do you think this sushi country is so fragrant? Look for it in the earthquake. Look for it if you rob mines, and look for it now that it's especially plagued by insects. The most terrible thing is that the scarab beetle surrounding the city is no longer just a private matter of the sushi country. The leaders of all countries are looking at the sushi country with their necks stretched out. They all want to know how the sushi country will deal with such supernatural incidents, so that their homes will be plagued by insects in the future. Or extraordinary people can come up with corresponding countermeasures in time when they rebel. When the angry Hirohito pulled off the last few hairs, a direct descendant of the family of Onmyoji, who was born in the family of Onmyoji, Ampi Juliang, finally came up with an idea: negotiation. This descendant of Abe Haruaki told the emperor that the reason for the negotiation is simple. These scarabs are Egyptian products. It is unreasonable to appear in sushi country inexplicably. In addition, the scarabs now only kill people who leave the city without authorization after the siege. This is obvious. Explain that the person behind has another purpose. No matter what the other party's purpose is, the negotiation is at least showing that we are working hard to rescue the people. It is better than waiting here for countries to laugh at us. When Hirohito heard that it made sense, he patted the Onmyoji on the shoulder to signal that the other party was solely responsible for the matter. He himself patted his butt and turned back to the harem, preparing to find someone in the harem to vent his inner pressure. On the other hand, Ampi, who is in power, gave Liang happily the result of the appointment letter. After returning home to gather the younger brother to discuss it, he decided to divide the negotiation into two parts. On the bright side, Ampi asked Liang to negotiate with Li Feng with great fanfare, and the bigger the position he accompanied, the better. It was so big that Li Feng felt that the sushi country valued his strength, but also the blind people felt that this was the sushi country's friendship, or went over Li Feng's signal. Secretly, it was the opposite. A large number of shikis, or ninjas, wearing Qin costumes were sent to try to solve Li Feng. Even if the assassination failed, it didn't matter, as long as Li Feng believed that these killer assassins were sent by Zhao Zheng. For this reason, the Onmyoji master even thought out the reasons for Zhao Zheng to do this for Li Feng. He said that Zhao Zheng saw that Li Feng's scarab army was quite strong, and worried that Li Feng would be the one who was unlucky after the sushi country was bought. So Zhao Zheng simply killed Li Feng to avoid future troubles. It's a pity that the Onmyoji master didn't know the relationship between Li Feng and Zhao Zheng. All this was in vain, and I don't know if Li Feng was lucky, or the assassin who had assassinated him before was unlucky, and the assassin who assassinated Li Feng before. On the list of entourage this time, Li Feng saw that the 3-day deadline agreed upon by himself and Zhao Zheng was approaching, and his choice syndrome was also committed at this time. Choose to go to Qin to go to the appointment to help Zhao Zheng protect the soldiers from the Onmyoji. Then he must put the scarab beetle into a dormant state, or simply order the scarab beetle to rush into the city to kill. He is taking the opportunity to make some grieving spirits. After Zhao Zheng has solved the reinforcements of various countries, he will choose a city to continue playing the game of Worm Surge Siege. Another option is naturally that Li Feng ignores Zhao Zheng and continues to play the Worm Surge Siege until he completes his revenge, but Li Feng is not sure whether Zhao Zheng will trouble himself for this. After all, Zhao Zheng has been the emperor for a long time and hates him most. The villain who doesn't count, and Li Feng can't beat Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng, who was far away in Qin State, seemed to understand what Li Feng was struggling with. Before Li Feng could make a final decision, he sent someone to tell Li Feng to continue his siege plan. The only requirement was to return to Qin State to take care of it every hour. When Li Feng received the news, he was stunned, and then he realized that his plan of siege could also attract many Onmyoges. So naturally, there would be fewer Onmyoges that harass Zhao Zheng. In addition, Li Feng also has the portal ability, returning to the state of Qin at any time to deal with the Onmyoji who fished in troubled waters. Zhao Zheng naturally dared to go to the reinforcement stations of various countries alone to amplify the moves. After understanding Zhao Zheng's thoughts, Li Feng stayed in place and waited for Onmyoji to come. Due to the limitations of the times, even if Abe Sukura, who came to negotiate, took a special plane and rushed to the city surrounded by scarabs as soon as possible. But the plane does not mean that it can be flown by the fly, and Abe Sukura will take time to convene. Assassinated personnel, so Li Feng waited for several days. When all the Dementors touched their chubby belly, expressing that they were not inhaling any happiness, Li Feng in midair was holding a barrel of beer, curiously watching him wearing a gorgeous and festive kimono and holding a sushi country. The sign of the text, the mighty and tidy team, approached him. Li Feng scratched his head and asked wonderingly, "Creature, this is the welcoming party, right? The middle of the party has painted several layers of white paint on the face. It should be the bridegroom? Don't these people know that the worms are besieged here? At that time, I was thinking about getting married. Is it because the woman thinks too much or the courage is fatal? Do you think I should let the scarab beetle grab some wedding candy to be happy?" Creature blinked his eyes inexplicably and grinned. "Boss, let the scarab beetle out and block the way? I don't know if he can be happy, but I'm sure that scarabs will definitely like it. After all, they can have a full meal." When Li Feng observed the negotiating team on the ground, the assassin who had previously assassinated Li Feng furiously glanced at the mask on Li Feng's face and the long knife on the long stick. "The guys I eat are all in their hands." After thinking for a while, the assassin who walked to Ampi Zhuliang's assassination plan bent his back and bowed his head, walked quickly to Ampi Zhuliang's side, and said, "My lord, there are loopholes in the previous plan. Abasuk used his peripheral vision to look at Li Feng while releasing his Shikigami. When the Shikigami determined that he was the only person nearby, Abasuk Ryo asked sternly, "I remember you were the ninja of Aijiru?" The assassin understood that Abasuk Ryu specifically mentioned Aijiryu's meaning, and it was nothing more than distrusting himself. After all, Iga Ryu and Kogaryu's ninja survival methods are completely different. Kogaryu survives by being loyal to the Lord, so there is no need to worry about what to eat for the next meal, while Iga Ryu is different. There is only a monetary employment relationship between them and their employers. As for loyalty or unfaithfulness, it depends on you. How much money was recharged? The assassin froze and said with a fake smile, "My lord, although I am a ninja of Agaryu, I am also from the country of sushi. I still have this loyalty." Abasuk squinted his eyes and asked, "You mean you know this magician flying in the air, and you know that he is not from my sushi country?" The assassin nodded slightly and hurriedly told about his encounter with Li Feng in Zhao Zheng's military camp. When he came, he gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, this man may have very strong spells, but his melee ability is too bad. As long as we try to find a way to hide from the shadows beside Li Feng and approach him, I am sure to kill Li Feng with one blow." Abe Sukiliang glanced at Li Feng, and after thinking about it, he said to the assassin, "What's your name?" The assassin was overjoyed and bowed 90 degrees and said, "The villain Nobita Shida." Abasuk Ryo glanced at Shida Nobita with satisfaction and whispered, "Since the opponent and Zhao Zheng are in a gang, the previous plan to frame Zhao Zheng is naturally invalid. But since you have fought against the opponent and know the opponent's weakness, then assassinate. The task is to you." After finishing speaking, Abe turned his head and ordered the guards around him, order the negotiating team to camp on the spot, and find out if this person makes the scarab besieged by Zhao Zheng's plan, and he should not easily approach the other party. Halfway through the conversation, Abe Sukiliang suddenly remembered something and squinted his eyes and said, "Notify the emperor as soon as possible. I suspect that the purpose of this person's siege is to attract the attention of us Onmyoges, reduce the number of Onmyoges around the emperor, and facilitate Zhao Zheng to hijack the emperor." On the side, Shida Nobita looked at Abe Sukura with a look of worship and looked at Li Feng in the air with a deep look of contempt. Shan Shan said, "My lord, our ninja can't fly. Do you think this person lied to the ground or cast spells for us, trying to find a way to get us closer to each other?" Abasuk squinted his eyes for a while, nodded, and said to the guard, "Send a few people to inform each other. We are the messengers of the sushi country, and we negotiate with each other in good faith. What age is it now? Everyone is civilized. Don't know how to fight and kill all day long." The guard glanced at Shida Nobita, not to mention that Abe Suk Liang didn't elaborate, but he still understood that these messengers who were looking for Li Feng to spread the word were just bait to lead the other party to the ground. Even as long as Shida Nobita needs it, these messengers need to drag the other side unscrupulously when necessary, so that Shida Nobita can complete the assassination. In other words, these messengers can only be undertaken by Deadpool. The Deadpool, which I trained hard for the Emperor, was handed over to others to play, which made the guards somewhat uncomfortable, especially the Aijiru ninja who played the Emperor's Deadpool, or the Aijiru ninja who recognized the money and did not recognize the people. However, this matter was Abasuk Rao himself. Ordered. No way. The guards personally selected a few kind people from Deadpool and handed them to Shida Nobita. After explaining his plan with a few Deadpools, Shida Nobita sneered at Li Feng, who was wearing a skull mask, and with a few ninjas who were also Agaryu, quietly walked to the distance and went invisible and followed quietly behind a few Deadpool. From the beginning, Shida Nobita explained to the three dead men that Li Feng had guards that ordinary people could not see, and that these shadowy guards were born with ice. During the introduction, Oda Nobita also boasted about how brave he was at the beginning, and even almost killed Li Feng, but he did not expect that these shadow guards would suddenly appear next to him, causing his whole body to freeze instantly and stiffly. The stab action in his hand slowed down for a while, which allowed Li Feng to avoid the mortal knife and was seized by the opponent to complete the spell, forcing him to abandon his weapon and turn around and flee. The three dead men faintly glanced at Li Feng in the sky. They knew the existence of the Dementor and looked at each other. They nodded slightly and then turned and left. After a while, the translator, who didn't know he was walking on Huangquan Road, noticed that there was more and more frost on the side of the road. "It's cold? Do you know why you wear so many clothes? By the way, does any of you bring many clothes? Please give me one." The translator said so, and the tone was calm, as if he was negotiating with three people to borrow a piece of clothing. But when the translator spoke, his eyes were staring at the clothes of the three people, and he wanted the three people to choose one of them to take off the clothes on the spot. The meaning of dressing for him was so obvious that a blind man could see it. If it is normal, the low-ranking dead soldiers might actually take off their cotton clothes to let the translator warm up, but now the dead soldiers put on cotton clothes not only to keep themselves warm, but to ensure that they're not affected by the cold so as not to wait. The fight of the meeting will not be unable to provide support to Shida Nobita in time because of the freezing of the joints. What is the comparison between the warmth and coldness of the translator and the combat effectiveness? Don't you know they are here to fight? It seems that this stupid translator really doesn't know. Chi-Chi, the three deceased with a smile on their faces knowing the death, ignored the translator's words. The camp is behind him. But we'll take the extra clothes with him at this time. If you want clothes, just say it straight. Even if I say it, I won't give it to you. Seeing that the three guards ignored them, the translator had a gloomy face and silently remembered the appearance of the three dead soldiers. While preparing to return to Abe Sikiliang to give a short report, he raised his head and shouted to Li Feng in Badhuxia, "Hi, sir." Li Feng in midair had long noticed that the four people in front of him were all ordinary people, and the truly magical people were still hiding in the camp in the distance. After thinking about it, Li Feng lowered his height and threw the empty wine barrel in front of the translator. He interrupted the translator with an uncomfortable expression and shouted, "I drip, Rob G, you drip, keep the wine, otherwise die. The translator looked dumbfounded. "Do you have any misunderstandings about the language of the sushi country? And where are robbers who specialize in robbery of wine these days?" On the other side, Shida Daxiong, who entered the invisible state, saw that Li Feng had lowered his height, but it was still not the best time for him to launch a sneak attack. After thinking about it, he sent some messages to the other invisible ninjas and signaled everyone to continue to approach and surround Li Feng. Once the opponent is lowered to a suitable height, they will quickly launch a sneak attack. It's a pity that Nobita Shida still knows too little about Dementors. He doesn't know that Dementors do not rely on eyesight to observe the environment. So before Nobita Shida and his team get too close, Wonkai has secretly smelled them. The whereabouts of another breath told Li Feng. Li Feng squinted his eyes, stretched out his hand, and brushed it in front of his eyes. With the eyes opened, although Li Feng still couldn't see the invisible body of the four people, including Shida Nobita, he could see the spiritual body, and he could see it very clearly, so clearly that Li Feng could see the body of one of the dead men at a glance. There's a Shikigami living there, and he recognizes that Nobita Shida is the assassin who assassinated him in the first place. Suddenly, Li Feng froze. "The first time you were assassinated inexplicably, I almost finished playing with my life. Now I haven't asked you for revenge, so why did you organize a team to assassinate me again? When I am a big boss who will explode equipment, are you still thinking that I can refresh after burping and want to refresh the equipment again and again?" Li Feng licked his lips. Li Feng endured his mouth that was so angry that he commanded the scarab beetle to sneak near the invisible ninja while carefully lowering the height, and then said in a man of voice, "Who are you? Where are you going?" The translator saw Li Feng lowered his height, thinking that the other party saw that he was wearing a gorgeous kimono that can only be worn by people of noble status, and prepared to go back to the ground and have a polite conversation with him. The translator, who had too much brain, supplemented him with a dry cough, slightly contemptuously, and said, "Your Excellency, we are His Majesty the Emperor." The translator's words just started. The three dead men beside him seemed to receive some signal, and instantly tore the cotton coat to reveal the strong clothes inside, and Katana rushed towards Li Feng. While the three dead men pounced on Li Feng, Shida Nobita and three ninjas simultaneously held long knives and slashed towards Li Feng from four directions. He was confident that Li Feng in the center of the encirclement would be inevitable and inevitable. At this moment, Shida Nobita seemed to pounce on the real gold and silver, as well as the big house in the imperial capital and a house of beautiful concubines and wives. Li Feng, who had seen everything early, cast aside the assassins around his eyes with disdain and snapped his fingers lightly with a grin. I saw the eyes of the three dead men fell into a dull moment, but the body subconsciously completed the action of turning around and slashing the ninja next to him. This is not over. The three dead men suddenly joined forces to kill a ninja and then fiercely pounce on the remaining ninjas. Nobita Shida was taken aback by the actions of the dead men. He knew that these three people were all dead men of the Emperor and were extremely loyal to the Emperor. He still wanted to kill Li Feng with the determination of death and would never betray him. When Nobita Shida discovered the dull eyes of the three people, Nobita Shida instantly understood that the three of them had been hit by Li Feng's spell, and at the same time realized that Li Feng lowered his height by using himself as a bait to lure them into the trap. Thinking of this, Oda Nobita doesn't care what the remaining comrades will end up with, expecting Li Feng to focus on the remaining ninjas and the three dead men, while turning and running towards the camp, ready to inform Abasuk of all this. Liang, after all, you can't assassinate Li Feng, but it's a great achievement to find out what spell Li Feng possesses. It must also get a lot of benefits. Although the big house is gone, there is still a small toilet. It's a pity that Li Feng's main goal is to take revenge. Find Oda Nobita for revenge. Even if you let go of the remaining two ninjas and dead men, you won't let Shida Nobita easily. So before Nobita Shida ran out a few steps, the dense scarab beetle surrounded Shida with its big mouth open under Li Feng's order. Seeing this, Shida Nobita didn't even want to enter the invisible state, hoping that Li Feng and Scarab would not be able to detect him in the invisible state. Li Feng glanced at Shida Nobita with contempt and waved his hand to order the scarab beetle to penetrate into Shida Nobita's body, but he did not let the scarab beetle. He also wanted to ingest some memories from the opponent. How did he know that the cat in the sickle was again? What's the way? Listening to Shida Nobita's high-pitched scream, Li Feng was able to look through the memory of the other party and smiled and said, "I can't see that your fellow's vitality is quite vigorous. This scream is as loud as a rooster crowing. You can't die if you will. Slowly enjoy the taste of being drilled by the scarab in your flesh and blood." After speaking, Li Feng slid to the camp in the distance and seemed to be packing his luggage. He left in a hurried posture, scratching his head wonderingly. I haven't released any powerful spells yet. Why did I want to run away? Is it possible that the other party was so scared to run when they heard the assassin's screams? What kind of mental quality is this? Shaking his head and throwing the absurd idea behind him, when Li Feng ordered the scarab beetle to surround the camp as quickly as possible, he curiously looked at the dead man with dull eyes. As for the ninja, sorry, it has been broken down by the dead man and the scarab. The meat can't be put back together. Li Feng walked a few laps around the three dead men who were standing on the spot and stabbed one of them in the brain with a long stick and said, "Is it fun to be attached to the souls of others?" As soon as Li Feng's words fell, the Shikigami who was attached to the dead man seemed to realize that his trace had already been discovered by the opponent, and it was impossible to assassinate anything. So he quickly absorbed the host's flesh and blood, just like a horror version of Silkworm Chrysalis. He tore away the dead man's body and threw his teeth and claws at Li Feng. Feeling weirdly disgusting, Li Feng waved his hand as a time stagnation spell, then raised his big foot with the spell, kicked the opponent's ugly face, and kicked the opponent's spirit body far away. There's a spirit body. This thing is not a mere undead. Li Feng scratched his head, and with a hint of curiosity, he placed a long stick in his hand on Shurjin's forehead, trying to extract the memory of the other party. After a while, Li Feng, who extracted the memory, grinned, turned into a gray mist after releasing a fierce fire towards Shurjin, drifting towards Abe Suk with a look of excitement, and at the same time ordered the scarabs to get up, but be careful not to kill anyone, even if you don't kill anyone in a short time. As Li Feng's strength became stronger and stronger, the Dementors have gradually become unwelcome to Li Feng. Let's not say that the food source of the Dementors is a big trouble. Let's talk about the drinking pleasure of the Dementors and the Dementors of the Dementors. Kiss, which is a quick way to solve the enemy. Compared with his slow attack power, Li Feng felt that the biggest effect of the Dementor was that the frost aura saved him money for air conditioning. Now, after extracting the memory of Shikigami, Li Feng suddenly found that his vision was a little small. Why didn't I think about transforming the Dementor? In Harry's world, Voldemort cut his nose because he didn't like his nose, and it didn't affect his sense of smell. Ability, unfortunately, the books that Li Feng ransacked contain this kind of transformation magic. Now, Li Feng knows that the spirit of Sushi Country can also be transformed by Onmyoji, which makes Li Feng more confident in completing the transformation of the Dementor. Not only that, but Li Feng feels that the methods used by Onmyoji to control Shirshin are also worth learning, such as strengthening his slave contract. Soon, Li Feng, who was spinning around the camp, licked his lips and pulled Abe Sukrio aside, cleanly began to extract the memory of the other party and kept it aside, and then stomped the other party to death. Li Feng was still afraid that he could not trample to death. The other party also rubbed Abbas Sakiliang's face with his heels. No way. Li Feng doesn't speak the language of sushi, so he can't use the way of talking to gain control of Shurjin. He simply extracts the memory of the other party, and then uses the undead language to force the other party to translate to himself. This method is simple enough and fast. At the beginning, Abe Sakiliang came to Li Feng to negotiate with him. He was equipped with sophisticated equipment purchased from the Emperor's treasure room and many extraordinary guards to protect him. It's a pity that the sophisticated equipment in Abe's eyes burst like a bubble in front of Li Feng's spell. As for the many extraordinary guards who protect Abe Sukliang, regardless of their unique skills, they can be recognized by the Emperor and Abe Sukliang. But after Li Feng squeezed a few early birds to death, they lowered their heads to study what the stones on the ground were. In the age, can it be put in a museum and other issues? It's not a level, and I'm farting. Now, I don't even have a chance to run. Among this group of extraordinary guards, the Onmyoges can use Shurjin to resist the scarab tide under Li Feng's ignorance. Although they can't run, they're still safe for the time being, unless the mana is exhausted or Shurjin feels themselves. Being bitten by the scarab, he was so old and miserable, he was ready to bite his master and let the scarab to taste the taste of the Onmyoji. Compared with the Onmyoges who have magical bodyguards, the ninjas are much more miserable. They're not good at frontal combat. In addition, there are few pitiful spells, and the scarabs that can be hacked every time with a sword are limited. So the ninjas who die the most and the fastest are this wave of ninjas. In this regard, the ninjas are very helpless. This is not a ninja fancy death contest. Why does the scarab keep biting the ninja? Is it because the ninja has exercised for a long time and made the whole body muscles juicy, so it tastes better than all day long? Is it good for the Onmyoges who practice meditation to cause soft muscles? Many ninjas who are already good at running away can't go on like this. In this way, they can't play their role except to fill the scarab's belly. After looking at each other, they use their own stunts to break free from the scarab. Li Fengben, who was busy packing Abe Sukliang's memories, didn't want to pay attention to the group of ninjas who had managed to escape from the scarab encirclement, but couldn't hold back the faintly pained conscience. What a good memory, a good resentful spirit. Just, isn't it shameful to let go like this? My ancestors taught me how to save since I was young. Li Feng touched his chin, grinned, and turned into a black mist to catch up with a few people. After extracting the souls of a few unpleasant ninjas, they began to extract each other's memories one by one. Reading it will turn over. He is not in the mood to pack all these memories away. After drawing out his memories, Li Feng touched his chin. He believed that he was not a stingy person, but a tall and righteous person. Now the act of forcibly collecting the memory of the other party has made him somewhat embarrassed. So after thinking about it, Li Feng decided to leave a few gifts to the other party, such as a few bad luck curses and the black death spread by the devil in the world of witch season. The curse is fortunate to say, and most let these ninjas and nearby people follow the unlucky. If you get too close to these unlucky ghosts, maybe one day they will be suffocated in urine. But the Black Death with mana is different. This thing is not treatable by ordinary medicine. Definitely, Li Feng's mana is limited now. The Black Death was also powerful when it started, but after half a month, it followed the virus. The mana is exhausted, and these viruses may be more powerful than the common cold. So it's okay for these ninjas to go back to their nests and wait for death after they leave. If these ninjas like to wander around, the fun will be great. It can be said that where the ninjas go, the population has dropped by more than half, and the phenomenon of riots in the 10 rooms and 9 empty spaces is staged in the sushi country. If these ninjas want to go back to Kyoto to meet the emperor and report what happened, Li Feng feels that he needs to hang up 2 strings of firecrackers to celebrate. Forget it, just 1 string after all. Environment is more important than celebration, and the emperor is not worth 2 strings of firecrackers. After finishing all this, Li Feng returned to the Onmyoji in the puzzled eyes of several surviving ninjas and continued to extract memories one by one. Look at me, I look at you. After thinking about it, I decided to return to the palace together, personally report to the emperor for a task, and ask the emperor for some rewards by the way. They also came here after a lifetime of death. There is hard work without credit. After Li Feng saved the memories of Abe, Sukiliang, and many other Onmyojis, he scratched his head depressed and said with his fingers, I can speak Huxia, English, Ancient Egyptian, Sanskrit, and undead language. Even me. All of the scumbags can speak 5 foreign languages, so this group of Onmyojis who are noble in the sushi country can only speak sushi, so they are really uneducated. Well now, what is the difference between watching your memories and watching movies without subtitles? Negative ratings. For a long time, standing in the scarab army in a daze, Li Feng suddenly thought of something and quickly ran to the corpse of the translator who had been chewed by the scarab before, and after casting a spell with a grin, he asked in undead language, Can you speak Huxia? The translator who had come back from the dead didn't understand what happened to him for a while. He said that he had taken a lunch and had a rest. So how could he forcibly add drama? Is it especially dragged back from the underworld to add drama? I'm convinced by your operation. Hearing Li Feng's question, the translator watched the surroundings carefully and said in a low voice and cautiously, Adult, the young will meet. The meeting will be done, Li Feng smiled. After the law was lifted, he picked up the corpses of the translator and Abe and ordered the scarab to move in a certain direction and eat freely, then opened the portal and returned to Qin. As for whether the scarab will eventually gnaw a straight no man's land on the map of sushi country, or is it regarded as a great protein supplement by some people, that is not within Li Feng's consideration. Back in Qin, Li Feng immediately portrayed the slave contract on the corpses of the translator and Abe and brought out the Black Sutra of the dead to bring them back to life. After a while, Li Feng, who was at the end of the resurrection ceremony, held a scythe in one hand and patted his chest and abdomen with the other, grinning, and said, 2 slaves, come and see my master. Abasuk is also an Onmyoji master. Although he doesn't understand what Li Feng is talking about, he still easily realizes that he has been engraved with a slave contract by the other party. If he hasn't realized what is going on, he should go back to the underworld and continue to lie down. After realizing that he was involuntary and that freedom was a passerby, Abe Sekiria immediately bowed his head and said respectfully, Roar said, Master. At the same time, he comforted himself. He is alive anyway. Another translator who was resurrected felt a little confused in his mind. This will die and live. What are you doing? Are you jealous because I'm too handsome? So why don't you let me go if you die? The translator looked at Li Feng and then at Abe Sekiliang. After thinking about it for 0.1 seconds, He knelt on the ground with a sharp but and said in a strong, pleased tone, Master. Li Feng doesn't know what the translator is thinking. If he knows, he's still looking for another translator, otherwise he would have to vomit it out for dinner last year. A few days later, Li Feng not only compiled all the information about Shikigami, but also found out the cultivating scarab beetle and Anubis's magic to transform the undead into a kobold army from the Black Sutra of the Dead and the Golden Sun Sutra. After a lot of research on scratching his head, claws, and ears, and day and night, Li Feng finally synthesized all kinds of spells related to the transformation of creatures in his mind after he didn't know the effect. Today, Li Feng is going to experiment with the correctness of his thoughts. It is fine if he is wrong. Anyway, it is the Dementor who is dead, and Li Feng Mao can't hurt one. If the idea of transformation is correct, it would be sour. The Dementor has since embarked on the path of evolution, and will no longer be the human-shaped ice maker of summer. Just as Li Feng dragged a Dementor from the sickle and was about to knock it out for an experiment, Zhao Zheng, who had been outside and didn't know what he was doing, found Li Feng sternly and said angrily, "What have you done recently?" Li Feng looked at Zhao Zheng with anger on his face inexplicably, then looked at the Dementor whose spirit body had just been dragged out, scratched his head and said, "Recently? Research on how to transform the Dementor." Zhao Zheng's face was stiff, and after taking a deep breath, he said helplessly and speechlessly, "I don't mean this." Li Feng blinked blankly, seeming to be talking to himself, and answering Zhao Zheng's question, "What else did I do? The chef discovered the last time I stole the beer duck." When it came to this, Li Feng looked contemptuous. Looking at Zhao Zheng, he said, "Don't just be greedy and want to drink beer, no. I ate a beer duck. Why are you so stingy?" "I'm so special." Zhao Zheng's eyes twitched slightly when Li Feng's reply was made. This was obviously not what he wanted to ask, and it was just a duck. Is it worth his anger? Zhao Zheng felt that he should speak straight, otherwise the cerebral thrombosis could be ventilated by Li Feng. The emperor of Sushi Country, Hirohito, is dead. Seeing Li Feng stunned and looking at himself with some confusion, Zhao Zheng took a deep breath and said, "Have you ever released plague-like spells on several ninjas before?" Li Feng, who seemed to understand the cause of Hirohito's death, licked his lips and nodded and said, "Yes, I did it." After a pause, Li Feng looked at Zhao Zheng and asked curiously, "Hirohito will die when he is dead. It seems to be a good thing." Zhao Zheng rolled his eyes. "A Hirohito? What you think is so simple. Now that 70% of the population of Kyoto and the country of Sushi has died, it has been called the Dead City by the outside world. As for the relationship with me," Zhao Zhengshan roared sucked. After slowing down a few times, he pointed to himself and said, "Do you think my appetite is just a small place like Sushi Country? I occupy Sushi Country just to train soldiers and snatch a lot of gold and silver mines. What I want is stability. Sushi Country, not a messy Sushi Country. Furthermore, you use the opportunity of playing the Wormtide Siege to draw a large number of onmyoges out of the palace. I broke into the palace secretly and made Hirohito my puppet. There are only 2 or 3 kittens left. Where am I looking for an emperor puppet? How can I take over the entire Sushi Country stably?" In the end, Zhao Zheng, who really couldn't hold back his temper, patted the table and said angrily, "You have ruined all my previous plans. You are a shit stick." After finishing talking, Zhao Zheng, who was constantly rising in anger, felt that he was looking at him a few more times. Li Xing'an couldn't help but rub the goods on the ground, giving a consciously slapped look, and then turned and left the room. Li Feng shrugged indifferently, turned around and shouted, "Creature, pack up and prepare to move to the hot spring." Li Feng understands why Zhao Zheng asked himself to leave the country of Qin as soon as possible, but he doesn't care. Not to mention making a dead city in the country of Sushi. What if the country of Sushi is destroyed? Who could do to him? I have the ability to go to the Marvel world to sue me. I'm talking about fame and face. I will sell it to you for how much it costs a pound. Sorry, it seems that the face is impossible to buy, and I don't have it. It's a pity that Li Feng doesn't care about the fame of Zhao Zheng. He is also the king of country anyway. Was it to be with Li Feng, who has released the plague everywhere. What if someone dies in the future and puts the plague god hat on him? Zhao Zheng said that he had a small head and couldn't wear it. Now that Li Feng couldn't beat Zhao Zheng, he could only obediently pretend to leave Qin's state on the surface, as if returning to Shangri-La, ready to devote himself to transforming the Dementor. But who is Li Feng? The thickness of this guy's face reminds Zhao Zheng of the Great Wall he ordered to build back then. The face is too thick. Every time a stranger's face came to my house, he was swaggering to eat and drink. I won't say anything. After all, my great cause is not bad for your stuttering. But can you please put the iconic sickle and forehead skull mask aside and eat it? What is the difference between you and not becoming someone else? The blind know that you are a plague god. Li Feng doesn't care about this. What if someone finds out? He has the ability to bite me. Especially when Li Feng was promoted to practice Qi Huaxin. He felt that his face was thick. No, he was so powerful as long as he got tired from soaking in the hot springs of the immortal spring water brand, where the idea of transforming the Dementor was gone. He would do it. Simply break into the smaller and smaller sushi country and rob all kinds of materials related to spells, whether it is book potions or the souls of transcendence, as long as they're connected with transcendence. Li Feng vents like the target of the robbery. The few extraordinary people who provoke the very few remaining in the sushi country have to flee to other countries, and the various extraordinary inheritances of the sushi country can be completely ruined in Li Feng's hands if they don't run. Until half a year later, when there were only 365 remaining nearly 600 Dementors who had been tossed forcibly, Li Feng finally gave a thunder initiation, opened up the 2 channels of run and do in his mind, and figured out a plan to transform the Dementors. When Wang Kai looked at the nearly half-declined tribe, Li Feng looked at the Dementors flying in the sky with a thoughtful expression. 365. This number is both auspicious and meaningful. How about dividing the Dementors into 12 squares, called the January Square and the February Square? I've already figured out the name of the captain of each phalanx. It's called the first day of the new year, and the captain of the team is called 15. It's a pity that I don't know how to fight against the stars of the week, or let these Dementors form a guardian array. Haha, Ancient One, come here. For a long time, Li Feng rubbed his forehead to find the thought of the goalkeeper and buried it in his heart. He took a deep breath and was about to transform the Dementor. Suddenly he perceived that the quantum energy in his body began to flow away inexplicably. Li Feng scratched his head and turned to ask, "Creature, how long have we been in this world?" Creature lowered his head and rubbed the corners of his clothes. After thinking about it, he replied, "Boss, it's been almost 2 years. It was 1.5 years last time. Why has it suddenly become 2 years? Could it be that the stronger the strength, the longer I can stay in Otherworld?" "Pack your bags," Li Feng ordered Creature, while taking out a green gourd engraved with the words Lu In from his shoulder bag and threw it into the eternal spring, until the gourd depicting the seamless expansion and contraction could no longer hold a drop of immortal spring water. Li Feng reluctantly looked at the immortal spring water that could be used as a powerful healing potion. This is what Zhao Zheng used to practice by the spring water, and strictly ordered Li Feng not to give the immortal spring water to disasters. Otherwise, it would be strange that Li Feng's character would leave a drop of immortal spring water. On the side, Creature, who had already prepared his luggage, glanced at the eternal life spring water, which was half missing, and said, "Boss, Creature has packed his luggage, and we can go home anytime." Li Feng nodded, threw the gourd into his shoulder bag, and stretched out his hand to open the portal to the city of the dead. This is the place where he descended into the world of mummies. He will definitely return here when he goes home. And unlike the past when he opened the door to go home, Li Feng also needs to use the time converter in the door to return to the Marval world. It won't be too long. Marval world in the desert of Afghanistan. Being squeezed out of the door, Li Feng covered his temples in his hands and rolled on the sand, yelling, "It hurts." On the side, Creature, who was carrying the suitcase in both hands, didn't cry out in pain, but the bulging green veins on his arms and the big beads of sweat on his head were also telling Li Feng that Creature was just as uncomfortable, but Creature can hold it back. For a long time, Li Feng, feeling better or accustomed to headaches, lay on the sand in the shape of a big, panting heavily, and raised his middle finger in the direction where the crossing door disappeared. You are not crossing the door, you are especially Tang Sung. I was the monkey with a tight-fitting ring, and my brain was sore and crying, and my brain was full of tears. What should I do if my golden brain is flooded? Can you afford to break the door, ma, Dan? After defamation, Li Feng looked up at Creature and asked, Creature, how are you? Creature shook his head slightly and whispered, Boss, Creature is okay. After another meeting, Li Feng beat a carp. Sorry, didn't get up. Li Feng turned over and sat up, and after sitting cross-legged, he entered a state of meditation, carefully checking the quantum energy in his body. He perceives that while the quantum energy is slowly recovering, Li Feng hears help. I am... Again. This time, Li Feng did not immediately quit the meditation, but focused on listening to the sound that suddenly appeared in his mind. After a while, Li Feng was sure that he did not hear hallucinations because he clearly heard that it was a lady's cry for help. As for this, who is this lady? Sorry, apart from hearing the help, Li Feng only heard the word Jenny vaguely. Afterwards, it seemed that there was no signal transmission tower in the desert or something. No matter whether Li Feng was sitting or lying down, even if he was standing on one foot and entering the meditation state in a golden rooster independent posture, he could not hear the other party's cry for help. Li Feng, who withdrew from the meditation state, scratched his head. Jenny? What kind of bad name? I guess I called out in the street. A dozen foreigners named Jenny turned to look at me. Jenny, quantum energy. Why isn't she the mother-in-law of Pim's family? I remember Wasp's name is Janet. Thinking of this, Li Feng licked his lips. Unfortunately, before the excitement came to his heart, Li Feng rubbed his temples. What's the use of knowing who it was? My portal couldn't open the quantum domain. Come on, I still want to find another way to get along with Pim. With his lips curled, Li Feng reluctantly put on his cloak and opened the portal to New York, ready to find someone to ask what year and month it is now in order to figure out whether his posture of using the time converter in the crossing door is correct. When Li Feng turned into black mist and just crossed the portal to the sky above New York, he stared at a beam of light rising into the sky in the distance. And in the clouds at the other end of the beam, there were faint fluctuations in the ability of space. Li Feng squinted his eyes, feeling a bit square in his heart. He saw that the direction of the beam of light was Sure Stark's company. And what did it mean when Sure Stark's company appeared to skyrocket? There are only two thoughts in Li Feng's mind. One is that Brother Hammer summons Bifrost in the Star Company, so there are spatial energy fluctuations. The other is that Zatari did not invade New York in broad daylight, but changed to night. But no matter what the result is, it means that time has passed for a long time to Li Feng. That is to say, the way he used the time converter in the crossing door is wrong, and the previous headaches are considered to be in vain. With some anxiety, Li Feng just wanted to increase his mana output and rush to Stark Company as soon as possible. The beam of light in the distance first disappeared inexplicably, and then turned into a scene of a firework explosion. What's the situation? Sure Stark is playing firework? When Li Feng flew to the Star Company with a bewildered face, only a frame was left in the bombing of Stark's company, and Stark was lying on a rooftop, closing his eyes peacefully. Li Feng landed next to Sure Stark, looked away from the fire in the distance, and then glanced at the extinguished headlight on Sure Stark's chest. He understood what was going on. While he was relieved in his heart, Li Feng saw Sure Stark falling into a coma and waiting to die. He turned his head for a moment, took out the green gourd with immortal spring water from his shoulder bag, and dripped a drop into Sure Stark's mouth. After a while, Sure Stark opened his eyes weakly, and Li Feng immediately opened his palm and dangled in front of Sure Stark, and said, "Man, what's this?" At the moment, history's Stark's reactors have all been turned off, and their vitality depends on the immortal spring water. How can you still see Li Feng hiding under the cloak? If it wasn't for Li Feng's own voice that asked him, Sure Stark would really like to shout, "There's a ghost." As for Li Feng's question, Sure Stark rolled his eyes as an answer. He only heard the sound but didn't see him. Could you please tell me what's this mean? Li Feng also realized that his question was a bit silly, opened his cloak, and slowly changed the subject. Didn't I remind you to be careful of Opadia? Why are you still on the bar with the Iron Overlord? Or say you have been idle recently, you're moldy. Want to have a boxing match with Iron Overlord? At this time, Potts took Phil Coulson on a hurried walk on the roof. Seeing Sure Stark lying weakly on the ground, Potts ignored Li Feng and squatted on the side. He ran up to Sure Stark and wanted a hug, but was afraid of hurting Sure Stark. With a crying expression, "Tony, are you okay?" Before Sure Stark could answer, Li Feng shook the gourd in his hand with an expression of, "You are making a lot of money," and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Sure Stark can't die. As long as there is still a breath, drink the immortality in the gourd. Spring water, keep you resurrected immediately." On the side, Phil Coulson glanced at the green gourd in Li Feng's hand with a smile and asked curiously, "You mean this gourd is filled with eternal spring water? What if a normal person takes a sip?" Li Feng turned his head and glanced at Phil Coulson, grinning. Although the name of this thing is a bit bluffing, its function is indeed to give people a strong vitality. Stark, who took off his armor, endured the gradual disappearance of the soreness. With Pot's support, he looked at the green gourd in Li Feng's hand. Others did not know the specific situation of his palladium poisoning. The palladium poisoning was suppressed by the treatment medicine given by Li Feng and the chlorophyll he formulated. Listening to Li Feng's tone now, it seems that when he was in a coma, he was fed a drop of so-called immortal spring water. Not only did he heal the damage he had suffered during the previous battle with Opadia, he even felt the symptoms of palladium poisoning has completely disappeared. This is simply his gospel. If you don't study such a good thing, Stark thinks he will lose sleep and die. Li Feng saw Sure Stark's curiosity and his desire to buy, and put the green gourd into his shoulder bag with his mouth slightly raised and shrugged. "This is a non-renewable resource. I only have so much eternal spring water, so not for sale." With the immortal spring water close to him, Li Feng dared to open the waves. He didn't want to waste the immortal spring water on others. This is not knowledge or medicinal materials grown by himself. After giving it to others, the medicinal materials can continue to grow. This thing uses a drop, but it is really one drop less. Phil Coulson and Stark's expressions became stiff at the same time. Stark pinched the tip of his nose and said in a low voice, "Because it is a non-renewable resource, you should sell me some more. Maybe I can study this. The formula of a special potion." On the side, Phil Coulson nodded slightly. Just when he was about to say something, he heard Li Feng roll his eyes and said, "Even in the magical world, this thing is expensive, and even if you study it, what if you don't have the corresponding materials? You can create things out of thin air. Is it? So put your careful thoughts away." After a pause, Li Feng came up with a bad idea and said, "Why don't you take advantage of the immortal spring water in your body that has not been digested? You quickly go back to the laboratory to draw your own blood and see if you can find out what you can study." Phil Coulson's eyes suddenly flashed, as if looking at a moving golden mountain. He looked at Sure Stark, who had recovered from a weak state. Then he thought of something, and his eyes dimmed, and his brain hurt. Let the director find Sure Stark to buy blood. It is estimated that people will be able to use US dollars to kill. "Pick my own blood," Stark said with an angrily. "The potion that works so quickly, I guess it won't be able to extract the eternal spring water if I drain it. Also, do you know how precious my blood is? You can buy a building with a piece of hair at auction. You are a poor man with only one RV." Li Feng turned his eyes to the Star Company and said, "Buy a ruined building like this one at the foot of the first floor? Don't give it to me, a bunch of rubbish." Sure Stark took a serious look at Li Feng and found that the other party was determined not to sell immortal spring water, and Sure Stark was his heart. How could he be insulted by Li Feng at will? Raised his brows and said, "What you said makes me very sad. I decided to borrow the no man's land where you live and postpone it to you. By the way, I suddenly had a new inspiration for the renovation of your RV, so the delivery of the RV to you was delayed. You're still living on the streets these days." Bar. Li Feng is now full of Dementor's transformation plans. Whether there's no man's land is not a big problem, But where can he find a place to transform the Dementors without a RV, Taj Kama? Really say, you come here to Ancient One or her disciples and grandchildren. That's my RV. Why are you seizing it? The big deal is that I won't modify it. Star shrugged. Sorry, the RV was disassembled into parts by me. It will take time to assemble it back. In addition, I remind you that no matter the shape is an airplane or a car, as long as it can fly, it is under the management of the ATM, so you don't sell it. My eternal spring is okay. The big deal is that I will ask my friend to help stare at the radar and search for you. This very naked threat has come out. Li Feng stubbed his neck with anger, raised his middle finger, and said, It's okay, I can't use missiles. On the side, Potts covered his forehead speechlessly and said with a dry cough, Tony, this? Phil Coulson, agent, and I saw Austin saving your life with my own eyes. Potts meant to stop Stark from being childish in front of outsiders. Stark rolled his eyes to Phil Coulson, and his eyes were full of, why do you not get out of the way? Phil Coulson only thought that he didn't understand what Stark wanted to express. He was still wondering what Stark said about remodeling the RV. How he heard it. He felt that Li Feng had an RV that could fly. He felt that he had it. It is necessary to collect some information and report the matter to Fury. After Potts finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Li Feng with a little apologize and said, I am handling all matters concerning the settlement of No Man's Land. I bought a piece of land by a lake in the suburbs, but the environment needs rectification, such as paved roads, greened the environment, and built a modern hut, but Potts glanced at the Star Company at his feet and said with some helplessness, You have also seen that I need to call the engineering team back to the reconstruction company, otherwise the company will not be able to operate normally. Potts made a calculation and said, Don't worry, as long as the company is rebuilt, I will immediately ask the engineering team to work overtime to renovate the living environment in No Man's Land, eliminating the time to rebuild the company, and you will be able to move in about half a month. Half a month? Li Feng touched his chin and said, If I spend 10 minutes restoring the company under my feet to the way it was before the explosion, can you speed up the transformation time of No Man's Land? I need to find a quiet place recently. Place? Take a break. Potts and Phil Coulson were a little dazed. They looked at the building below their feet subconsciously and looked at Li Feng with eyes that care for the mentally retarded. Rebuilding a building in 10 minutes. Do you think it's a dream? Restore. Stark, who has seen Li Feng cast spells, squinted his eyes and quietly informed JRVS to use satellites to record how Li Feng restored the building. He nodded and said, Deal. Li Feng raised his head and glanced at the sky, as if he could see through the atmosphere to see the satellites that were monitoring him. He looked at Stark with an expression of, You are very discerning. He raised his sickle with a smile and lightly tapped it on the ground. Just when Li Feng spit out, Recover as before, the steel bars that were originally exposed outside the wall automatically returned to the inside of the wall. Potts and Phil Coulson opened their mouths, staring at the bulging eyes, watching the cement on the floor, glass slag, and other building materials flying back to where they were supposed to be, even in the explosion of the reactor. The Iron Overlord, who was blown to pieces, also recovered under Li Feng's control and flew back in front of the four people. 10 minutes later, Li Feng found that he had said a little too much. The walls and floors of the building were all easy to talk about. They were perfectly restored under the restoration as before, but the large arc reactor under the building showed no signs of recovery. Li Feng scratched his head slightly in embarrassment. The reactor is inspired by Tesseract. The energy of this thing is too great, and my current strength can't be restored. Phil Coulson swallowed. He felt that he needed to talk to Fury. The mirror image in front of him had destroyed his 3 views and couldn't fight back. Potts rubbed his eyes and said uncertainly, Magic! Stark smiled and replied first. Otherwise? I said that this guy is a magician. You still don't believe it, but... Stark looked down at the place where the reactor was originally placed through the glass roof. He seemed to see that Li Feng was helpless with the reactor. He said with a slight sneer, Dear magician, are you tired to restore my reactor? Down. Li Feng turned his eyes to Stark. He didn't believe in history. Stark didn't realize that he could not recover the large reactor with super high energy. He turned around and walked towards the Iron Overlord who had no reactor in front of his chest. Li Feng's goal is definitely not Iron Overlord. He still doesn't like this toy. What he wants is the soul of Obadiah and the bank account number. When Stark saw that Li Feng was about to drag Obadiah out of the Iron Overlord rudely, he frowned and said, "Austin, he also watched me grow up anyway. And he is now. Can you respect dead man?" Halfway through, Stark realized that he could no longer say what he was saying. Because everyone except Li Feng was present, their eyes widened in horror. Looking at Obadiah, who was originally determined and surely dead, he opened his blank eyes inexplicably and raised his own hands to his eyes, as if Obadiah was also curious about what's the situation. After Li Feng recalled Obadiah's soul projection from the underworld, seeing Stark subconsciously protected Potts behind him, grinning. "Didn't you say I am poor? Let you see how magician makes money." After speaking, Li Feng kicked Obadiah and barked his teeth and said, "Old man, do you remember where I was after I died?" Obadiah squinted his eyes, and when he was about to say something, Li Feng said with a riffraff, "I am not interested in who you will hang out with after you die. I'll just let you know that I am a magician and can call you back from below." Li Feng looked at Stark provocatively, with one hand on his hips and a sickle in the other, shouting loudly, "Now is the time for the robbery. Obediently hand over your bank card and password from your lifetime, otherwise I will take your soul out and hang it on the street lamp." Air dry. The corners of Stark and Potts' mouths twitched. "What so? Even dead man robbed. The tall magician in my mind has been thrown into the unrecyclable trash can by you." Phil Coulson is not much better. His brain is in confusion. Looking at Obadiah, who is back from the dead, with a little horror, he subconsciously dials Fury's phone and says, "Director, I will send you a video for you to see. I think you should come to Stark's company in person if you have time. Besides, I think I know why Austin doesn't pay attention to the resurrection of technology. The dead man can be resurrected with a wave of hand. It is still the kind that obviously has memory. Austin definitely does not appreciate the technology that requires the use of equipment to resurrect the corpse." Poor Phil Coulson had no idea that resurrecting a corpse and calling a soul projection were not the same thing. Definitely, the poorest person in the room was Obadiah. Under Li Feng's control, he couldn't do anything except stand straight and talk. Even the blinking of an eye required Li Feng to do the same. With a glimmer of hope, Obadiah said flatteringly to Li Feng, "I will give you all the money. Can you set me free?" "Freedom." Li Feng looked at Obadiah with a nonsense smile. "How could it be possible to give you freedom? I just let Phil Coulson look at my skills and rob some pocket money, by the way. And this will kill you so fast. Your soul has already belonged to the underworld or hell. Otherwise, you are one of my resentful spirits." Obadiah was very helpless, not to mention whether Li Feng could hang him on a street lamp to dry it. But with Li Feng's current means of controlling him, he couldn't resist. No way. Obadiah could only inform Li Feng of his bank account number and the password of his home safe in front of everyone, and Li Feng asked JRVS to help record it and waved Obadiah back to hell. Obadiah returned to hell with a weeping face and was preparing to sue Mephisto, the hell boss. In most legends, after recharging and renewing, he can be resurrected and continue to enjoy the feasting life of the world. How can he only go on a journey to hell after recharging and renewing? One-way ticket, the kind that can go and can't return, and it's too credible to do business with Austin. On the rooftop, Stark stared at Li Feng, who was smiling like a fool, and asked Phil Coulson speechlessly, "Mr. Agent, you have to pay taxes for receiving someone else's inheritance." After a pause, Stark cast his eyes and lay motionless on the ground. Obadiah said uncertainly, "Is this a legacy? For a while, it will take 10 minutes to restore the building. Now I see the magician being able to drag dead man back to the world and rob his family's property before his death. Phil Coulson feels that his brain is about to get sick, and he just wants to give it to himself. Take a big holiday and take a good rest." When he heard Stark's question, Phil Coulson looked at a loss. He didn't know if it was a legacy. What if the tax bureau comes to Li Feng to pay taxes, and Li Feng turns around to resurrect Obadiah? Inheritance tax? Although his whole body was rotted, Obadiah could crawl out of the cemetery and dance a tango in front of the tax collector. Do you think Obadiah is dead or alive? Talk about the transfer of property between living people. Li Feng just waved his hand to drive off the flies and made Obadiah lie back in the coffin and continue to decay, or he covered himself with the coffin board. Before Phil Coulson wanted to come back, Stark's face was pale, by the way. If Potts was not for the eyesight and hands of Stark, maybe Stark would have been slumped on the ground. The function of the immortal spring water is only to provide vitality, and sure, Stark's state is more like a leaking bucket. In the vigorous vitality, he can't stand the endless and rapid passing. Now sure, Stark has become a little white face. It is obviously the effect of the immortal spring water, the vitality that goes up. Austin, Potts said anxiously, feeding a drop of immortal spring water to give Tony time to rush back to the laboratory. Li Feng glanced vaguely at Phil Coulson. Immortal spring water and fake resurrection techniques are enough to attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. It would be a waste to give sure Stark a drop. After thinking for a while, Li Feng used one end of the sickle to point Sure Stark to release healing spells to reduce Sure Stark's pain, and then took out a healing potion from his shoulder bag and handed it to Sure Stark, saying, "The effect of the immortal spring water is still there. Plus, I just cast a spell to reduce your pain, so you won't die for a while." After speaking, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal to Sure Stark's house, and said, "You should make a headlight while you are strong." On the side, Phil Coulson glanced at Stark, squinted, and walked carefully to Li Feng's side. While everyone's attention was on the portal, he said in a low voice that Li Feng could hear clearly, "It's okay to die, as long as you resurrect Stark, right?" Li Feng glanced at Phil Coulson, smiled mysteriously, and helped Sure Stark across the portal. As the portal closed, Phil Coulson, who was left alone on the rooftop of Stark, scanned the surroundings, looked up at the night sky, and said, "Sir, do you see how they left?" As soon as Phil Coulson's voice fell, a Quinjet, hiding behind the star company not far from the sky, gradually revealed its figure and slowly landed on the rooftop. Phil Coulson glanced at the dark night sky, staring blankly at the inexplicably open door of the fighter plane. Fury's skin was dark enough when he walked off the fighter plane. In addition, he was wearing a black windbreaker and a black blindfold at night. Under the cover of night, he was almost invisible. Had it not been for that bright bald head occasionally reflected a little light, Phil Coulson would have thought that the man who was driving the fighter just now was an invisible buddy. "That's a spell called a portal," Fury, who was carrying some kind of detector, casually explained, turning on the instrument and scanning the rooftop floor, and said, "Phil Coulson, do you think the immortal spring really exists? Really, can we get it?" Phil Coulson turned his head for a moment and said, "Sir, mankind knows too little about the Earth, not to mention what is in the depths of the ocean. Even if it is land, we still haven't completed the exploration. There are too many unknown areas and too many unknowns. Although I haven't seen too many weird things, there is something hidden somewhere in the Earth which has survived for 4.6 billion years that can increase the vitality of living things. I don't think it's so strange." After a pause, Phil Coulson said with the bitterness of the destruction of the three views, "As for looking for the immortal spring by ourselves, although we know from Austin's mouth that there are magician organizations on the Earth, except for Holy, in addition to the name of place magician, we have searched for so long and still have no clue who is a magician. I guess either Austin is lying, there is no magician on the Earth, or this group of magicians has the ability to avoid our sight." Phil Coulson struggled for a while, and he was sure that the magician really existed. He sighed and said, "We don't even know where the magical world is. How can we find the immortal spring? And the Austin dialect implies this stuff even in the magician. There are scarce supplies in our hands, let alone us who know nothing about the magical world." Fury nodded slightly, indicating that he understood what Phil Coulson meant. "I don't know where the gate of the wizarding world is, and I still want to get the eternal spring water. Save it, waste money." After a while, Fury asked while staring at the detector screen. Are you sure there were only 4 of you on the rooftop? Plus Obadiah is 5 people. Phil Coulson, who played a small joke, looked at the detector screen curiously and saw that the screen showed footprints of a large file size. Phil Coulson stared blankly at the footprints of 4 pairs of adults. Me, Stark, Austin, and Potts. How do you count it as 4 pairs of footprints? Where are the footprints of this pair of childlike file sizes? This doesn't seem to belong to Obadiah, right? Phil Coulson touched his Mediterranean hairstyle. Although he is a little older, he is not so old that he has dementia or dazzled eyes even children can't see. Creature. Fury murmured something, as if thinking of something, squinted and said to Phil Coulson, there are not many people who know Austin is a magician, and you're my trusted agent. I hear as a task to find out how many spells Austin knows, especially the invisibility spells, and how many invisible men he has. The corner of Phil Coulson's eyes twitched. The ability of the supernatural person is relatively simple. Research can still know how much the opponent can do, but whose magician only has 1 or 2 skills. And whether it's a novel or a movie, magician can learn new skills. I just learned that Austin knows several spells. What should I do if people turn their heads and learn new spells? Also, find out how many invisibility spells Austin knows, and how many people can be invisible. What does this mean? Phil Coulson looked at Fury in wonder. Fury rubbed his forehead and asked, why do you think Austin revealed in front of you that he has eternal spring water and a spell that can revive people? After speaking, Fury put away the instrument on his own, turned around, and climbed onto Quinjet, leaving Phil Coulson with a question mark in his forehead. On the other hand, although Stark does not have a spare reactor at home, it is not a problem to charge the reactor currently carried. With the help of the medicine, Stark directly put the reactor aside to replenish energy, touched his stomach, and said to Potts, your boss has been busy most of the night. Can you give me a supper? Potts was stunned and subconsciously glanced at Stark's face. Seeing that his face had returned to normal with the help of the medicine, he nodded and said, I'm going to order a supper now, too. What do you want to eat? Hamburger, here's fries. Half a dozen beer, a roast chicken or fried chicken. Needless to say, burgers belong to Stark, but beer. Who else likes to drink beer besides Li Fong? As soon as Potts left, Li Fong looked at the smiling Stark with a smile and asked, what do you want to ask Potts deliberately? 2 questions, Stark asked, holding a finger up. The first question, where have you been during this time? Li Fong, desert. Stark shook his head slightly. Impossible. JRVS has mobilized all the satellites that can be mobilized to find your tracks. So even if you go to the Antarctic to find penguins, it is impossible to find a clue. I didn't say that I was playing in the desert of Marvel World, so let alone a few satellites. What about turning the Earth over? Blame it if you can find me. Li Fong shrugged and said casually, I'm looking for mummies and pyramids to play with. Stark was stunned. When he squinted his eyes, he listened to Li Fong with a faint smile and said, don't think about it. The immortal spring is not in pyramids. I went to pyramids to find scarabs. With a vast knowledge of history, Stark asked curiously, Scarab? This thing really exists? What about the sun god? Li Fong said, when I find the scarab, I will tell you whether this thing is real or not. Besides, don't make me talk about it. I can't tell you about the magical world. Seeing Li Fong see through his idiom, Stark's face was not flushed or breathless, and he stretched out 2 fingers and asked, second question, you have something to do with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Don't tell me that you really care about Obadiah's legacy. I know that although you don't have much money, there are too many valuable things. If you don't talk about it, just say that you have space equipment disguised as a shoulder bag on your back. All fools know that this stuff is valuable. So you deliberately performed your spell to resurrect dead man in front of Phil Coulson, right? Li Fong scratched his eyebrows and said half-truth. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a famous one. If you don't visit such a good tourist attraction, it will waste a lot of youth. In Li Feng's behavior of treating S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters as a tourist attraction, what Stark can say besides rolling his eyes to the other party is obviously because Li Fong had already planned on his own, and he didn't want to say anything to himself but just made an excuse. Sure, who understood that he couldn't ask anything from Li Feng's mouth, Stark glanced at the reactor filled with a small amount of energy, and then put the reactor back on his chest after thinking about it. In Stark's eyes, the reactors he is using now are primitive and can't be used as primitive, obsolete products. If he didn't have a spare reactor on hand, he didn't want to install such primitive, obsolete products. He could smash his income after every minute of his income was converted into cash. Deadman's big boss, using knockouts is too bad, and he can't afford to lose that person. Now that the energy in the obsolete items is enough for him to build a new reactor, Stark immediately put the reactor on his chest and quickly put on his coat to cover the headlights with a look of disgust. Feeling revived, Stark pointed to the garage and motioned for Li Feng to come with him. Li Feng had been thinking about his RV a long time ago, so he would be polite with Stark, and he grinned and walked to the garage to the side. The appearance of the RV hasn't changed much. After Stark briefly introduced the ability to evade various existing detection methods, he pushed the car door a little proudly and said, "I've made some changes to your internal space. It makes the cabin look more spacious. At the same time, I have added a lot of modern equipment for you, such as TVs, computers, etc., so that you can break away from the original world and enter the new century." The corner of Li Feng's mouth twitched, and he retorted in a low voice, "I am called focus practice. Enjoying something is easy to corrode people's hearts, and it will make my cultivation level regress." Stark looked at Li Feng contemptuously and said with disdain, "That's you. It means that you're not a strong will, and you are a weak scum. Look at me. Haven't you invented so many good things while enjoying? I discarded the trophy medals I won. It's enough for you to live for 78 years, so I don't even bother to attend various award shows." While talking, Stark opened the kitchen door and smiled. "I have worked hard to remodel the kitchen. Now Creature can find the corresponding equipment, whether he wants to cook wuxia or Western food, even for pastries and burgers." "Western food? Burger?" Li Feng pouted, raised his brows at Stark with a smile, but not a smile, and said, "Is this preparing Creature to make burgers for you at any time? We are also friends anyhow." Stark said rightly, "It's normal to be a guest at a friend's house. In case I am not a guest at your house during mealtime, and I feel hungry at this time, you still don't let Creature help me make a few burgers? So I call it a rainy day." After a pause, Stark said with a little triumph, "Look, in order to enhance our friendship, I also learned some idioms specifically. Is it enough for friends?" Li Feng rolled his eyes. "For friendship? It's really nice to say. I will learn wuxia only after seeing a lot of wuxia annotations on my magic book. After all, I don't want my magic knowledge or props." Stark also knows that the reason he casually found is as bad as Li Feng's use of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters as a tourist spot, but everyone knows some things well, knowing that if you don't say it, it's just a matter of fact. Just have an excuse. Stark, who ignored Li Feng's white eyes, walked to a weird machine, patted the machine, and said, "I know you like beer, so I built a small brewing machine for you. In my plan, as long as you're brewing, the space expansion spells are portrayed in the equipment. You can drink whatever you want throughout the year. You can jump into the machine and take a bath with beer." Not to mention, Li Feng, who likes to quench his thirst with beer more and more likes the more he looks at the machine, and even thinks that in the renovation of the RV, he is most satisfied with this brewing machine. In the future, beer money will be saved. You need to know the beer bottles I throw away in a year can circle the earth. After touring the car, Li Feng, who was about to get off to drink and eat chicken, accidentally cast his eyes on the driver's seat, wondered at the display on the side of the instrument panel, which was comparable to the file size of a laptop, and asked, "What is this?" "To prevent me from being bored driving. Did you specifically let me watch a movie to relieve my boredom?" Stark subconsciously wanted to pinch his nose, but fortunately he reacted quickly and stopped his movements. He shrugged and said, "Doesn't your RV fly? You didn't have any equipment to assist you when you were flying. You don't know how cramped I was at that time. Panic, not to mention hitting an airplane. Even hitting a bird is a dangerous thing. And how do you know how high the RV is flying from the dashboard of the car? High altitude is a place lacking oxygen, which is very dangerous. Considering that you can't fly a plane and can't read professional instruments, I made an electronic instrument panel specially for you. It can be used as a radar to prevent birds from flying out of your blind spot and hitting the RV. In addition to your invisibility, it can also indicate how high you have flown, display the meridian dimension, and finally contact the ground tower. The provincial army accidentally discovered that you were unable to contact you and used missiles to wake you up. In addition, whether it is a TV or a telephone, all the signals will be processed here into text or voice. So since this is a display screen, it is also the host of all digital devices in the RV. Li Feng thought about it for a while, felt that what Sure Stark had said was reasonable, and nodded in satisfaction and walked out of the RV. Sure Stark, who was behind Li Feng, was quietly relieved. About this display, Sure Stark concealed part of it. For example, he could use the locator in the display to determine where the RV is at any time. Speaking of installing the locator in the display screen, Stark was also a little helpless. At first, Stark also thought about installing the locator adsorbent on the inner wall of the fuel tank. After all, the fuel tank is located outside the car to better receive letters. Moreover, if the locator is installed on the inner wall of the fuel tank, Li Feng wants to see but can't see it, unless Li Feng's brain shrinks and swims in the fuel tank. And the most important point is that the fuel tank is not part of the car parts that can be replaced at will. Just like a tire is broken, it is usually replaced by a tire. If the steering wheel is broken, it is also replaced by a steering wheel, but the fuel tank is broken. The operation is to continue to use after repairing. Based on the above considerations, Sure Stark thinks that the fuel tank is the safest place to install the locator, but Stark searched for a long time but couldn't find the fuel tank of the RV. When he was angry, he almost dismantled the RV into parts to find the fuel tank. Finally, when Stark determined that the touring car was started with mana and there was no fuel tank at all, he had no choice but to install the locator in the display. As for installing the locator in other places, Sure Stark has not thought about it, but the locator can receive and send signals. The ghost knows whether the magician's mental power can scan the signals sent by the locator. It is better to install the locator in the notebook. It is safe to come from where the signal is received at any time. Does Li Feng really know everything that Sure Stark has done? That's strange. He knows how curiosity Sure Stark is. So from the very beginning, Li Feng handed the RV to Stark for modification and let the RV out of his sight, knowing that Stark would definitely do some tricks. But even if Sure Stark knows the specific seat of the RV, as long as Sure Stark can't break into the four-door locker and can't install bugs and other equipment in the most important door, Li Feng still wants to do it. Having said that, Li Feng asked for a no man's land. Anyone who should know where he is will know it. Sure Stark is sure that the RV seat is useful. After having a midnight snack at Sure Stark's house, Li Feng hiccuped and opened the portal to drive the RV into the desert, preparing to sober up in the sun, and then dragged the Dementors one by one to the experimental table for modification. Until the sky in the desert gradually dimmed, Li Feng shook his head and walked into the laboratory arranged by Creech Seo. After pressing a Dementor on the operating table, Li Feng licked his lips and picked up the knife. The character of Lu En was portrayed on the Soul Monster. Dementors originally could only perceive human emotions, and spells like Dementor's Kiss barely touch the edge of soul spells. It can be seen that Dementors actually have a certain ability for soul spells. Therefore, in Li Feng's vision, the direction of his transformation is to dig deep into the Dementor's ability, such as allowing the Dementor to dig deep from the perception to the nearby emotions to the souls near the perception, and to dig the Dementor's Kiss is elevated to the point where it can suck the souls of others. As for the ice halo that the Dementor comes with, Li Feng expressed his apologies. He has a more thorough understanding of fire spells due to his own mana attributes, and ice spells can only be said to help his beer at room temperature become cold. Beer is okay. It can't be used at all in battle. How can you change the Dementor's ice ability with such a level of understanding? Change the ice halo to the fire halo? Then you look at Li Feng too highly. He doesn't have such ability, at least not now. When reforming the first Dementor, Li Feng, who felt he was handborn and didn't know where to start the knife, called Creature with a bewildered face to his side, and let him be his assistant in order to transform the Dementor more perfectly. Ask Klee to remember the steps and methods to transform the Dementor. 3 days later, when Creature, who had black eyes like Li Feng, saw the drastically changed Dementor leaping back to the sickle, he subconsciously asked, "Boss, are we finishing the transformation?" Seeing Li Feng nodded with excitement, Creature drooped his head and asked with a breath, "Boss, can Creature sleep?" When transforming the Dementor, Li Feng, who was highly tensed, didn't feel tired yet, and his heart was more excited. But when the Dementor was transformed, his mood was different, both excited and suddenly relaxed. In addition, Creature said sleep, which made Li Feng have the urge to lie on the ground and sleep directly. But before lying on the ground to sleep, Li Feng had one more important thing. I saw Li Feng breathe out and asked, "Creature, have you remembered the steps of transformation?" Creature, who was so tired that he could fall asleep standing up, felt an inexplicable sense of hardship when he heard Li Feng's question, nodded carefully, and then whispered, "Creature has remembered it." Li Feng grinned and threw the sickle at Creature, saying, "Now that you remember, you will transform the remaining Dementors." After speaking, Li Feng patted his butt and went back to the room to sleep, leaving Creature, who was messy in the wind, staring blankly at the sickle in his hand. It takes 3 days to transform a Dementor. Now, there are 364 more to transform. 3 years. Ling, ling, ling. Li Feng, who hadn't had a good rest for several days, lay tiredly on the bed roar and fell asleep, but the inexplicable harsh ringtones in the room sounded like 3D stereo surround his ears. This is Li Feng's strong concentration and can ignore the harsh ringtones. It is a pity. This is the sound of a telephone. As long as you don't pick it up, it can ring forever. No way. Li Feng could only subconsciously cover his ears while snoring. However, the ringing sound filled his ears into his brain like a magic sound. Li Feng could only bury his head under the pillow with his, but there was no use for eggs. In the end, Li Feng couldn't bear the harsh ringing in his mind, opened his eyes strenuously, and sat on the bedside with a blank face, doubting life. It's so pitiful. After Li Feng came to the Marval world, he lived alone. At most, he could live a happy life in the two-person world with Creature. In addition, Li Feng has a more convenient portal, so he doesn't need it on weekdays. Communication tools. It can be said that Li Feng, who is devoted to the magical world, does not know what it is like to play with electronic products, let alone what it is to smash a walnut with a mobile phone. Even after this life away from electronic products for a long time, he almost uses the landline. I forgot what it looked like. So when he heard the phone ringing in his bedroom suddenly, Li Feng's brain cells were as if the signal was not good. After a long time, he remembered that there were telephones in the world, and that there happened to be a telephone in the RV that Stark modified. This thing, scratching his chicken coop-like haircut, Li Feng looked at the phone hanging on the wall inexplicably, and suddenly a question popped up in his mind. My home phone. What number is it? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Li Feng, who thought it was Stark who was harassing the phone, snapped his fingers, let the phone float directly into his hands, and said without thinking about Hatch, "I'm sorry, what you said. The number you dialed is empty. Please dial later." On the other end of the phone, he finally got the corner of Fury's mouth from Stark's hand to reach Li Feng's phone. "The empty number is for me to dial later. The phone bill is free. You still need a satellite phone. Old and expensive." Fury gave a dry cough and said flatly, "It's me." Hearing a somewhat familiar voice from the microphone, but definitely not sure Stark, Li Feng stared blankly at the phone in his hand and subconsciously asked, "Which one are you? How do you know my phone?" Fury didn't know that Li Feng's brain cells were on standby, and now the whole person was confused, thinking that Li Feng could hear his own voice. Fury was too lazy to talk nonsense with Li Feng, and said directly, "Where are you? I have something to ask for you." With a confused face, Li Feng scratched his head, patted his forehead, and turned his brain from standby to warm-up state, and barely recalled that the familiar voice was the non-chief who was sitting on the throne of Shild, Nick Fury. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows. Considering Fury's dying occupational disease, he likes to habitually analyze every sentence he has said. The most speechless thing is that the other party can really analyze a lot of information from it. Thinking of this, Li Feng summoned a refreshing water ball to float in front of his eyes while waving his hand, burying his face in the water ball, and letting his brain move quickly away from his legs. Feeling more awake, Li Feng glanced at the starry night sky outside the car window and said helplessly, "Don't you know if you don't sleep well at night and you get old? I thought it was selling insurance. Why did Mr. Effer look for me at night? Mr. Four, Ma Dan, come here. Please understand what the last name of the name Austin is. Is it the last name Ding? Little Ding Ding's Ding." Fury's eyes twitched and looked out the window. Whether it was the weather forecast or what he saw with his own eyes, New York is now sunny and cloudless. After squinting, Fury said with a somewhat guessing tone, "You are back in Afghanistan. Desert." While talking, Fury opened the phone tracking program. Li Feng was stunned for a moment, and then realized that he had accidentally said Big Night. It was estimated that Fury was using this to infer where he was. Scratching his temple, Li Feng felt a little speechless. "What so? Because I used to stay in the desert. Do you suspect that I am in Afghanistan now? Although you guessed it right, but know where I am. Come and catch me. You don't necessarily see my car's taillights when you use an airplane." Taking a deep breath, Li Feng secretly told himself, "Think clearly and speak. If you don't think clearly, just talk nonsense. Otherwise, is it possible that I am lying in your bedroom and making phone porridge with you?" The suspected case, Fury, checked Li Feng's specific seat and said in a flat tone, "I want to buy something from you. When we meet up, when I'm free." When he heard that the other party wanted to buy something, Li Feng grinned and showed his posterior molar smile. "It's not easy. I only came to see me now. I thought you all looked down on the immortal spring water and fake resurrection techniques. These days, I've been plopping and jumping wildly." Li Feng sighed and rubbed his cheeks desperately, hoping to pretend to be disdainful when he could talk. This means that the landline is too backward to send emoticons. Otherwise, Li Feng really wants to put a disdainful expression along the satellite signal. Go to Fury's face and let him know that his current expression is as contemptuous as possible. "You want to buy immortal spring water? It's not me. You can't afford it after you sell your underwear. This thing is too expensive. A drop is a life. Knowing that life is precious, love. No, yes. Speaking of it, can't afford it, not sell it." Sure enough, Austin deliberately revealed the eternal spring water in front of Phil Coulson. As for the resurrection spell, Fury squinted for a while and interrupted Li Feng, who was still struggling with how to describe life's precious life, and said, "When shall we talk in person?" Li Feng smiled silently and said, "Yes. When do you think it is convenient to meet?" The corners of Fury's mouth curled up slightly. "Just find a restaurant. How about we eat and talk?" Li Feng's expression froze, and he blinked inexplicably. "This is not the same as I thought." After a dry cough, Li Feng said, "It's not convenient to talk about the immortal spring in the public, right?" As soon as Li Feng said what he said, Fury immediately thought of the information he had collected before. He was basically able to determine the purpose of Li Feng's use of the immortal spring water and the resurrection technique. After a few moments of thought, Fury squinted and said, "How about SHIELD headquarters?" Li Feng touched the tip of his nose. "I don't know why. He seems to know what he wants to do when he listens to Fury's tone. I am hanging out at your house. Since you are kindly inviting, then wait for me to wake up and reluctantly visit your home." After speaking, Li Feng threw the phone away, ready to continue his dream. Hearing the blind tone on the phone, Fury sullenly pressed the internal phone on the desk and said, "Let Phil Coulson come to my office." After a while, Phil Coulson hurriedly walked up to Fury and asked with a little nervousness, "Sir, are you looking for me?" Fury glanced at Phil Coulson's expression, nodded slightly, and asked, "Is it possible to find out how many of Austin's people will be invisible?" "I knew I would ask this." Phil Coulson spread his hands and said helplessly, "Sir, don't say anything directly to Austin now. I didn't even find the other party anywhere." Paused. Phil Coulson asked with some doubts, "Sir, according to the available information, Austin seems to live alone. At least I haven't found anything about Austin having a younger brother. Fury propped his elbows on the desk with his fingers crossed on the tip of his nose and looked at the computer screen on the desk. Fury thought for a while, pointed to the computer screen, motioned to Phil Coulson to take a look, and said, "This is where Austin is now." Phil Coulson glanced at the screen curiously, only to see a small red dot in the center of the screen flashing, and the surrounding terrain Phil Coulson also felt a little familiar. Before Phil Coulson remembered where this was, Fury said quietly, "This is Afghanistan. You looked at the satellite map of this area when you searched for the history of Stark." Seeing Phil Coulson nodded suddenly, Fury continued, "I know Austin has a servant, who is invisible to him at all times." Phil Coulson turned his head to think about it, and subconsciously asked, "The footprints of the file size of the child?" Fury nodded slightly. "His name is Creature, a house elf, and Austin's exclusive servant. Although I don't know how he fights, Creature's invisibility is enough for us." Phil Coulson asked suspiciously, "Sir, didn't you see the footprints left by the other party before? It means that we can also find the other party's traces by wearing some equipment." Speaking of this, Phil Coulson seemed to be aware before that why Fury gave himself a mission about Li Feng, half sure and half guessing. "Do you suspect that Creature has other stealth methods that can avoid existing detection methods?" "This is what I am worried about," Fury nodded slightly. "And Creature was a small warning that Austin had deliberately let me see in the first place. There are more people who can be invisible." After a meeting, Fury leaned back on a chair and rubbed his temples and said, "Remember before Austin wanted you to show the resurrection technique and the immortal spring water?" Phil Coulson nodded bitterly. His 3 views were completely crushed and thrown into the trash at that moment. "Can you remember it?" "Fury, the whereabouts of the magician group is too mysterious, so mysterious that we don't know anything until now, but Austin dared to use spells unscrupulously in front of you and Stark, so I doubted it from the beginning. He had another purpose. I was not sure before, but now I know the reason after talking with Austin on the phone. He is here for Tri-Wing." Phil Coulson frowned. Although the Tri-Wing is the headquarters of SHIELD, there is nothing inside it that can be linked to the magician. To say that some extraordinary weapons or props are stored in a more hidden base. Before Phil Coulson wanted to understand what Li Feng was doing at Sankei, Fury said helplessly, "I just invited Austin to headquarters." Phil Coulson's expression froze, and he stared silently at Fury. "Sir, what are you doing?" Fury got up and patted Phil Coulson on the shoulder. "Your job is to receive Creature. I'm going to talk to Austin alone." New York, History Star Company is not far away. The energetic Li Feng was carrying a shoulder bag and wearing a fat hoodie, carrying 2 bottles of beer in one hand and a paper bag full of hot dogs in the other. He searched for a street camera in a daze. Sit on a rest bench. While opening a bottle of beer, Li Feng waved at the distant camera as if he was beckoning roar to Fury through the camera. Immediately, Li Feng drank the beer in his hand, burped, and took it from the paper bag. "Get out hot dogs and start eating." After a while, Phil Coulson drove a black SUV and parked in front of Li Feng, his eyes twitching as he watched Li Feng taking a sip of beer and a hot dog, his eyes squinted looking for the beauties on the street. Sitting in the driving seat, Phil Coulson opened the passenger window with a faint smile and shouted, "Mr. Austin, Fury asked me to pick you up." "Phil Coulson? Long time no see." Li Feng glanced at Phil Coulson, then turned his gaze to a beautiful woman in a professional suit at the entrance of Star Company, and said, "Would you like to come down to see beautiful women? According to relevant research, there are more men. Seeing beautiful women is good for physical and mental health. How long can it last? For several years." Phil Coulson followed Li Feng's gaze and glanced. His eyes twitched, secretly unlucky. How did Austin meet Natasha Romanoff to go to Stark's company? Shook his head slightly and said, "I am very satisfied with my current girlfriend and don't want to cause any misunderstanding, so I can neither provoke nor want to provoke her." While talking, Phil Coulson opened the passenger door on a side waist and said, "Mr. Austin, I have to remind you that the impression you left on Natasha Romanoff is not very good. She is still annoyed to find you to vent." The cello player in your family is not in New York. What does it matter if you see a few beautiful women? Li Feng shrugged indifferently as he walked towards the car door, grinning and said, "What kind of gas is a fetal gas? I have to talk to Fury about it. Work is at work, but I can't make people pregnant or have a baby. Field work, right?" While sitting in the passenger seat, Li Feng was not afraid that Natasha Romanoff would find himself unlucky afterwards, jokingly said, "Who is Natasha Romanoff's husband? I dare to let Black Widow be pregnant with a baby. With this courage I serve, I want to send a song to this man now. Do you think I'm singing death under the peony flower and be a ghost too? Okay. Or love, even when you die?" Li Feng's hippie smiled sideways, thought for a while, and added, "Why don't you have a song cool?" Phil Coulson gave a fake smile. He didn't want to discuss any topic about Natasha Romanoff with Li Feng in the car, especially since this car is still driving the communication device. The ghost knows whether Fury on the other side of the communicator will be there. Tion was in a bad mood, so I recorded what I said today when I was chewing my tongue and listened to Natasha Romanoff, and then asked Natasha Romanoff to find myself as a sparring partner, and Fury also used the scene of being beaten to heal the depressed mood. Phil Coulson, who didn't hear Li Feng joking, subconsciously turned his head and looked at the rear seat of the car when he saw Li Feng closing the door. The car that Phil Coulson drove today is full of gold. The cushions are made of leather covered with latex. They have to be as soft as they are. Not to mention that adults can sink into the cushions. Even the weight of cats and dogs can sink. Get into the cushion. That's not to mention, there are also various expensive equipment installed under the cushion. As long as someone sits on the cushion, these devices can start collecting various information. Regardless of the height and weight of the person on the cushion or DNA, it can do it. Collect it quietly, and the other party will not notice anything when collecting. It can be said that the reason why Phil Coulson drove this car to pick up Li Feng was for these equipment. Li Feng followed Phil Coulson's gaze and glanced at the rear seat and asked wonderingly, "What's wrong? Can't I see the ghost while sitting in the back?" Phil Coulson smiled and asked, "Where is your invisible servant?" "Creature." Li Feng scratched his head and said, "He is busy at home. It is estimated that he can't get out of the RV recently. Are you looking for something to do with him?" "It's nothing. I just heard Fury say that Creature is different from our human beings, so I'm very curious." Phil Coulson shook his head slightly, but he said with a gloomy belly, "Creature is not here. This allows me to collect DNA and how to complete the tasks assigned to me by Fury. How do I feel that none of the tasks related to Austin are simple? You are my mission nemesis." As the car started, Phil Coulson focused on the road ahead and slammed on the accelerator. Seeing Phil Coulson's appearance that he didn't want to take care of himself, Li Feng curled his lips, feeling boring. There's still a lot of distance between Star Company and Sankey. He doesn't want to be alone on the window to watch the scenery. After thinking about it, Li Feng knew the consultant and said, "Why did Natasha Romanoff go to Star Company? She disliked the salary you paid." "Phew. Do you come out for a part-time job? What kind of job does Natasha Romanoff plan to look for at Stark? Captain of Security?" Phil Coulson smirked and said, "This is confidential, no comment." Li Feng glanced at Phil Coulson contemptuously and whispered in a voice that Phil Coulson could just hear, "You are worried that Stark will fly around in a battlesuit and steal your task of maintaining world peace, or worry about him. What day did you belch? That battlesuit fell into the hands of others." As soon as Li Feng's voice fell, Phil Coulson glanced at Li Feng blankly. When he was about to ask what "sure Starkburg" means, the communicator in the cochlea sent Fury in order to let him concentrate on driving. Needless to say before, Phil Coulson, who obeyed the order, directly ignored Li Feng's broken mouth, suppressed his curiosity, and drove the car all the way to SHILDS Tri-Wing building. Phil Coulson just parked the car, sitting in the passenger seat and talking to himself until he was dry. Li Feng clutched his stomach and suddenly said, "Corvo, where is your toilet? The beer I drank may have expired. It's a bit noisy." "Corvo?" Phil Coulson, who got out of the car, touched his hair subconsciously, pressed the elevator silently, and said, "Most people don't build toilets in the garage, right? You still bear with me and wait for us to get on. Upstairs is solving your stomach." If it were not for Li Feng's good eyesight, and clearly saw a toilet in the distance, he would really believe the nonsense of Phil Coulson. Li Feng, who didn't understand what Phil Coulson was doing, shrugged indifferently and went straight into the elevator. After a while, Li Feng, who walked out of the elevator, trod into the bathroom under the guidance of Phil Coulson. Li Feng walked into the bathroom and saw that there was no one around, covering his nose with one hand and fanning a small wind in front of his nose to drive away the non-existent odor. With the compartment door closed, Li Feng took out a black gourd from his shoulder bag, opened his eyes to open the gourd, and commanded the few wraiths that ran out of the gourd with undead words. Search everything in the building living corpses. If you have a chance after you find them, you will be possessed by the other party, and you will completely occupy the flesh after you become familiar with all the behaviors and habits of the host. After thinking about it, Li Feng added, if you don't have a chance to possess yourself, you will give up. As long as a child does not discover my plan, I will find the opportunity sooner or later. Several resentful spirits nodded slightly and floated directly out of the bathroom through the wall. Outside the bathroom, Phil Coulson leaned his back against the wall and looked at him from the corner. The heavily armed Secret Service squad lowered his voice and said, Sir, do you think Austin will open the portal in the bathroom and cut him off? Are those invisible men placed in the building? Sitting at his desk, Fury stared blankly at the monitoring system of the Trike Wing building. Whenever the system detected energy fluctuations near Li Feng, he immediately ordered the arrest of Li Feng. Hearing Phil Coulson's question, Fury rubbed his forehead. To be honest, he didn't know his specific thoughts at the moment. He hopes that Li Feng is really just a simple stomachache. So hello, everyone. At the same time, he hoped that Li Feng would open the portal and let his invisible men enter the Tri-Wing. In this way, he would have a fair and honest reason to arrest Li Feng. Even if Stark wanted to get someone from SHIELD, it would be all right for a while. The reason for the two contradictory thoughts is very simple. Before, Fury had been thinking about the arrest of Li Feng for many years, but now it has almost become his obsession. Not grasping Li Feng is not enough to calm his inner sorrow. However, Li Feng was too slippery before and didn't give him a chance at all. Now, Li Feng is automatically delivered to his sight. This gives Fury the illusion that his wish has been achieved. It seems that Li Feng has put his hands in front of him, waiting to be handcuffed, and he can take out the long-cherished whip. The tiger stool chilly water hollowed out Li Feng's mind and looked closely. But the original Li Feng is completely different from now. He is not a small person who want to catch him, let alone Li Feng's current strength. Can Fury be able to seize it? But what should he do with a bunch of troubles after Li Feng's arrest? Don't look at Li Feng still living alone, but Li Feng suddenly got in touch with Stark, and the relationship is pretty good. Otherwise, Stark would not buy no man's land to lend Li Feng to live. What makes Fury even more unlucky is that half of Stark's life was held by Li Feng, a potion supplier, so there was no sufficient reason. Fury did not dare to detain Li Feng easily. This could easily lead to one dead body and 2 lives. His life was also dragged into the death whirlpool. Feeling a headache, Fury took a deep breath and sighed that Li Feng's strength was weak, not to mention the trouble of arresting him. Even if he kills Li Feng, it's nothing. After hanging up a little apology, bowing to apologize, the matter is over. It's okay now. It's a lot of trouble to catch it or not. Even if Li Feng wants to hang out in Sankei, he has to build a high-tech bathroom for the other party to prevent Li Feng from secretly making ghosts. It's a pity. Fury can't guess no matter how much he guessed it. Li Feng brought a group of resentful spirits into the Tri-Wing from the beginning. And he did something. Li Feng also chose to proceed quietly, not shooting, until Li Feng walked out of the bathroom with a whistle and looked at the unresponsive detection system. Fury breathed a sigh of relief and ordered Phil Coulson to bring Li Feng to him as soon as possible. Phil Coulson led Li Feng, who was curiously looking around, to the office of the director. Fury, who was sitting at his desk, looked up at Li Feng expressionlessly and gestured with his eyes to Phil Coulson when he left with the door, pretending to be unwilling to respond. Li Feng continued to stare at the computer screen in front of him. Seeing this, Li Feng curled his lips, What a great official authority. He still wants to give me a prestige, and I won't be able to do it for a while. Li Feng walked to the desk curiously, looking at the computer screen, and said, Xiaohei, watching too many small movies hurts you. Without waiting for Li Feng to see the content on the screen, Fury, with his neat hands and feet, directly made the screen go black, with the beating well on his forehead, staring at Li Feng with a pair of angry eyes that seemed to be able to burn everything. His dignified SHIELD boss will one day be called Little Black. It's really unbearable for my uncle, but unbearable for my aunt. Fury, who was thinking about it more and more angry, squinted his sharp eyes and quickly pulled out a pistol from his waist with 2 sharp shots in his chest. And then Fury lay on the ground. Li Feng shrugged and said that this is self-inflicted. Don't you know he has amulets? Don't be afraid of bullets at all, unless Fury's small pistol is an anti-material sniper rifle. Moreover, Li Feng perceives the danger when Fury drew his gun. If it weren't for the fact that Fury is the head of the agent, the weapon in his hand might be a bit special, he would not bother to activate the improved version of the iron armor curse that can rebound attacks. Needless to say, the bullets fired by Fury were rebounded as soon as the iron armor curse appeared, causing Fury to be hit by himself. It was still the kind of 2 shots in a row. If this is playing Baccarat, get 2 shots in a row, how cool. With a sneered expression on his face, Li Feng probe glanced at Fury, whose chest was still undulating, and he was stunned. No bleeding? This is anesthesia gun. Now, agents respect the lives of others so much. Are they all non-lethal weapons? Or that you designed this early in the morning? Even if I honestly cooperate with you, would you still find a chance to give me a shot? Is it convenient to collect my DNA? Li Feng, who knew that he was inexplicably designed by the bitter egg, scratched his head a little annoyed and opened the eye of Dharma with an uncomfortable expression to see if Fury would die due to overdose of anesthetics. But as the eye of Dermic opened, Li Feng stared blankly. Fury lying on the ground. Your sister? I said how to shoot if you don't agree. Especially this is a mountain game, Fury. Li Feng rubbed his forehead speechlessly. When he turned on the shield, he mentally scanned the hidden cameras or monitors nearby. After no results, he squatted in front of the fake Fury, regardless of whether the real Fury could hear him or not. An earnest expression said, You need to know how to combine work and rest at work. You see, you have a good rest because you didn't listen to me. Then you suddenly fell asleep on the ground when you were tired. At that time, your wife will remarry her child and change her surname. Even the stolen money that has been embezzled for most of her life has not been spent. Is it any loss? It is easy to catch cold when sleeping on the ground. Let me move the nest for you. After speaking, Li Feng deliberately straightened the fake Fury's face so that the opponent's cheeks were close to the floor. After that, he grabbed the opponent's ankle and walked towards the sofa, making the fake Fury sleep comfortably on the sofa. This is that now Li Feng is in shield, and I don't know if there are hidden cameras around, and this Fury is still a fake, leading to some things Li Feng can only think about, but can't and doesn't need to translate it into actual action, otherwise just rely on just now. The fake Fury dared to shoot himself. Li Feng wanted to kill this guy on the spot, and then stuffed a resentful spirit into this guy's body, making this fake brine egg become his servant. Li Feng dragged Fury's foot and didn't take a few steps. The office door was suddenly kicked open by a team of heavily armed special services. Facing the gunshot of a black hole, the corner of Li Feng's mouth, who had already expected it, curled. I knew that you would definitely appear when this marinated egg was used with an anesthesia gun. This is really just a game, but I'm afraid of wool. Thinking of this, Li Feng once again activated the iron armor curse that could rebound the attack on the original shield, holding Fury's foot in one hand and pointing to the special service team, and yelled, Come on, shoot. Whoever doesn't shoot is my grandson. The people in the special service team were a little confused. If it weren't for the discovery that Fury was still panting, they might have dared to pull the trigger in the name of revenge, but now, it's not the same as the original plan. The plan was to make someone in the office lie on the ground, but everyone thought it was Austin, an outsider who lay down. What does it mean that Fury is lying on the ground now? The members of the special service team all looked at their captain. Their eyes were full. "Captain, there's a plan B." Hearing Li Feng's clamor, the captain felt a little aggrieved. He really wanted to order the shot, otherwise he would become someone's grandson. The captain thought for a while and turned his head helplessly to look outside the office. Phil Coulson, a higher-level agent, asked, "Sir, can I be a grandson? No, can I shoot?" It can be seen that Fury is Phil Coulson, who has been hit by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s unique anesthetic bomb. The corners of his eyes twitched and looked at Fury's red cheeks. He subconsciously touched his cheeks and shouted, "Mr. Austin, we need to talk. Talk about an egg. It's none of my business." Li Feng dragged Fury's face against the floor and threw it on the sofa. Dama Jindao sat on the sofa and barked his teeth. When the guy came into the office, he complained to me that the pressure has been so heavy recently, which caused insomnia every night. I kindly advised him to take some sleeping pills to sleep, but the guy said that he was an agent with special training and was highly resistant to sleeping pills. For him, the only difference between sleeping pills and milk tablets is the taste. No way, I met the bitter egg somehow. He will die young sooner or later after such insomnia. So I said to try a different medicine, and then the eyes of this guy suddenly lit up, almost giving me both eyes. I was blind, and I had to rub my eyes to ease the damage. As a result, this guy didn't know what he was thinking of, so he took out a pistol and fired 2 shots at himself. "It's sweet." Li Feng glanced at the communicator in Phil Coulson's ear, and then at Phil Coulson's Mediterranean hairstyle. An elder raised a bit of the junior's posture and said, "Xiao Ku, I see a bright light above your head. It must be too stressful." "Caused," kicked Fury with his foot, and Li Feng continued to educate. "Don't follow your house chief, and don't use anesthesia gun to hit yourself in the face if you can't sleep. This face is all red, and it hurts when I look at it. I suggest you try to hit your butt where there's a lot of meat and it is not easy to hurt your body." "When am I blind?" "This buddy is not only blushing, but his skin is almost rubbed off by you." Phil Coulson looked at Li Feng speechlessly, and when he was about to say something, he heard the genuine Fury's voice in his ear. "Phil Coulson, let everyone leave the office. Austin has already seen that it is my stand-in." Phil Coulson was stunned, nodded slightly, and waved to the Secret Service, motioning everyone to lift up the fake Fury and leave. "Mr. Austin, please wait here. The director will come over in a while." After a while, only Li Feng was left in the office. It's just that Li Feng waited for more than 10 minutes and didn't see the genuine Fury walk into the office. Feeling bored, he just sat in front of the office, turned on the computer, and prepared to play a small game. As the screen turned on, a document with the name Peggy Carter suddenly appeared in front of Li Feng. Li Feng squinted and looked around. Now he is sure that there are definitely cameras in the office, but he didn't find it because he pretended to be too good, and the genuine Fury absolutely squatted in a small dark room to observe himself in front of the surveillance screen. "It's just, why do you show me Peggy Carter's information? Is it possible for me to treat each other with eternal life, spring water, or kill Peggy Carter to save money for the elderly? And someday, I regret it and let me resurrect the other party?" Li Feng moved the mouse in confusion and opened the file. In an office somewhere in the Tri-Wing building, Fury stared straight at the huge electronic screen in front of him. The S.H.I.E.L.D. R&D department once vowed to ensure that as long as someone uses energy, the monitoring equipment in the Tri-Wing building will be able to detect it. At the beginning, Fury was a little nervous. After all, the magician on the Earth is highly classified. He didn't tell the people in the R&D department that what he wanted to monitor was a spell, which was somewhat different from the traditional perception of energy. Fortunately, the people in the R&D department are not dry food. When Li Feng used the shield, Fury smiled and looked at the big screen in front of him, because the screen clearly responded to the energy response detected in his office. This result made Fury a little relieved, which means that as long as the energy characteristics are noted in the future, they can better monitor the location of Li Feng. Unless Li Feng is not using the shield in his life, but the magician will go forward and interact with the enemy without opening the shield. "Counsel, is this possible?" And as long as they understand these special energy combinations, Fury has reason to believe that the research personnel of the R&D department can make equipment to restrain Li Feng's spell after painstaking efforts, or simply use scientific and technological means to replicate Li Feng's shielding technology. At this moment, Fury was in a good mood. While fantasizing that everyone wore shields and fearlessly killed the quartet during the mission, he recalled with lingering fears of his actions when he aimed his gun at Li Feng. Fortunately, he didn't pull the trigger. Or I will die. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Fury stared at the big screen intently and said, "Come in." Phil Coulson pushed open the door, glanced at the big screen, and said, "Sir, haven't you seen Austin yet?" Fury shook his head slightly and said, "Wait." Phil Coulson glanced at Fury suspiciously. Now that he knows the energy characteristics of some of Li Feng's spells, is there anything else to wait for? Could Li Feng continue to perform certain spells? But these are not what Phil Coulson should care about, nor the purpose of his coming to Fury. "Sir, when I went to pick up Austin before, he happened to see Natasha Romanoff going to be Stark's company." He paused. Phil Coulson suspiciously said, "Listening to his tone, I seem to know why Natasha Romanoff went to Stark." Fury squinted his eyes and nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. Fury watched Li Feng sitting in front of his computer, about to finish reading Peggy Carter's medical information, and turned to Phil Coulson and said, "Do you remember what brand of beer Austin drank?" Phil Coulson looked back and nodded. Fury's mouth curled up slightly and said, "Wine plays an important role in Wuxia culture, whether it's a dinner or a relationship or Austin's discovery of substitute. And I need to apologize to him. Alcohol is an indispensable thing. Since Austin loves to drink beer, you can help me buy a few bottles of the beer he drank before." Phil Coulson knows that he likes Wuxia culture, so he specifically asked Melinda for some Wuxia tongue twisters. After that, he spent a period of time training hard, although it seems to Phil Coulson that the result of hard training is listening to his ears. There was a buzzing. I didn't understand anything, but since Melinda said that he could start a teacher, I must have learned Fury's tongue twister pretty well. So when Fury first mentioned the wine culture, Phil Coulson thought that he was showing off his understanding of Wuxia culture, and he didn't take it to heart. It wasn't until Fury chose to apologize to Li Feng for the stand-in that Phil Coulson realized something was wrong. Fury is also a leader of a world-class organization, and his attitude toward people is always tough or very tough. It is not Fury's usual style to bend down and apologize to others so easily. Phil Coulson is also a senior agent anyway, with a wealth of work experience. Realizing that something is wrong, he subconsciously looked at Li Feng in the surveillance screen. Seeing that Li Feng kept holding the mouse in his right hand, he kept clicking and moving. He narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Sir, do you want to collect Austin's DNA?" Fury didn't hide it either. He nodded and confessed. At the same time, he said with a regretful expression, "Before I thought that even if the anesthesia gun of the stand-in could not anesthetize Austin, it could rub off some dandruff at any rate, but I didn't expect it. Ding is so difficult to pick up even a little dander." Phil Coulson also had a bit of bitterness on his face. He looked at the mouse with Li Feng's fingerprint on the monitoring screen and said, "You can still collect Austin's fingerprints anyway. I didn't even see Creature's face. Don't talk about collecting DNA." After speaking, Phil Coulson sighed and turned to help Fury buy the beer that Li Feng drank before. He prayed in his heart that he could extract the DNA of the other party from the beer that Li Feng drank. Otherwise, Fury might not reimburse him for the purchase of alcohol. "I haven't collected any DNA, so what do I need for wine?" For a long time, Li Feng not only read the information of Peggy Carter, but also played a few card games on the computer of Director Shield. When he was thinking about whether to download some standalone games to relieve his boredom, the office door was suddenly opened. Li Feng probed the bright head of Fury and subconsciously brushed his eyes with his right hand, opened his eyes and looked at Fury to determine the authenticity of the marinated egg, and said with a smile, "Hey, look at this," who was rubbed by the floor before. Chang's red and smooth little face turned back to black in a blink of an eye. Is this the legendary thick skin that can't hurt the hair? When Li Feng brushed his eyes with his right hand, Fury Perception detected rhythmic vibrations from the mobile phone placed next to his pocket. After he translated this long and short frequency vibration with Morse code, he learned that the other party had energy fluctuations. Fury squinted his eyes, threw a can of beer in his hand to Li Feng and walked straight to the sofa, saying, "You know that the person is not me, so you won't be merciful? I will send you the medical bill then." Li Feng, who took the beer, shrugged. "The premise of sending a bill is that the postman can find me." When opening the beer to release various detection spells, Li Feng exaggeratedly showed a surprised expression and said, "Isn't it you who cried to me about insomnia? It's a half-twin brother." The corner of Fury's eyes twitched. "Is God a half-father or a twin brother? You might as well say that it is my clone." You deliberately made his face face the ground. Fury paused and suddenly felt that his face was tingling hot, and he said faintly, "Don't think I can't see that you are simply destroying his face." Man-made mask on top. Li Feng, who was sure that the beer was okay, held up the beer and respected Fury from afar, and said with a smile, "Whatever you say, I won't admit it anyway." "It doesn't matter if you admit it or not." Fury shook his head slightly, looked at the computer, and asked, "How much do you know about Miss Carter?" "The only thing I know is that this lady will not live long." Li Feng turned his head and glanced at Peggy Carter's information. Before Fury glared at each other, he said quietly, "From the information, if it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hard work, take care. This MS. Carter probably already." Although he didn't finish speaking, Li Feng made a cross gesture with 4 virtual dots in front of him, and what he wanted to express was already clear. Fury nodded slightly and said with a bit of bitterness on his face, "Even if it is carefully taken care of, MS. Carter almost went to see God in the torture of illness a few days ago. Even after the rescue, she still has to lie in the hospital bed and get hurt. Torture. So I want to buy some immortal spring water from you. I don't want the immortal spring water to prolong MS. Carter's life, but I want her to live more comfortably in the last period of her life. Moreover," Fury looked at Li Feng with a sincere expression and said, "MS. Carter is familiar with Stark and counts as the elder of Stark. So if you have a way to restore MS. Carter to health, I believe Stark will give you satisfactory remuneration. Even if you want the equity of Stark Enterprise, I can also negotiate with Stark for you." Li Feng curled his mouth in disdain, and he knew he needed to be careful when talking to Fury. Fury's words seemed to be for Li Feng's sake. But what happens when Li Feng promises to sell the immortal spring water? After waiting for Fury's immortal spring, he turned his eyes and pinched Li Feng's neck and asked, "What is your purpose for looking for Sir Stark?" Li Feng touched his eyebrows and vomited weakly. "Is Sir Stark your own son, or why do you care about him so much? Also, can you find someone to treat your suspicion? If you don't pay attention to the treatment, you may be out of help." Fury took a sip of the beer in his hand. Since it is said that Sir Stark, Natasha Romanoff's trip to the Star Company is always inevitable, and with Li Feng's current low mouth, it is estimated that a few more glasses of wine will be given to Sir. Stark talked nonsense in front of him, stabbing a lot of trouble. Fury felt that something was better. After thinking about it, he said, "Do you know why SHIELD pays attention to Stark?" Li Feng nodded and said casually, "First, his father Howard Stark, one of the veterans of your S.H.I.E.L.D. predecessor, followed by the high-tech in the hands of Stark, and finally this guy who admitted to the public that he is Iron Man. In your S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibilities." Saying this, Li Feng shook his head contemptuously, saying that he didn't want to express his views on this, but couldn't help but vomit. "You S.H.I.E.L.D. thinks you know the truth about the world. In fact, well, I guess I can't even reach the tip of the iceberg." Fury squinted his eyes. "It seems that you know a lot of things that I don't know, so I have to have a good chat with you. When I was at Stark's house before, I noticed that you once said that Stark did not live long. Later, I learned from some experts and knew what is palladium poisoning. At the same time, I also knew that he is immune to palladium metal images because of you. Medicine. But in this way, Sir Stark has always been constrained by you, and it does not completely solve the problem of palladium poisoning. Maybe Sir Stark will give you the last name one day." After a pause, Fury said with a slightly tilted mouth, "So I used some information about improving the reactor to switch from Stark to your phone. And since someone with extraordinary powers like you was close to Stark, I also sent Natasha Romanoff to make sure that Stark would not be murdered suddenly." Improve reactor data? That was a gift from Howard to his son. How could it be improved? I really put gold on my face, not because I look down on you, SHIELD, but because you really don't have that ability. As for the safety of 3 sentences from the history of Stark, it is not the reason why I approached Stark. Li Feng spread his hands helplessly and said, "Sure, Stark is studying science, and I am a magician. We're not the same at all. What do you think I am looking for him? To learn scientific knowledge?" Afghanistan met Stark by accident, and then he helped me remodel the RV. I care about him life and death. So I really have no purpose in looking for him. Just put your heart in your stomach, okay? Li Feng drank the beer in his hand and threw it into the trash, precisely under Fury's expressionless gaze. Li Feng, who felt he could still drink 3 pounds of beer, licked his lips and said, "As for saying that I want shares in Stark, do you think it is difficult for me to get it? I don't believe you don't know about Obadiah. You believe it or not, if I get bored someday, call Howard Stark back to the world and talk to Tony Stark about the shares of Stark Enterprise." Feeling a headache and Fury's eyes twitched behind him. "Skeletons so bad that they're only bones. Can you also be resurrected?" Fury took a deep breath, staring at Li Feng with one eye, and asked the biggest doubt in his heart since knowing that dead man can be resurrected. Since dead man can be resurrected, doesn't mean that there are souls in the world, hell, in heaven, gods, or does God exist? And where does this old man live? Why? Do you still want to check God's Earth temporary residence permit? By the way, talk to his elders about the extradition treaty, so that your subordinates who have been dead for hundreds of years will be resurrected and continue to help you work. Li Feng tilted his head and said halfway through. As if recalling something, he grinned and said, "Don't say it. I remember that the god of Otherworld is still a black man. I think you must have a lot of topics to talk about." Seeing Fury looked interested. When he wanted to ask something carefully, Li Feng shook his head and signaled that he didn't want to talk about Otherworld. "Maybe not. Anyway, I haven't seen heaven with my own eyes, nor have I seen angel descend on the earth. But hell definitely exists. After all, it is one of the duties of the holy place magician to eliminate the devil." Fury, who felt that the amount of information was a bit large, felt that he needed to stroke his thoughts. Fury, who has been wondering whether Li Feng really has the ability resurrection skeleton, raised his legs, pretending to be distrustful, and said, "I remember you said that you were just a wandering magician, even a magician with a weak body like you. Resurrecting dead man with a wave of hands. Then how many people in the holy place magician understand resurrection? And how many deadmans have you magicians resurrected?" After thinking about it, Fury added, "Including history. Who have you all been resurrected?" Li Feng glanced at him silently. "Fury, what an occupational disease is committed again? And want to ask Comatage around the corners?" Spreading his hands, Li Feng rolled his eyes, pointed to his mouth, and said, "I can see the shape of my mouth. I will tell you one last time. My small body can't provoke those magicians. So anything about holy place magician, I have no comment." Fury twitched at the corner of his mouth, thinking that since his face was dark anyway, he wouldn't be seen blushing no matter how embarrassed he was. After thinking for a while, Fury simply treated himself as a culprit of indirect deafness, deliberately pretending to have a deep contempt on his face, and said, "In the beginning, I thought you were very powerful. I'm not as timid as a mouse." Fury pointed to his feet and confidently said, "In my sight, my office, and all around are my people. In such an environment, as long as you don't say anything, holy, how do the people at Place Magician know what you said? Do you think such a superficial method of aggressive manipulation is useful for me?" Li Feng rubbed his forehead and sneered. "Don't think I can't hear what you really want to ask. You just want to understand that you are all around you. How do the people of Holy Place Magician know what I said in such an environment? Right?" Li Feng shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "I still know what you are thinking now. You think S.H.I.E.L.D. can't find magician because they monitor everything in the world with tactics, just like you use electronic devices to monitor the calls of the public. The same, so you suspect that even if S.H.I.E.L.D. finds clues about magician, the Holy Place magicians will make corresponding preparations in advance, such as destroying the clues before you." Fury, who didn't say a word, stared straight at Li Feng with one eye, as if a small flower had grown on Li Feng's face. It was a careful look. Seeing Fury waiting for himself to speak, Li Feng grinned and said, "Congratulations, you are right. They're indeed monitoring the world, but the methods are much better than I said. As for how to monitor..." At this point, Li Feng said with a humble expression and tone, "I won't tell you." The corner of Fury's eyes twitched, and his right hand touched the pistol subconsciously. Fortunately, the lord of the left hand remembered that Li Feng opened the shield faster than he drew the gun and finished shooting. He pulled the impulsive right hand in time. "It will be myself." Li Feng's words were so straightforward. Fury, who had already put his face in his pocket, couldn't help it. Knowing that he shouldn't even want to know about the holy place magician from the other person's mouth, Fury sighed inwardly and asked with a straight face, "What about another question?" Li Feng was stunned. Then he blinked inexplicably before reacting. "You mean anyone has been resurrected?" Seeing Fury's one eye filled with sincerity and full of curiosity, Li Feng grinned and shook his head slightly. "There are some questions that you think are too simple. Do you think anyone can learn such a high-level resurrection technique? And even people like me who are proficient in resurrection art do not want to resurrect anyone who can be resurrected." After spreading his hands, Li Feng said helplessly, "I will resurrect dead man for a period of time at most. I will chat with me to relieve my boredom." Without waiting for Fury's question, Li Feng, who was already ready to speak up and lied for himself, said quietly, "I said before that hell is real. So the question is, who do you think is the management of the soul of ordinary people after death? Do you manage shield?" Fury's mouth curled. If SHIELD can manage the soul and want to sit on the chair under Lao Tzu's ***, I'm afraid that many of them can circle the sun several times. After squinting his eyes, Fury seemed to think of something and smiled thoughtfully. "According to what you mean, people either go to heaven or hell after death, and you neither acknowledge heaven nor deny the existence of God. But only the existence of hell is certain, so dead man is naturally managing hell. And I listen to your tone. It seems that the holy place magician has never resurrected anyone, because they don't understand the resurrection technique and can't afford to provoke the hell of managing a decedent." Li Feng seemed to guess what Fury was trying to say, and touched the tip of his nose, pretending to be a little embarrassed. Fury looked at Li Feng with contempt and smiled. "Resurrection is a spell linked to the soul, so you dare not even provoke holy place magician dare not offend hell. That is your resurrection technique. It seems powerful and eye-catching, but it's actually just a secondment of the soul of decedent to hell." Fury turned his head and said metaphorically, "It's like decedent is a prisoner sentenced to life imprisonment. Your resurrection technique is like visiting prison. You can only ask a few questions about decedent. You can't take decedent out of prison at all. If you forcibly resurrect decedent and take it out of hell, it's like you helped decedent escape from prison, or the kind you planned. You will definitely be wanted by hell." Speaking of this, Fury suddenly thought of something. SHIELD also has the technique of resurrection, and the technique was given by Li Feng when it was delivered for free, and SHIELD has already resurrected several corpses, which can be said to be rich in experience. Although Fury witnessed the experiment of resurrecting corpses, let alone people with skeletons, even those with severe internal organs could not be resurrected, but resurrection means resurrection. Originally, Fury didn't care about this. Resurrection, I'm sorry for the existence, but now, he really wants to point to Li Feng's nose and ask, the soul that matches the body is still traveling in hell. Is that special? Is it amnesia? This is simply the new life of a certain soul. Fury can be sure that a person like him who has done a lot of dirty things secretly can't go to heaven, even if he is now a leader of a world-class organization. Thinking of this, Fury glanced at Li Feng pityingly and couldn't bear it. She cursed, "Why can't you provoke hell, so I can afford it? When I die, I may be accused of something. You too, knowing that Bob's existence will provoke hell. So what is it? Remind me not straightforwardly." After that, Fury's face was constantly changing like constipation. One side is the famous hell, and the other is ability super strong. After the resurrection, all teams are comparable to the weakened version of Captain America, especially the Superman team that forms a basketball team. If it weren't for these obedient and super strong soldiers, Fury would really like to press these resurrected soldiers into a coffin made of vibranium, put them into space, and then send someone to hell to convey the message. I'm not moving to hell. Austin's soul really did it all. Li Feng saw Fury's worries and grinned with relief. Don't worry. The Bob you resurrected with technology is actually soulless, so hell can't control him at all. As soon as Li Feng's words fell, Fury sighed, keeping a constipated face. No soul? When Li Feng was about to answer, he suddenly realized something was wrong and quietly released his mental energy to scan Fury beside him. At the same time, Li Feng, who knew that he shouldn't have said, slapped himself in his heart while taking out a green gourd from his shoulder bag, hoping to interrupt Fury from digging deeper into the meaning of his words, and said, "In addition to coming to S.H.I.E.L.D. because of your invitation, there is one more thing to ask you for help." Fury looked at the blue gourd with a smile and said, You deliberately revealed the immortal spring and the resurrection technique in front of Phil Coulson. I knew you were looking for me." During the conversation, Fury leaned comfortably against the soft sofa backrest, tilted Erling's legs, and said, "Let's talk about it. Although you have extraordinary powers, but you have always stood by yourself. I will help you if you can." Seeing Fury's uncle making a pie, Li Feng raised his brows, and, after looking around, he whispered, "Remember that we were there 12 years ago." Li Feng pointed to the ceiling and gestured to Tesseract with his hands, and continued, said, "A luminous square found on it." Before Li Feng could finish, Fury, who had been observing the greenskin gourd, turned his head to Li Feng and said, "That cube that was swallowed by my big cat?" Fury is not a short-sighted agent 12 years ago, and he has carefully checked the information about Tesseract after he became the chief. Although I don't know how the Tesseract originally in the hands of the Red Skull ran on the cruise ship in the Earth orbit, the Red Skull of the Year Skull relies on Tesseract to develop many advanced weapons. Such a treasure with infinite energy is more valuable than the eternal spring water. After all, one party is an inexhaustible energy source. On the other hand, although the immortal spring water can give vigorous vitality and let people live a healthy life without disease, this thing is a non-renewable resource, and it is gone when it is used up. Moreover, no one has died since ancient times. If you die, the earth will not stop turning because of someone belching. I'm talking about how much eternal spring water can a gourd hold, which is no bigger than a slap. Seeing Li Feng nodding and admitting that he just wanted Tesseract, Fury said with a look of disgust, "This is not enough for me to quench my thirst and drink a few sips. Are you embarrassed to change my baby?" Fury pointed to the office door unceremoniously, said, "You should leave smoothly." Knowing that Fury had misunderstood him, Li Feng Shanshan smiled and said, "No, I just want to get in touch. It's best to get in your hand and study it. Don't worry, just study it under your supervision." Fury looked at Li Feng seriously, squinted his eyes, and asked, "Listen to you, do you know what it is?" Li Feng nodded. "Anyone who knows the Marvel world knows infinite gems. What's so fuss about?" Fury made a respectful posture and stretched out his hand for Li Feng to explain the true face of Tesseract. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and asked, "Can I lend me a few days to study after I've made it clear?" It usually means that the average person is greedy enough. We say that it is enough for him to eat a bowl and look at the pot. But who is Fury? Anyway, this guy is not an ordinary person. He belongs to the second class who eats the braised pork in a bowl, and while scanning how much soup is left in the pot, he is calculating in his heart how to get the pig farm. Li Feng wanted to put Tesseract in his hand because of an introduction that he didn't know whether it was true or false. What's the joke? It's just that Fury now wants to know the secret of Tesseract and doesn't want to lend the Rubik's Cube to Li Feng so easily. After thinking about it, he shook his head with a sneer and said in a flat tone, "Or I will let Phil Coulson be your follower. Introduce the changes in the world pattern behind you every day, and then you teach him how to become a magician." Li Feng jumped up and shouted like burning his asterisk. "Why?" Before Li Feng finished speaking, Fury said with a strong sarcasm, Then why do you touch your upper lip and lower lip to let me lend you the Rubik's Cube? Li Feng was stunned. You thought I took out the eternal spring water just to give you an addiction? Li Feng rolled his eyes and shook the greenskin gourd in his hand, put it on the coffee table, and said, I didn't say that I borrowed the Rubik's Cube only by explanation. I was going to exchange a drop of eternal spring water for you from the beginning. A drop? Fury's mouth twitched, disdainfully said, You really dare to think, even if you exchange a gourd's eternal spring water with me, I have to consider it. While talking, Fury reached out and picked up the gourd, put it in his hand and looked up and down at the weird symbols on the gourd, and said in a flat tone, Are you portraying these in text yourself? How big is the space inside? It can really drown. 800 me. If you can drown, it's obviously Fury joking. Li Feng, just ignore it, but... Li Feng looked at Fury with a little surprise, then squinted his eyes and asked, Have you seen the run text? Fury is satisfied with Li Feng's surprise, but he obviously doesn't want to explain anything at the moment. After all, he sometimes maintains a certain sense of mystery, which can effectively improve his own sense of presence in the opponent's heart and form a vague deterrent to mysterious people like Li Feng. This is telling Li Feng to Fury, Don't think you don't say anything. I don't know how many caddies you have. I know more than you think. Definitely, the main reason Fury didn't want to explain was he didn't know how to explain how he got to know the text of Luan, because he completely relied on looking up various similar materials, and then he just smashed in front of Li Feng. Too much nonsense. It's easy to get stuffed in Li Feng. Just when Li Feng was confused and guessed whether Fury had found a magician and recruited him to shield Fury, who did not want Li Feng to guess the facts, tried to open the gourd plug and asked, First, let's talk about the secret of the Rubik's Cube. After discussing whether to borrow the Rubik's Cube, Fury, who found that he could not open the gourd plug, said in a puzzled voice, How do I feel that the magic words on the gourd have the same effect as yours? The broken books are almost the same, all to prevent me from seeing the contents. If you can open it, there will be ghosts. It is true that a gourd can save the eternal spring water. This thing is complicated. Li Feng curled his lips, not wanting to explain the difference between the magic book and the gourd. He whispered, Tesseract is also called Space Gem, and its name has already suggested its main function. Space. Fury tilted his head and asked curiously, What exactly does it do? For example, using our magician thinking to understand, that is, the Rubik's Cube contains the space law. Whoever can master the Rubik's Cube can use the space power at will. Li Feng thought for a while, pointing to himself, and said, You also know that I can teleport. Doors can appear in all corners of the earth at any time. But portals are spells that no one can master except magician, and I can't open portals to Mars at present, because the earth is too far away and my mana is not enough. With the Rubik's Cube, it's not the same. Even if the person who masters the Rubik's Cube is a powerless warrior, as long as he can withstand the power of the Rubik's Cube, he can use the power of the Rubik's Cube to appear anywhere in the universe at will. For example, here I'm eating breakfast on Earth, and I'm going to open a portal to walk on Mars for digestion. Li Feng pointed to the green gourd and continued, or expand the space in the gourd indefinitely. If originally right the space energy comprehension is strong enough, maybe it is not impossible to build a gourd that can hold a sun. In addition, scientific and technological means can also use Rubik's Cube, just like the alien scientist who was hiding in Earth orbit to study Rubik's Cube 12 years ago. Perhaps her ultimate goal is to develop a fighter that can pass through wormholes. Li Feng made a helpless gesture, shrugged his shoulders, and continued, Definitely, I have self-knowledge. With my ability, I can't master the Rubik's Cube. So I just borrowed it to understand the space law in the Rubik's Cube, strengthen my space spells, and maybe wait. After I understand the mystery of space, I can open the portal to take you to the moon for sightseeing. Fury glanced at Li Feng vaguely, then lowered his head and touched his chin. Is there a space law in the Rubik's Cube? Legendary artifacts generally contain a certain kind of law. Is there some law in some props on the Earth? After all, hell has come out. So some myths are not just myths, but it's historical facts, artifacts, or something, maybe real, such as some magical items in Shield Warehouse. Is Li Feng appearing in every corner of the Earth? anytime now. This ability alone makes SHIELD very passive and unable to monitor you, right? Do you still want to wave on the moon? Can Magician learn the portal? Does it mean that Holy Place Magician can appear all over the world at any time? If this is the case, then I will focus my search on those people who appear in two places at the same time within a day. Does it mean that I can find the Holy Place Magician? Fury, who wants to dig deeper into more information, said roundly, "Do you know how huge the energy in the Rubik's Cube is? This is not something that the average magician can control." In the middle of the sentence, he suddenly meant something. Fury was stunned and asked, "You knew the secret of the Rubik's Cube 12 years ago?" Seeing Li Feng nodded, Fury's mind kept reminiscing about the details of Li Feng's first contact with Rubik's Cube and the crazy brain replenishment. He clearly remembered that Li Feng had said many times that he did not want to have any entanglement with S.H.I.E.L.D. when he was weak. Therefore, Li Feng has avoided S.H.I.E.L.D. for the past 12 years. Now, since Li Feng dared to appear in SHIELD, it also shows that Li Feng believes he has the strength and is not afraid that SHIELD will trouble him. So, a magician who has no money or resources 12 years ago was so weak that he would not dare to touch the Rubik's Cube. Only after 12 years of practice would he be so strong that he would dare to try to understand the law. Law is so tall as soon as you hear it. It's not something that ordinary people can comprehend if they want to comprehend it, whether it's a movie or a legendary biography. Who can comprehend law? Existence that is not like a god is also a demigod. As for Li Feng, even if he started practicing magic in his mother's womb, how many years has it been until now? How dare you say that you borrowed Tesseract to understand the law of the space inside? What worries Fury most is that Li Feng, who dared to try to understand the law, is a wandering magician without a tutor. What does this mean? Fury's only idea now is to split Li Feng's brain and check out those magicians who have better practice abilities than Li Feng. And there are a lot of resources behind them. And how many magicians are personally guided by their instructors? How many people have already understood the law? The sky ran out boringly to preach the mystery of spells and bring a good science and technology earth to the magical earth. Looking at Fury, who was barely scratching his head and ears, Li Feng smiled in his heart. He deliberately didn't say what Space Gem really looked like. He said that half of the Space Gem was left with the intention of keeping Fury's brains up and paying attention to the role of Tesseract. After all, for Fury's character, it is impossible to destroy the Rubik's Cube or put it in a safe after knowing the importance of the Rubik's Cube. It will only increase the intensity of research after strengthening the security. If you want to use Rubik's Cube to study as soon as possible, you must have someone familiar with Rubik's Cube to guide you. So the question is, now Fury knows who knows Rubik's Cube best and how to use Rubik's Cube. Although Li Feng's method is biased towards magic, there must be something to learn from. Just like now, Fury has detected the energy fluctuations of some of Li Feng's spells using scientific and technological means. Fury, with a pensive face, got more headaches as he thought about it. After a long time, he rubbed his temples and looked at Li Feng. After taking a few breaths in his heart, Roar asked, "How long do you want to borrow?" Li Feng was stunned on the surface, and he made a gesture of "oh" in his heart. This can be regarded as persuading this marinated egg. Some excitedly Li Feng licked his lips and said a little embarrassed, "I don't know. I have to try it before I know it." This is not Li Feng's modesty, but the truth. After all, he really doesn't know whether he can comprehend the rule of space with his current strength. But the opportunity should be great. Back then, Li Feng was a rookie when he encountered Rubik's Cube for the first time. He was seriously lacking in strength. So let alone comprehend the rules of Rubik's Cube. He couldn't even hold Rubik's Cube for a long time. Although the current strength has not reached the peak of mortals, the Space Gem also has a Rubik's Cube to protect it, and Li Feng has stepped into Qi training anyway. It is not enough. Without touching the Rubik's Cube, he tries to understand the law of the space, and his whole body is stabbed and uncomfortable. What? Li Feng, who was afraid of Fury's remorse, raised his eyebrows lightly and said, "Definitely, I still said that. You can observe how I do it. Maybe those who study Rubik's Cube can be inspired by it." It's okay for Li Feng not to say this. Once he said, Fury pondered inwardly for a while, then glanced at Li Feng inexplicably. You seem to have a certain posture about borrowing the Rubik's Cube. What if I figure it out? I don't believe you will give up the rare opportunity to observe. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, spread his hands, and said, just ask if you agree. Fury looked at Li Feng seriously, then looked at the green gourd, and said after a long time, tell me how much immortal spring water you can give. In the end, Fury and Li Feng had to take 3 drops of immortal spring water after intense discussions, as well as Li Feng's other bargaining chip, the resurrection technique. Regarding the resurrection technique, Fury initially thought of letting Li Feng be there on call. But Li Feng got up and prepared to leave. I'm not your servant, so why should I listen to you? Believe it or not, Lao Tzu resurrected you? Dad, let him educate you in the middle of the night. Although my resurrection technique is a fake and inferior product, its effect is not as good as the immortal spring water. If used well, the effect is even stronger than that of the immortal spring water. It's like a task to capture someone alive and a task to kill someone directly. Which task causes the greater sacrifice? For example, the agents were originally prepared to perform the task of catching someone alive, but seeing that there's a lot of security around the other party, is impossible to complete the task easily. There is world peace on the one hand and sacrifice on the other. What can the agents do? I definitely chose to ignore the sacrifice and finish the task with faith. And it's not bad to be able to complete the task. If you are unlucky enough to be run away by the other party, or simply burp, the agents will sacrifice for nothing. S.H.I.E.L.D. has to spend a lot of money to comfort these sacrifice people. It's all green money. Now it's different with the resurrection technique. When the agents see that there are many people in the opponent, they can simply turn the task of capturing alive into a more complete corpse preservation. At that time, they can directly carry Gatling and give the opponent to the group. Suddenly, anyway, trouble Li Feng afterwards and let him release a resurrection technique. S.H.I.E.L.D. can still know the answer he wants from the resurrected opponent. For this reason, Fury, who did not want to give up the resurrection technique and the immortal spring, discussed with Li Feng, and finally got Li Feng Chenghua to help S.H.I.E.L.D. perform 10 resurrection techniques for free. Although Fury was a little dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. Who made Li Feng bit the bottom line? But Li Feng, who paid for this, was forced to get only 6 days to understand the law of space. After talking about the transaction, Li Feng waved at Fury and asked the other party to prepare a container for storing the immortal spring water like a fly. He still muttered, a drop of immortal spring water is equal to 2 days' rent. This is the same as your face. Black. Fury smiled as fake as he might be. He stood up and walked to the office door and said, don't get cheap and sell well. The immortal spring water is just a foreign object. It's just a good healing potion for you. Improving my own strength, I still feel that I have lost, or are we talking about it? Go away, Li Feng said with a distressed look. The problem is that I don't know if I can comprehend it. Who will believe this? Judging from the previous information, I know clearly how much you cherish your life, and you will try if you are not sure enough. Fury rolled his eyes and left Li Feng with haha. Outside the office, Phil Coulson, who has been monitoring the conversation between Li Feng and Fury, took a group of scientific researchers with various instruments to wait outside the door early. Seeing Fury open the office door, Phil Coulson walked up to Li Feng with a suspected freezer and smiled gently. Mr. Austin, please open the gourd. Li Feng picked up the greenskin gourd, glanced at the box in Phil Coulson's hand, and reminded him thoughtfully. I've said beforehand that the eternal spring water is tender. Freezing is not only ineffective to it, but will destroy its particularity. So you'd better study while it's hot. If you delay your research for a while and discover that the immortal spring water can't provide vitality, don't blame me for not reminding you. Phil Coulson was stunned, turned his head to look at Fury, who squeezed his eyebrows into a ball. His eyes were full of, sir, you take a charter. Fury glanced at the green gourd engraved with Lu in, thought for a moment, and said, what is the most appropriate way to store it? Li Feng looked at Fury with a faint smile, squinting his eyes, and said, if you can, you'd better find a magician who is proficient in time magic. Time? Phil Coulson glared at the protruding eyeballs and subconsciously said, "You magician can still." Phil Coulson hasn't said everything. Fury on the side gave a dry cough and stared sharply at Phil Coulson, signaling Phil Coulson to speak carefully. There are other people in the office. Seeing several researchers around him looking at Li Feng with mentally retarded eyes, Phil Coulson realized that he almost committed the crime of leaking secrets. He smiled and said, "Mr. Austin, this joke is not funny at all. Let's talk about some practical methods." Li Feng shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He didn't care if anyone knew he was a magician. After all, he planned the future to be mixed with the Avengers, and these superheroes had a lot of exposure. After wearing uniforms, they walked everywhere. The spotlight, so Li Feng's magician identity will be known to the public sooner or later. In addition, Li Feng consciously has the ability to protect himself now, and he is not afraid of trouble finding him. He grinned and said, "It's not impossible for ordinary magicians, but they need to expend a lot of mana to maintain the effect of the immortal spring." Seeing Li Feng's posture of "you persuade you, I only chant the 8th scripture," Fury motioned to Phil Coulson with a dark face to take out a somewhat weird glass tube, turned his head, and said to Li Feng, "I want to do research first. The next 2 drops are waiting for me to contact you when I need them." "A drop?" Fury didn't have guessed what I was testing, or did SHIELD actually didn't find a magician. Before, Fury said that the Huxia gourd was run text, but it's just good luck to be guessed right. But there is no reason. Fury is black everywhere, a proper non-chief. Li Feng, who couldn't guess the facts, joked, "I'm not a bank, and there is no interest, so you deposit in return, but don't let me pay you 2.5 drops when the time comes. In addition, you should find and store eternal life earlier. The way of spring water, otherwise I accidentally drank these 2 drops of water one day, so don't cry to me." While speaking, Li Feng scanned the faces of Fury and Phil Coulson back and forth. Li Feng has made it very clear. If you want to preserve the immortal spring water, you must have magician help. If there is a magician in S.H.I.E.L.D., then the expressions of the two will definitely change slightly. Li Feng can use this to judge whether there is magician in S.H.I.E.L.D. For example, if there is a magician, the expressions of the two of them must be rejoicing and relieved. If not, they will naturally be frowning or disappointed. It's a pity that Li Feng underestimated the agent's control over expressions. Phil Coulson still had a gentle smile, while Fury nodded blankly, indicating that he knew it. This made Li Feng a little helpless. "I can't see anything." "What?" "Forget it. Whether he has magician by SHIELD Zhaoan, the big deal is that I will let the wraiths be more careful, and even if necessary, I can give up the wraiths. It's great that I am making some." After consoling himself, Li Feng opened the green gourd plug and floated a drop of immortal spring water into the weird glass tube under the control of the spell, and asked, "Phil Coulson, what is the virtue of your glass tube?" "It was deformed during production." "Come on, is it possible that your shield is already short of money to the point where it only sells defective products but not genuine products?" Phil Coulson smiled, and when he put the test tube into the box, he said, "This is a test tube that can be kept in a vacuum at all times. It won't do any harm to the eternal spring water, right?" Li Feng thought about it for a while and squinted his hands while observing everyone present. "I don't know much about technology, so I can't answer your question. I only know that the best way to save is to rely on spells." Li Feng mentioned spells several times. If Fury hadn't discovered Li Feng's intentions, then he would simply move his but from the chief's throne to the cat litter and continue playing with the cat. Fury looked around for a week and found that several of the people in the office were worshippers of the Church of Science, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For fear that Li Feng would make another moth, Fury said with a straight face, "The matter is over. I will ask Phil Coulson to send you away." Knowing that his little intention has been seen through by Fury and guarding himself, Li Feng curled his lips in disdain. He glanced at Phil Coulson, who was making a get-out pose to himself. Li Feng said with a smile, "Do you want to understand what it means to blink back? Home." This is when Li Feng wants to make some noise in front of several scientific believers. By the way, he darkens the color of Fury's face. It must be very exciting. Just when Li Feng hesitation performed the portal to open their eyes on the spot, or used the phantom migration to turn into a black mist to leave, shattering the three views of these researchers. Fury stared with warning eyes, as if the corners of his eyes cramped. Looking at Li Feng, speechless and helpless, he took out his wallet from his pocket, took out a credit card, and handed it to Phil Coulson to prepare to spend money to eliminate the disaster. Take Mr. Austin to find a high-end restaurant, and I will treat you. Li Feng scratched his head. This is a bitter treat. Don't miss it when you pass by. After thinking about it, Li Feng turned his eyes to the dim sky outside the window and walked towards the office door with a grin. Regardless of whether Fury agreed or not, he said directly to Fury behind him, "At night, I will have a one-stop service for eating, drinking, and having fun, and the bill is all charged to you. On the head." After speaking, Li Feng, carrying a shoulder bag, walked out of the office happily. Phil Coulson looked at the blackmailed Fury silently and gave Li Feng a thumbs up in his heart. Talent, courage. Are you not afraid that Fury will wear small shoes for you? Seeing the official nodded slightly, Phil Coulson followed Li Feng with a stiff smile. For a long time, Phil Coulson drove Li Feng directly to Manhattan. Since Li Feng called for corruption with Fury's money, Phil Coulson's first thought was that Broadway Avenue, an important place for American drama and musicals, especially near the 42nd Street Times Square in the center, was surrounded by crowds. Dozens of theaters. Presumably, Li Feng can watch an opera by the way after enjoying the food here. He should be satisfied. It's a pity that Phil Coulson, a good old man, doesn't know what Li Feng wants. For Li Feng, a layman, it's better to sit on the street and watch the beauties while watching an opera. What do you want is popcorn or potato chips, plus a big bottle. Happy Fat House water, happily watch blockbuster movies in the theater. When approaching the Harlem district in northern Manhattan, Li Feng, who felt hungry and thin by 3 caddies, bowed his head, opened the car window boredly, and admired the feasting streets. As soon as Li Feng opened the car window, Phil Coulson heard dense gunfire faintly in his ear. As an agent dealing with guns all year round, Phil Coulson, who was already very sensitive to gunfire, settled down. After listening with ears, he followed the gunfire and explosion prestige and confusion, and said in wonder, "How do I listen to the U.S. military? Standard firearms. Who would exchange fire with the military in the metropolis? Terrorists. I don't know who is at war with the military forces." Li Feng, who saw something through the windshield, pointed to the sky and said, "I only know that someone does not bring a parachute helicopter. Who he thinks he is a birdman with wings or a flea in human skin?" Phil Coulson looked at the person who jumped from the helicopter in the direction that Li Feng pointed out and saw that the person was neither carrying a parachute nor a paraglider, and the clothes he wore were ordinary, not a wingsuit at all. Seeing that the other party is simply performing in the air what is random free roll, Phil Coulson immediately used years of skydiving experience to judge that the other party is likely to land first. No help, wait for death. Feeling the inexplicable hot pain on his face, Phil Coulson moved his gaze up, glanced at the helicopter, and said, "That's a U.S. military helicopter." While talking, Phil Coulson slammed on the accelerator and drove away following the explosion. "Sorry, Mr. Austin. I need to check what happened, and I will take you to dinner when I'm done." Li Feng touched his groaning belly, rolled his eyes feebly, and said, "Can you respect my belly? Haven't you heard it protesting? And the military has even dispatched a helicopter, so you need your small body to hold it. Take the broken pistol to join in the fun. Hold the grass." Halfway through the conversation, Li Feng stared blankly at the road ahead. The warrior who smashed the ground out of the pit with his face after jumping from a helicopter was climbing out of the pit with his green fist as big as a casserole. After a roar, he blasted into the sky. "Walk far away." "Oh!" Realizing what was going on, Li Feng scratched his head and said, "Phil Coulson, stop. Don't say you only have a small pistol. Even if you take out the tank from your pants pocket, it's useless." Li Feng pointed to Hulk. "Did you see that guy? The tank is a large assembled toy for him." Phil Coulson, who parked the car on the side of the road, dialed Fury's number and turned to look at Li Feng. Do you know who the big green guy is?" Li Feng just nodded and a slightly tired Fury voice rang on Phil Coulson's phone. Phil Coulson? I have enough headaches now, so you'd better not tell me Austin is also in trouble. Before Phil Coulson could answer, he had heard Fury frame Lee Fong, who likes to cause trouble, and snatched the phone. He said dissatisfiedly, Ball Dan, I am troublesome. I'm still hungry. Yes, the general called? It's the general who loves the super soldier and whose surname is Rose. Lee Fong, who couldn't remember Joe's Rose's full name, scratched his eyebrows and continued. This is how things are. The boyfriend of General Rose's biological daughter is wearing a pair of big pants, draped in front of me with a green. Streaking? Just wearing big pants is considered streaking. Anyway, Rose feels that this has seriously affected the cityscape of New York. Look, so I sent my own soldiers to prepare to teach my daughter's boyfriend. On the other side of the phone, Fury, who listened to Li Feng's nonsense, was watching what happened on the street through the satellite. Hulk, who was feeling extraordinary after a roar, was easily knocked into the air by another person's abomination who didn't wear his pants and was streaking. But Hulk, who was thrown away, immediately stopped doing it, feeling that he was invincible. Hulk had lost all his face. As a result, the angry Hulk performed a scene of tearing a police car as a glove on the street, and then facing the hatred was left uppercut and uppercut. After a wonderful combination of punches, he rode angrily on hatred, smashed the opponent's ugly face. Through the screen, looking at the two giants, Fury, who did not abide by the boxing rule at all, only felt that he could feel pain in his face across the screen. Looking at the damage and casualties caused by Hulk's battle with Abomination, Fury rubbed his temples with a headache, even though he knew it was an accident caused by an internal U.S. military experiment, and he received a warning from the military when Hulk entered New York. But what Ross did not say that there are two giants in New York, and, judging from the posture of these two goods, it is still a professional of the Boxing Association and the Demolition Office. The speed of demolition is called a fast. Can't bear to check the casualty data, Fury struggled for a while, and asked, Austin, can you deal with two monsters? Li Fong vaguely glanced at Phil Coulson, who was full of anxiety and worry, and turned his head to think that it would be nice to show his hand in front of Fury. First of all, the salted egg in Sankey concealed that S.H.I.E.L.D. knew something about the magical world, and he was so scared that he almost let the wraiths leave Sankey. Although Li Fong later realized that it might be Fury's nonsense, it still caused him. With a little pressure on his heart, Li Fong felt that he needed to reduce pressure, such as bullying and hating or something, to make his heart healthier. Secondly, Li Fong feels that showing some strength can also give Fury a not-so-obscure warning. Nothing to provoke me. I am not a vegetarian, but super fierce. Thinking of this, Li Fong, who didn't even consider whether the magician's identity would be exposed, didn't even think of what Fury was worrying about. He grinned and said, It's only two things for me, but what good is it for me? Although Li Fong was originally going to deal with hatred and Hulk, why not take things that are good for nothing? After all, people will still earn income from street performances. Why should it be free when it is his turn to show his strength? It doesn't make sense. Fury's eyes twitched. I haven't told you to shoot. You want the good? Do you think too much? Give the call to Phil Coulson. Li Fong blinked in wonder and handed the phone to Phil Coulson and asked curiously, What's the matter? Don't you want me to do it? After a while, Phil Coulson, who even said a few yes through the car keys and Fury's credit card to Li Fong, and said, Mr. Austin, you can find a restaurant for dinner by yourself. The director said, he doesn't want to start tomorrow. On the headline, I saw the slogan Magician is out. Science gets out of the way. After speaking, Phil Coulson took out his small pistol and walked in the direction of Hulk and hatred. Since he can't participate in the war, he must maintain the order and minimize the occurrence of stampede. Li Fong, who received the key and credit card, scratched his head. When he was about to turn around and get into the car, he suddenly heard a woman behind him yelling, Austin! Following the voice, Li Fong turned his head and saw that Aunt May was wearing a dress and her face was full of worries. Looking at Aunt May, who was in anxious tears, Li Fong said in wonder, Aunt May, why are you here? Are you going to any party? Aunt May touched a drop of tears at the corner of her eyes and smiled reluctantly and said, "It's not to attend the party, but today is my birthday. I originally said that Ben and I would be at home for my birthday, but I thought he is now in Stark. The company has a stable and sufficient income when I go to work, so I insisted on taking me here and prepare to take me to an opera after my birthday in the high-level restaurant." Speaking of this, Aunt May's tears couldn't stop flowing down, and she said in a crying voice, "As a result, I changed my clothes after work. Before I went to the reserve restaurant, I saw the chaos on the street. I didn't know this. Will it be dangerous in the restaurant?" With a bewildered face, Li Feng pointed in the direction of Hulk and hatred. His eyes twitched slightly and said, "Uncle Ben in there?" Aunt May nodded worriedly. Li Feng covered his face speechlessly and cursed in his heart. "What's the matter, Uncle Ben? Uncle Ben, you have nothing to join the fun. Isn't it good to have a birthday at home? Do you know that I have admitted that it will only make you die of old age, or how to drip, rush wherever it is dangerous if nothing is wrong? And you, Stark, sure, it's a big shit if you don't lose it. You're a shit-chucking stick. It's okay to call Uncle Ben into the Stark Enterprise. Is it not good for him to live his life peacefully?" After cursing, Li Feng, who knew that Uncle was dangerous, immediately put on his cloak, turned into a black mist in Aunt May's bewildered eyes, and flew into a high-level restaurant. In the restaurant, Uncle Ben, who was suspected of having a broken thigh, put a clip on himself to bandage the wound, and said in a gentle tone to the shivering diners, "Man, it will be fine. You will be safe when the police arrive. Maybe you should, fortunately. At least you haven't reached your thighs, and you'll be able to jump and jump away after a while." The terrified diners originally wanted to breathe a sigh of relief under the comfort of Uncle Ben, when suddenly they saw Li Feng, who broke through the door surrounded by black mist floating in the air, and his fragile nerves collapsed immediately and shouted, "Ghost! Ghost's sister," Li Feng said without curiosity. "Which ghost dared to appear in front of Lao Tzu?" On the side, Uncle Ben recognized Li Feng, who was neither wearing a mask nor concealing his identity, and said inconceivably, "Austin, who are you?" Putting away the phantom migration state, Li Feng, who showed a complete human form, frowned and looked at Uncle Ben's thigh. If it was a traumatic injury, Li Feng could heal Uncle Ben with a wave of his hand. However, the fractures don't move the bones. The treatment didn't work. The most important thing is that Li Feng said that he had never learned bone-setting techniques, so he had to let Uncle Ben to be forbearing and to cast the spell after the fracture was dealt with in the hospital. Hearing Uncle Ben's question, Li Feng opened a portal and said, I'm a magician, and you'll leave here first." While talking, floating in the air, feeling that his brain is not enough, the chaotic Uncle Ben saw the dull-faced Aunt May through the portal. He hurriedly reduced his mind and showed the gentlest smile that he believed to be the most gentle, and shouted, "Hi, May. You are really bright today." At the moment, Aunt May's mind was also in chaos. She first saw Li Feng turn into black mist, then a light door appeared inexplicably before her eyes, and finally saw Uncle Ben, who had lived with him for most of her life, float in the air. Fortunately, Uncle Ben did not suffer from typhoid fever, except for the clamp wrapped around his thigh. Aunt May stepped forward to hug Uncle Ben with a happy face. As for the magical incident encountered before, how could the safety of the family be important? Naturally, Aunt May subconsciously left her behind. Although the Harlem area was chaotic, Li Feng didn't cover it up when he cast spells, so in addition to Uncle Ben and Aunt May, many people clearly saw the light and shadow effects caused by Li Feng's spells. Uncle Ben, who thought he was living in the world of science and technology all his life, saw that many people around him pointed to Li Feng, and suddenly understood that Li Feng's special abilities were known to the public when he saved him. And this was nothing to Li Feng, who saved him. Not a good thing. Before, an Iron Man popped up in New York who claimed to protect everyone, but a discerning person knew the high-tech products that the other party played at a glance. Although the identity of superhero will make many people hesitate, there are many people who secretly want to get a steel battle suit to play with. After all, as long as they steal the manufacturing technology of the steel battle suit, they can become the next Iron Man. Had it not been for sure Stark's identity and social status to be there, it is estimated that Iron Man is already flying in the sky above New York. As for Li Feng, he is just an ordinary person with no social status and reputation. Otherwise, how could Uncle Ben, who has lived in New York all his life, never heard the name of Austin? There will be more and the means to pay for it. Thinking of this, Uncle Ben apologized and said to Li Feng, "I'm sorry, you saved me, but exposed your identity to the public." After a pause, Uncle Ben said sincerely, "If there is anything, I can help. If you're on you, just say it." Li Feng, who knew that Uncle Ben was worried that he would be sliced and studied, shrugged indifferently, smiled, and relieved. "Uncle Ben, you think too much. In fact, the magical world is not a secret to some people at all. Besides, it's not that I didn't resist abilities, weak scum." As soon as Li Feng's voice fell, Phil Coulson, who was originally wearing a black suit and was busy evacuating the crowd in the distance, ran to Li Feng with his mobile phone and said, "The chief is looking for you." Before Li Feng put the phone to his ear, Fury's roar came from the phone microphone. "Austin, what are you doing? Didn't I let you leave? What are you doing if you're a fool? Do you want to cast a spell on a crowd? Do you know that your big face may have been photographed by someone? Do you want the world to know that there is a magician on the earth tomorrow?" Feeling the buzzing in the cochlea, Li Feng subconsciously moved the phone away from his ears, curled his mouth, and turned his head and said to Uncle Ben, "Look, there's an agent who knows the magical world on the opposite side of the phone and is still a top-ranking agent, so you don't have to worry about what I will have." Danger. Although the phone is some distance away from Uncle Ben, Fury's roar is not too small, so Uncle Ben can still hear what Fury is talking about. After understanding that he wants to definitely, Uncle Ben smiled and said, "That's good. I thought you would be in trouble after you saved me." Phil Coulson on the side heard that Li Feng was casting spells in public on the street to save talents. He was a little surprised and glanced at the slightly familiar Uncle Ben and Aunt May. You must know that Li Feng is not an enthusiastic citizen in his eyes, so the idea that he would take the initiative to save people hadn't even surfaced in Phil Coulson's mind. Phil Coulson was a little curious about the identities of Uncle Ben and Aunt May, but Li Feng was still aside. He didn't dare to ask blatantly. On the other side of the phone, Fury heard that Li Feng didn't feel at ease what he said, and said with restraint angrily, "You solve the two monsters, and I will help you solve the trouble caused by exposing the magician's identity." After speaking, Fury hung up the phone neatly, without waiting for Li Feng to answer. Li Feng threw the phone to Phil Coulson with a look of misfortune, and said unhappily, "Your family's marinated egg is sick, and I'm not afraid that my magician identity will be exposed. So why should I do a day job?" Phil Coulson glanced at Hulk in disgust, who was scrambled all the way in his direction, then glanced at the small pistol in his hand and shouted nervously, "Austin, do you help or not?" Before Li Feng could answer, the benevolent Uncle Ben persuaded him, "Austin, if you have ability, you should help those people. These two monsters are about to tear down the entire street, and the ambulance will enter." "No." After a pause, Uncle Ben, who thought of something, added, "Definitely. You need to pretend to be yourself. Otherwise, there will not be too few troubles afterwards." Li Feng glanced at Uncle Ben, and while opening the portal to take out the skull mask and weird sickle from the RV, he shrugged and said, "I didn't say not to help, but Uncle Ben, you should go to the hospital as soon as possible to get the bones straight. Good for you to release the healing technique." After speaking, Li Feng put on a skull mask, carried the sickle on his shoulders, slumped his hands on the long stick, and walked towards Hatred full of riffraff. Here, the fiery Hatred kicked Hulk into a certain store, and when he was about to laugh at Hulk's weakness, he heard an extremely arrogant shout behind him. "Boy, I heard that you were a good sandbag. Come and accompany Grandpa to relieve my boredom." The disgusting Hate who was playing turned his head and glanced at Li Feng dressed as Death God, spat on the ground disdainfully, and said, "Do you think that you are Death God wearing a skull mask and a sickle?" As he spoke, Disgust shook his arms and rushed towards Li Feng, yelling, "I like Death God so much, I'll send you to see the real Death God." Li Feng snapped his fingers with a clear face and watched his Disgust hit a barrier with his face and turn to the ground. "As if his face hurts, Li Feng shrunk his neck and gently rubbed his cheek. Hippie said with a smile, "Although I know that ugliness lived for a long time, your ugliness is a bit shocking. You are ready. Does this ugly face live with the sky? Besides, do you have any shame? Hulk still knows how to wear a pair of pants, and the public are all in the air. I'm a little confused with hatred, and I don't understand what happened just now. How come a piece of tempered glass appeared inexplicably, or tempered glass made in Daxia, and it didn't break?" Seeing that Abomination was not hurt, he got up and continued thinking about himself. Li Feng raised his hand to release various fireballs and other spells to the face of Abomination, not only testing the power of his spells, but also seeing how high Abomination's magic resistance was. After a while, looking at the gray-headed hatred, Li Feng glanced at the opponent's lower body inexplicably and said in a daze, "I didn't expect that you, with a thick skin, are actually an eunuch monster." Hearing this, his hatred suddenly became furious. His hands blocked his face, and he decided to use his casserole big fist to stick Li Feng's small face against Li Feng's spell. The price of imagination is easy for him. Why would anyone dare to laugh at him for not having a small hatred? On the other side, Hulk, whose strength was suppressed by the serum, shook his head and jumped out of the store with a look of anger. After seeing the hatred, he took 3 steps and took 2 steps, raising his fist and rushing towards the hatred. Li Feng, who was about to test the time spell, watched his test subject being snatched by Hulk with a dumb face and shouted uncomfortably, "Greenskin, you are not moral. This is my test product." After speaking, Li Feng opened a palm file size, leading to the portal on the back of Hulk's head, and then raised his palm to slap the back of Hulk's head fiercely, knocking the opponent's spirit body out of the flesh. Banner, who had just become a spirit state before he understood what was happening, stared at his raised eyes, perplexed as he watched his body being beaten and kicked like a sandbag by hatred. Feeling the physical body being beaten and the pain in his body, Banner subconsciously raised his transparent hands in front of his eyes. All he thought in his mind was, "Am I dead? I can't die even if I swallow a gun and jump off the building. How can I die like this?" Seeing Banner's spirit body with a big question mark on his head, he stayed in disgust and turned his palms in a daze. Li Feng was silently preparing for the spell of time stagnation and said, "Dr. Banner, can you cool off by the side of the road? You are here. It prevents me from playing." Banner glanced at Li Feng blankly. "Can you see me?" Li Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense, I did it for you now." At this time, hatred seemed to feel that Hulk was motionless, as if he was a fart, kicking Hulk into the air with a look of intent to play, but Li Feng only felt that his eyes were bright. Opportunity. It was too late, and it was fast, and before Abomination turned and rushed towards Li Feng, the spell in Li Feng's hand had already targeted Abomination with precision. After leaving a sentence to Banner, "Don't worry, you are not dead. I will send you back to the body." Li Feng circled the hatred wrapped in water with great interest. After a while, Li Feng unwrapped the stream of hatred head, asked curiously, "How did you eunuch give birth? Are you hermaphrodite? Then when you want a baby, you spit out an egg from your mouth and put it in the bed to hatch it." Banner, who became a spirit body and followed Li Feng, heard Li Feng's ridicule and couldn't help but smile and said, "Do you think he's a chicken? He is also going to go into the bed to incubate the eggs. What a big bed is this? It's not good to hate the feeling at this moment. Except that the head can turn, the rest can't move anywhere, nor can it be said. It's because the body moves too slowly, just like the brain clearly commanded to take a big step. But if you want to complete the time for a step, it is estimated that it will not be completed until next year. This is simply the gospel of snails, and they are not synonymous with slow movement. Who are you?" He couldn't move his fist, and he couldn't bite Li Feng with his mouth open. He almost spit out real anger in his disgusting eyes. "Me?" Li Feng pointed to the tip of his nose and said, "I am a good person passing by. You are so ugly and distinctive, so I want to take a closer look." Halfway through the conversation, Li Feng applied a time-accelerating spell on the head of hatred, which made hate feel inexplicably slow in the world. If it wasn't for Li Feng in front of him with his mouth open, he only uttered a word for a long time, and there was serious procrastination. I suspect that time is stalled. For Li Feng, it may be just a sentence, and quite a few seconds have passed, but for the hatred of stagnant time in the lower body and accelerated thinking, when Li Feng finished a sentence, he felt that the time had passed a year. It was a year when the body remained motionless. When Li Feng felt that maintaining the 2 spells on the same person was a bit uncontrollable, when he took back the time acceleration spell, he hated only to feel that he had been in another world for hundreds of years, and his autism phobia had penetrated into his bones. Rescued. This time, Li Feng made a move to let everyone watch the magic show for free. Although the release of spells consumes nothing except mana, but let Li Feng do good deeds and not charge money, he feels a little unhappy. So at the beginning, Li Feng's idea was, since you don't benefit me, then I will do it myself. Find a way to get some benefits. And this benefit is naturally hateful of the soul and body. There is no way. Anyone who hates this little boss is too poor and does not explode any equipment. Li Feng can only think about this lump of flesh and make it into a powerful mummy. When I think of the Guardian of the Hatred card, you deserve it, Li Feng immediately felt that he had a pharaoh's breath. Definitely, if the sickle on his hand was made of pure gold, it would be more pharaoh's spirit. As for the easy collection of Banner's soul, it was not that Li Feng didn't want to, but that this was an uncle that Li Feng needed to win. No way. Who made the Banner in Women's Federation for contribute a lot to the manufacture of time-traveling machines. Li Feng said that he can't afford it. The ghost knows how much Banner's IQ is left after being made into a mummy. He also wants to use Banner to understand time. Woolen cloth. Originally, Li Feng could extract the other person's soul from the body he hated, but it's so fun to brag at Fury before, and I've already said that if he extracts the soul in a street performance now, let Fury see the mummy in the future. The like-shaped hate-branded guard. I guess Fury didn't treat him like this, but the kind of omnidirectional, 3-dimensional monitoring, even the toilet bowl had to put 10 or 8 monitoring probes. For this reason, Li Feng specially brought his weird sickle. Who would let a cat live in this thing would also extract the soul. Just after Li Feng asked the cat to absorb the soul through the skull mask, he helped to imprison the abominable soul, and when he raised the sickle to chop the abomination, there was a loud shout in the distance. Wait, stay under the knife. People. Li Feng didn't care who was shouting. He only knew that it was his benefit and his trophy, so when the caller finished speaking, the hatred heart was already stuck with a knife. Seeing the humanoid Emil Bronsky being dragged into the sickle, and the cat became a neighbor again, and the blood of hatred was eaten by the cat and stored in the body, causing the body of hatred to become a corpse. I felt refreshed at this moment. Li Feng turned his head and looked at the person who called him to stop. Although the caller wore a military uniform, Li Feng knew that the opponent was a soldier at a glance, but apart from that, Li Feng couldn't tell what he was. He had never joined the army and could not understand the meaning of the U.S. military epaulets at all. I didn't know that standing in front of him was a lieutenant general of the Air Force. Li Feng carried the sickle on his shoulders again, his hands slumped on the long stick, and asked wonderingly, "Where did you come out?" "Go here." On the side, the spirit-shaped Banner stared at the skinny hatred and gave a vague look at Li Feng. This guy's methods. You feel evil no matter how you look at it. Hearing what Li Feng said, he was not afraid of his prospective father-in-law. Banner was afraid that Li Feng would turn General Thaddeus Rose into a corpse on a whim, let alone whether Li Feng had the ability to fight against the army. I couldn't confess with my girlfriend Betty, and said hurriedly, "He is Thaddeus Ross, a lieutenant general in the U.S. Air Force. He is the kind of general who actually holds power and holds a heavy hand." Hesitation, Banner added in a low voice. Said, "It's still my girlfriend's father." General Rose, who couldn't hear Banner introducing himself at all, cast aside his disgust of severe shrinkage and angrily took out his gun and aimed at Li Feng. What a perfect test product. It was sucked into a corpse by you. Yes. It's not that there's a perfect Hulk in the distance. I want to bang you now. You can call me Roar General Ross. Didn't you hear me telling you to stop? Seeing Ross all aimed at this mysterious man wearing a skull mask, The remaining soldiers look at me, and I look at you, all helplessly raising their guns and aiming at Li Feng, praying in their hearts that Li Feng looks powerful. But his body is still mortals, can be killed by guns otherwise. Anyway, they don't want to become corpses. Li Feng disdainfully glanced at the row of black, whole muzzles in front of him, and directly ignored Banner and said with a grin, "As for your father-in-law's fiery temper, I guess the pictures are beautiful when I get along with you. How about I help you? He was also killed. You elope with his daughter." Banner gave a fake dry laugh and looked at his body subconsciously, thinking that if there's a conflict, he should let Hulk come out to attract firepower. After all, Rose cares more about Hulk. As for Lee Summit, he is not stupid. Didn't people keep guns in their eyes from the beginning? Explain that people have the ability to escape or are not afraid of firearms. It's just that Banner was a little dumbfounded when he looked at his physical body. His physical body had already exited the Hulk mode at some point and was now in a proper and weak scholar mode. Banner also didn't want to think he was not in the state of Women's Federation 4 and Hulk integration. After being beaten out of the spirit body by Ancient One, his body would not change. Now he has no consciousness in his body. Hulk state can maintain a ghost. Banner is now a little melancholy. This is good. Let alone waiting to attract firepower, it is estimated that there is no chance to escape. Once he returned to the body, he was properly imprisoned. Li Feng saw what Banner was thinking and grinned. "How about going to my house for a drink?" Without waiting for Banner's answer, Li Feng slapped Banner, returning the spirit body to the physical body. The soldiers on the scene experienced extraordinary battles between Hulk and Abomination, and then they saw magical spells. Their nerves had long been stretched into a fragile string, so when Li Feng raised his palm inexplicably, they didn't know which soldier. The string in my head was broken, and I subconsciously pulled the trigger. This was good. When the surrounding soldiers heard the gunshots, they were already nervous, thinking that the general had ordered an attack. They pulled the trigger and shot Li Feng. As for Li Feng, he covered his face with his left hand when he heard the first shot and listened to the symphony played with a popping sound. Occasionally, he could hear the RPG be ******* G towards him until Rose lay on the ground and yelled. Li Feng put down his left hand and looked at the soldiers rolling on the floor with a smile and said, "Now I know that Lao Tsu's shield can bounce bullets." Tilting his head, he seemed to think of something deeply puzzled Li Feng. He looked curiously and was about to get up in Ross and asked, "General, you said that this group of soldiers rushed to shoot without order, but they were hit by the bullet they fired. Death is a suicide? Can they be buried under the flag and receive pensions?" Ross, who almost broke his teeth, stared at Li Feng fiercely, as if X-rays could penetrate the skull mask in his eyes, and he could see what Li Feng looked like, and roared, "You will regret it." Regret. Li Feng sneered and threw the sickle into the air. Under the control of his spiritual power, the sickle flew precisely to the dead soldiers and detained the souls of these soldiers on the sickle. "I am hungry to help you solve the trouble. It's fine if you don't thank you in person or give me a big gift. What if you don't know how to meet and threaten me with a gun? If I don't have some ability to protect myself, are you still thinking about slicing me? Research and add the results to your super soldier plan." Lao Tzu is the most annoying to you guys who don't have the skills and likes to blind BB. After the sickle flew in the air and returned to Li Feng's hands, Li Feng barked his teeth and warned, "The next time I meet, I will threaten Lao Tzu. Believe it or not. This let the sickle fly around you from 3,000 miles away and cleanly chop your lifeblood. Then you become an eunuch like hate." After speaking, Li Feng waved to Banner, who was hiding by the side, and opened the portal to the desert in front of Ross. He said, "Dr. Banner, let's go." After the exercise, I was sweating and I happened to be home for dinner. A cold beer is already ready, and we just have a chat while eating. Banner will look at the endless desert through the portal, and then at Betty, who is crying in the distance. At this moment, his heart is full of melancholy. Stay, although you can have a few days with your girlfriend, but afterwards the prospective father-in-law will draw blood and slices and other researches over and over again. It is estimated that I will not see my beloved girlfriend at that time. Let's go with Li Feng. He is not stupid. Naturally, he can see that the guy wearing the skull mask is not good at all, and inviting himself to make it clear that he has something to do. What if Li Feng is looking for him to study Hulk? At that time, he can't run even if he wants to run. Isn't Hulk Li Feng's opponent without seeing? If you want to become Hulk and leave alone, it's the same sentence, Hulk can't do Li Feng. Then he will still be dragged away by Li Feng like a chicken. This is so unlucky. Don't I just want to become a normal person? Is it so difficult? Seeing Banner looking at Betty with a sad look, Li Feng scratched his head and said, I said, Dr. Banner, if you want to be such a life and death, it is not easy for you to see your girlfriend, then I will open it directly. It's not over for you to see her. Banner was stunned, half doubt and half affirmatively said, You didn't find me for Hulk? Hulk! Li Feng, who seemed to understand what Banner was worried about, rolled his eyes and said, If Hulk inherits your knowledge, I can also find him. The question is, what else would that stupid man do besides losing his temper? I guess even one. Adding one means it will take a long time to break your fingers. Hearing that the other party was looking for himself for knowledge, Banner sighed with a sigh of relief, with a smile on his face when he was about to walk to Betty to say goodbye to him with a hug. Rose on the side quit, resisting the urge to draw a gun, and said, No, Hulk is a military. Feng's assets, you can't carry the banner. You are a crime, stealing American assets. Haha, Li Feng sneered a few times, then pointed to the surroundings and said, This general with a flood of brains, please look at the streets around you. They're destroyed by Hulk and hatred. Although you are worthy of admiration for your broken heart for national exercises, please find a way to solve the immediate crisis first. I guess you will only be a casual general who is fishing and bragging all day long for the rest of your life. At this time, Banner, who had bid farewell to Betty, walked back to Li Feng's side, glanced at his quasi-father-in-law, General Rose, before crossing the portal. Seeing this, Li Feng hated the distance and made him float behind him. After making a call gesture to Phil Coulson, he crossed the portal and disappeared in front of everyone. The battle in Li Feng. This perhaps shouldn't be regarded as a big battle, right? To be precise, magician teases little monsters. In short, when Li Feng used hatred as a test subject for his spells, Phil Coulson showed a gentle smile, stretched out his right hand to shake hands with Uncle Ben and Aunt May, and introduced himself. Hello, I am Phil Coulson, agent from the National Strategic Defense Attack and the Logistics Support Bureau, after abbreviation, is called SHIELD. Uncle Ben politely stretched out his hand to shake hands with Phil Coulson and said, Hello, my name is Ben Parker. After looking at Aunt May, Uncle Ben continued to introduce, This is my wife. Ben Parker? Phil Coulson was a little surprised. At present, only Fury Natasha Romanoff, and he knows that Li Feng is a magician in SHIELD. Out of curiosity, Phil Coulson flipped through Li Feng's information. He definitely knew before Li Feng, but I have visited Uncle Ben with a gift. Before, whether it was Phil Coulson or Fury, they all suspected that Li Feng was deliberately approaching Uncle Ben for the sake of Uncle Ben's younger brother Richard Parker, that is, Spider-Man's father, but now it seems that Li Feng's purpose seems to be it's different from what he thought. It seems that Li Feng is just close to Uncle Ben. On the side, Aunt May, who was supporting Uncle Ben, frowned in confusion, turned her head and asked Uncle Ben, Have you heard of this? Uncle Ben's eyes were dazed with a little alert. He shook his head slightly and whispered in Aunt May's ear, No matter what the game is, it's estimated that he's coming for Austin. Then you don't talk and leave everything to me. Just come. Although Phil Coulson didn't hear what Uncle Ben said to Aunt May, he guessed what the other person was saying by seeing the vigilance in Uncle's eyes. Phil Coulson understood this. After all, Uncle Ben and him are not familiar with each other. The name of SHIELD is not known to many people. But speaking of being familiar with people and leaving a good impression, this is Phil Coulson's strong point. Didn't you see that his face is full of, I'm a good person? SHIELD is an international organization. The World Security Council monitors SHIELD's actions. We are in a semi-public state, so you don't know that we are normal. Phil Coulson pointed to Li Feng in the distance and said, Our duty is to manage and deal with the crimes of the super ability is to guard the line of defense between the normal world and the treacherous otherworld. After briefly introducing what kind of institution S.H.I.E.L.D. is, Phil Coulson glanced at Uncle Ben's thigh and opened the car door and said, "I'll take you to the nearest hospital first." But Austin said, "After you've got your bones, it will cast healing for you. I believe you must look forward to healing." Aunt May glanced at Uncle Ben and asked whether to get in the car with her eyes. Uncle Ben thought for a while. "Although I know Austin, I have only seen it twice. Maybe I don't know as much as the other person thinks. I guess I can't answer any questions. In addition, this old face of my own must have been remembered by the other party. Perhaps facing this gentle agent with a smiling face, I have already found myself clearly. And what if I leave alone with my wife? Maybe tomorrow morning the other party will still come to the door and talk about how to keep the extraordinary world secret." Thinking of this, Uncle Ben lightly patted Aunt May holding her palm and said with a smile, "Don't worry, there will be nothing wrong. It is also an international organization. There is no need to embarrass small citizens like us. We should rush as soon as possible. When I go to the hospital, I don't want to miss the treatment time, leading to the loss of my current job, and the rest of my life I will need to use crutches or rely on your support. In addition, I am also very interested in Austin's treatment. After all, how many there are on Earth can people enjoy the treatment of magical treatment? Although this treatment may have to be brought into the coffin, it is quite exciting to think about it." Phil Coulson glanced at Uncle thoughtfully. He heard that Uncle Ben's words emphasized his own injuries and spells. He seemed to want Aunt May not to worry about S.H.I.E.L.D. and focus his thoughts on him. Sure enough, although Aunt May is still a little worried about what S.H.I.E.L.D. is, the most important thing for her husband is to rush to the hospital. So after seeing Uncle Ben's injury with a little worry, she finally took her husband with the help of Phil Coulson, helped into the back of the car. Before starting the car, Phil Coulson glanced at Li Feng, who was using the dart spell. His eyes twitched, thinking, "I will probably be busy tonight. Don't think about going to sleep." After that, he stepped on the accelerator and asked Uncle Ben behind him helplessly, "Mr. Parker, how much do you know about Austin?" I already knew that Phil Coulson would take the opportunity to ask his Uncle Ben, and after organizing the language, he would tell Phil Coulson the details of the two encounters with Li Feng. When Uncle Ben finished describing the scene of seeing Li Feng for the first time in detail, Phil Coulson thought a little bit. He felt as if he had caught some clues, but he didn't understand why, which caused him to keep repeating. Dinner? Invitation? Sending it off? A razor? Reassure Austin and tell his life experience. Until Uncle Ben told the second time that Li Feng gave himself some amulets. Phil Coulson squinted his eyes and said affirmatively, "Mr. Parker, you didn't bring the amulet that Austin gave you." Uncle Ben was stunned, and then he touched his neck. At the same time, he glanced at his brand new suit and trousers with clipsticks, smiled bitterly. "I knew Austin was a magician, so I always wear the amulet around my neck, whether his jade pendant matches my suit." On the side, Aunt May, who is also aware of the preciousness of Yupei, also subconsciously touched her neck. Not only did she think about wearing the amulet when she went home, she also wondered how to make Parker wear the amulet at all times, even if Parker disliked Yupei ugly. Where? This is a magical amulet of Zheng Baiying, not an amulet that can only be used for self-comfort from a roadside stand. When talking about the amulet, Uncle Ben asked suspiciously, "Phil Coulson, agent, do you know why Austin gave us the amulet?" Phil Coulson shrugged. "That's what I want to know." After a while, during a pleasant chat, Phil Coulson sent Uncle Ben to the hospital and hurriedly returned to the scene after completing the hospitalization procedures at his own expense. It's just that Phil Coulson just returned to the scene and was about to watch the magician fight the two giants. He just wanted to cover his face and get into the car and quickly escape back to S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just a matter of opening the portal in public. Anyway, people are watching and casting spells. It's not a big deal to have one more portal. Instead, it will let General Rose understand that he wants to catch Li Feng. How many resources do you want to use to catch a guy running around the world? As for leaving with Banner and the abhorrence of shrunken corpses, Phil Coulson is a little curious about it. But this at least prevents General Ross from continuing to study the super soldiers. Do they take away the samples without seeing them? How can Ross do research? Can you imagine how you should continue to study from the video of the previous battle? If Rose really has this ability, Phil Coulson feels that he can invest in a movie that evolved from ordinary mortals in a Superman with a reasonable plot, and then shut General Rose in a small dark room for him to watch slowly and study the movie repeatedly. Forget it, maybe Russ' brain suddenly reappeared someday, what he researched from a movie, and then brought the research results to make the Earth rush out of the solar system and toward the galactic universe. Then Russ' contribution to mankind could be greatly revealed. It's just, Phil Coulson didn't expect that Li Feng would make a call to himself in public before he left. This move was simply killing Phil Coulson. How angry is Rose against Li Feng now? Phil Coulson couldn't imagine it. He only knew that Rose's half-life's hard work was taken away by Li Feng's shun, and that the general's future path had been blocked. Unless Rose can push away the serious consequences of Hulk and hatred. But this is basically impossible. But whoever has no rivals in office. With such a good opportunity, these competitors are not going to kill Ross. When Rose only peels off one layer of skin, it is light. And a skull mask made Rose not even know that he was cruel or who to retaliate against. You said it was annoying. However, Li Feng's gesture before leaving showed to Rose that SHIELD or Phil Coulson knew Li Feng's specific identity. This was simply to make Phil Coulson the best target for Rose to vent his violent temper. Phil Coulson didn't dare to imagine the consequences of facing the impending retirement or loss of power, leading to the now extremely hot-tempered Rose. So when Li Feng closed the portal, Phil Coulson turned his head back to the car. After hitting fire, stepping on the accelerator, and a set of skilled driving maneuvers, Phil Coulson quickly ran back to the Tri-Wing building, staring at Rose, who was looking for trouble with Phil Coulson. Sankei, director's office. With a knock on the door, Fury, who was sitting at his desk and repeatedly watching Li Feng's battle scenes, rubbed his head that had been 2 times bigger and shouted, "Come in." "Sir." A sweaty Phil Coulson hurriedly walked to the desk. "I have found out about Austin." Fury rubbed his cheeks, regained some tiredness, looked at Phil Coulson, and motioned to say with his eyes, "Sir, our assessment of Austin is not comprehensive enough, and one thing is missing. He is eager for the care of his family." Fury glanced sideways at Phil Coulson and asked with interest, "Why do you say that?" Phil Coulson first described his careful observation of the impression that Uncle Ben left him: good person, kindness, and the appearance of the uncle next door or the elders. Anyway, even he felt that Uncle Ben seemed to be born with a kind halo. Then, Phil Coulson emphatically talked about how Uncle Ben invited Li Feng to dinner, gave him a razor, and comforted Li Feng when he first saw Li Feng. As Phil Coulson continued to tell, Fury vaguely understood what Phil Coulson wanted to express. Uncle Ben talked about what Li Feng did alone. In Fury's mind, he didn't think it was a big deal. Whether it was a dinner or a gift, it was in normal interpersonal communication. As for the patient to comfort others, family members and better friends of you will do the same. But adding these things together and facing a stranger who has never been masked is not a concept. After all, in the United States, who is all right to care about the life and death of another person? Or meet a guy who is suspected of being a homeless man in the wilderness? Fury stroked his chin. "You mean in Austin's eyes, Mr. Parker is like one of his elders?" Phil Coulson shrugged. "Probably so, otherwise I can't explain why Austin suddenly rescued people." Fury rubbed his sore neck while watching the computer for a long time. After thinking about it, he said, "Didn't Austin tell you to call? I guess he saw you taking Mr. Parker to the hospital. So I want to ask you, Parker, which hospital does the husband receive treatment? You will bring your detection equipment when you take Austin to the hospital tomorrow and record the energy characteristics of the treatment when Austin is treating Mr. Parker. Also, carefully observe Austin's attitude towards Mr. Parker and his attitude towards Peter Parker." While talking, Fury recalled annoyedly the first time he saw Li Feng, and from the timeline, he met Li Feng earlier than Uncle Ben. I would have known that Austin was lacking in love at that time. Now, don't even ask Austin to have a big meal for shaving. It's okay for me to give him a truckload of razors, even if I personally shave him. As for comforting people, I can nag and talk about 1 year. Although Phil Coulson doesn't know what's wrong with the brain circuit of his parents' official, he knows that he should press curiosity by looking at the other person's obscene expression. It's better to be an agent. Read the confidentiality regulations. If you don't understand, don't look at it. Don't ask about things that shouldn't be asked. It will kill you. Phil Coulson looked down at his bright leather vamp and said, "Yes, sir." After a pause, Phil Coulson peeked at Fury and said, "Sir, something although there is no evidence, I think it might have something to do with Austin." Fury glanced at Phil Coulson. "What's the matter? Let's talk about it first." Phil Coulson, Mr. Parker is now working as a night shift watchman at Star Company. He is on duty every 3 days. The treatment given by Star Company is also enviable. Mr. Parker's official working time starts from the night of the night watch to the restaurant for dinner. From now on, until the next day, Mr. Parker has eaten the working breakfast provided by Star Company, and he is officially off work, and the salary is still twice that of a normal night watchman. This treatment, maybe I can consider applying for a security guard at Stark after retirement. With my rich experience, how can I earn 5 times more than normal security guards? Fury rolled his eyes and said silently, "I think this Mr. Parker was hired by Stark after Austin gave the gift." Phil Coulson shrugged, answering Fury's guess. Fury rubbed his eyebrows and said, "What kind of evidence is there? It's famous that Stark hired Mr. Parker for Austin's sake." After thinking about it, Fury narrowed his eyes and said, "How am I? Think this is a kind of behavior that Stark deliberately pleased Austin? This seems to give me an illusion, as if Stark has other reasons besides being close to Austin because of curiosity about the magical world, such as, we don't know what deal he has with Austin, and it's still a long-term deal. Otherwise, in terms of how much Stark attaches to his company, he would not be inexplicably recruiting an employee who has not undergone rigorous scrutiny." Phil Coulson spread his hands. "That depends on whether Natasha Romanoff can find any clues. The implication is that it is useless to ask me. You should talk to Natasha Romanoff." After speaking, Phil Coulson pointed to the office door. "Sir, if there's nothing wrong, I will do something." Fury made a request, saying that he didn't have much to tell, and asked Phil Coulson to get out. He could drink coffee and listen to music in the office by himself, and relax his recent irritability. Finally, when Phil Coulson walked to the office door and was about to push the door, Fury suddenly remembered something and suddenly shouted, "Wait, I almost forgot. You help me invite a few psychics to come. It doesn't matter if you don't have mana. It doesn't matter. Inexperienced ones are fine too." Phil Coulson turned his head to look at Fury in puzzlement. Since knowing that there are magicians in the world, he especially found a lot of famous psychics. There was nothing in normal conversation. Maybe it was because of bragging about not paying taxes or doing it. How many he patted his chest and abdomen and said that his own father was Mephisto and his godfather was Jesus. That's why Phil Coulson had a good temper. He didn't shoot a few people, but when he took out his shield ID to show that he was an agent and asked several masters to cooperate with his own testing, these masters all shrank and cried without exception. Dad shouted and hugged Phil Coulson's thigh, begging to let him go. In the end, under the strong request of Phil Coulson, these masters were forcibly tested. Needless to say, these masters who seem to have high mana and dare to confuse the world are actually a group of swindlers, let alone cast a small flame. The energy can't be detected. Seeing Phil Coulson's face looking confused and not understanding his own purpose, Fury thought for a while and asked, "Remember that Austin said hell before?" Once Phil Coulson remembered that Li Feng admitted that there is a devil in this world, but did not mean that there is a heaven, he suddenly felt a deep sadness in his heart. What is it? Is this no matter who is going to hell after death? How does this make people who want to go to heaven and do good things think? Anyway, everyone is in hell who will do good deeds. Before Phil Coulson nodded to answer, Fury continued. Afterwards, Austin said that Bob has no soul. This reminds me of an urban ghost story, Ghost Rider. Phil Coulson asked suspiciously, "Ghost Rider? Is this related to a psychic?" Fury nodded and motioned to Phil Coulson to continue listening to himself. According to the rumors, Ghost Rider is an extraordinary power that can only be obtained by trading the soul with the devil. So Ghost Rider is actually an evil spirit controlled by the devil. We learned from Austin that Holy Place Magician is responsible for destroying the devil, so we temporarily call Roar Holy Place Magician the White Magician, and the spells they use are called white magic. And Li Feng personally admitted that he was because of special. The reason is not to stay with the White Magician to practice magic. So what is the special reason? While talking, Fury moved the mouse to adjust the surveillance video to the scene where Li Feng turned hatred into a corpse and said, "Do you think this scene is evil? Could this be the reason why Austin became a wandering magician? Because of the spell is evil enough, it belongs to a faction that is biased towards the devil and runs counter to the white magician? Anyway, I don't believe that making people into a mummy is some kind of white magic. In addition, I still have a basis for guessing." First of all, Fury adjusted the monitoring screen to the scene where Li Feng shot the banner spirit body and said, "I don't need to say more about the function of the reduced version of the portal behind Hulk's head, right? But do you think that after Austin's elimination, there is an ability to slap Hulk? And Hulk, who can still slap, loses consciousness and reverts to a banner?" Phil Coulson shook his head slightly. Although they have only collected Li Feng's DNA today, they have not had time to conduct research and cannot prove that Li Feng's body is still within the scope of ordinary people's data. But a magician is more powerful than Hulk? It's impossible to think about it. Fury stared at the monitor screen with one eye and squinted, faintly said, "This scene makes me feel that Austin shot out Hulk's soul, or he blocked Hulk's soul with magic until I saw this." Fury swipes the mouse to make the computer screen repeatedly display the video of Li Feng and the spirit-shaped banner chatting, and said, "Don't tell me Austin is actually mentally ill. He likes to talk to himself in the air." Phil Coulson shook his head, squinted at Li Feng's closed mouth on the screen, and asked, "Sir, he seems to be saying banner." Fury nodded and said, "The lip language expert told me that what Austin said was Dr. Banner, can you go to the side of the road to cool off? You are hindering my performance here. Don't worry, you're not dead. You will be sent to you later. Back to the body. Wait for the conversation. The more I look at it, the more I feel that Austin is talking to Banner's soul." For a long time, Fury took a deep breath and said with a headache, "Next is the resurrection technique. We currently know that Austin has at least 2 resurrection methods in his hands. One is on the technological side, so I won't say anything, and the other is what you heard from the monitoring device. This kind of resurrection involves hell and soul. Finally, what do you think of Austin when he introduced hell? Anyway, I think he seems to be familiar with hell, so I have reason to speculate that Austin is actually proficient in soul spells. This may be what Austin said of himself special, and the reason for becoming a vagrant magician." Phil Coulson felt a lot of information and shook his head. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a line of defense between normal and weird. Phil Coulson said that he could still solve some weird incidents with a small pistol in his hand, but he finished listening to Furies after the analysis. "I suddenly felt that it was time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to buy some holy water from the church. Otherwise, one day, when I encountered the devil while shopping and creatures like ghosts were committing crimes, how could S.H.I.E.L.D. destroy the other party? Can you persuade the opponent to return to hell by mouth? Don't you know that the devil is really good at talking? Maybe he will persuade whom to go to hell at that time." The more he analyzed, the more headache Fury said with a sad face, "If Austin's spells are biased towards the devil, then I have to consider whether he has ability to control the evil spirits. After all, you said that Austin can control the resurrected Austria. Obadiah, who was resurrected from the dead, is a kind of evil spirit, right? Perhaps. Austin's purpose in entering the Tri-Wings is not to talk to me about Rubik's Cube, but to learn how the devil makes Ghost Rider. He wants the evil spirit under his control to occupy Bob's body and control Bob. What does Bo get from S.H.I.E.L.D.? At the end, Fury looked at Phil Coulson and said faintly, "So I want to know how to judge whether Bob is occupied by evil spirits and how to defend against evil spirits. This is what I asked you to find a psychic." Reason. Phil Coulson, who felt an evil spirit would run out at any time behind him, felt cold all over his body inexplicably, and shuddered and said, "Yes, sir." After speaking, Phil Coulson hurried out of the office and quickly left the Tritoon Wing building. Didn't you hear Fury's words? There may be a group of evil spirits released by Li Feng in the Tritoon wing. Phil Coulson thinks he can go to find a psychic. In this church, stay for a while. It is best to stay at noon tomorrow and then go out. Phil Coulson asked suspiciously, Ghost Rider? Is this related to a psychic? Fury nodded and motioned to Phil Coulson to continue listening to himself. According to the rumors, Ghost Rider is an extraordinary power that can only be obtained by trading the soul with the devil. So Ghost Rider is actually an evil spirit controlled by the devil. We learned from Austin that Holy Place Magician is responsible for destroying the devil. So we temporarily call Roar Holy Place Magician the White Magician, and the spells they use are called White Magic. And Li Feng personally admitted that he was because of special. The reason is not to stay with the White Magician to practice magic. So what is the special reason? While talking, Fury moved the mouse to adjust the surveillance video to the scene where Li Feng turned hatred into a corpse and said, Do you think this scene is evil? Could this be the reason why Austin became a wandering magician? Because of the spell is evil enough, it belongs to a faction that is biased towards the devil and runs counter to the White Magician? Anyway, I don't believe that making people into a mummy is some kind of white magic. In addition, I still have a basis for guessing. First of all, Fury adjusted the monitoring screen to the scene where Li Feng shot the banner spirit body and said, I don't need to say more about the function of the reduced version of the portal behind Hulk's head, right? But do you think that after Austin's elimination, there is an ability to slap Hulk? And Hulk, who can still slap, loses consciousness and reverts to a banner? Phil Coulson shook his head slightly. Although they have only collected Li Feng's DNA today, they have not had time to conduct research and cannot prove that Li Feng's body is still within the scope of ordinary people's data, but a magician is more powerful than Hulk? It's impossible to think about it. Fury stared at the monitor screen with one eye and squinted, faintly said, This scene makes me feel that Austin shot out Hulk's soul, or he blocked Hulk's soul with magic until I saw this. Fury swipes the mouse to make the computer screen repeatedly display the video of Li Feng and the spirit-shaped banner chatting, and said, Don't tell me Austin is actually mentally ill. He likes to talk to himself in the air. Phil Coulson shook his head, squinted at Li Feng's closed mouth on the screen, and asked, Sir, he seems to be saying banner. Fury nodded and said, The lip language expert told me that what Austin said was Dr. Banner, can you go to the side of the road to cool off? You are hindering my performance here. Don't worry, you're not dead. You will be sent to you later. Back to the body. Wait for the conversation. The more I look at it, the more I feel that Austin is talking to Banner's soul. For a long time, Fury took a deep breath and said with a headache, Next is the resurrection technique. We currently know that Austin has at least 2 resurrection methods in his hands. One is on the technological side, so I won't say anything, and the other is what you heard from the monitoring device. This kind of resurrection involves hell and soul. Finally, what do you think of Austin when he introduced hell? Anyway, I think he seems to be familiar with hell, so I have reason to speculate that Austin is actually proficient in soul spells. This may be what Austin said of himself special, and the reason for becoming a vagrant magician. Phil Coulson felt a lot of information and shook his head. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a line of defense between normal and weird. Phil Coulson said that he could still solve some weird incidents with a small pistol in his hand, but he finished listening to Furies after the analysis. I suddenly felt that it was time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to buy some holy water from the church. Otherwise, one day, when I encountered the devil while shopping and creatures like ghosts were committing crimes, how could S.H.I.E.L.D. destroy the other party? Can you persuade the opponent to return to hell by mouth? Don't you know that the devil is really good at talking? Maybe he will persuade whom to go to hell at that time. The more he analyzed, the more headache Fury said with a sad face. If Austin's spells are biased towards the devil, then I have to consider whether he has ability to control the evil spirits. After all, you said that Austin can control the resurrected Austria. Obadiah, who was resurrected from the dead, is a kind of evil spirit, right? Perhaps. Austin's purpose in entering the Tri-Wings is not to talk to me about Rubik's Cube, but to learn how the devil makes Ghost Rider. He wants the evil spirit under his control to occupy Bob's body and control Bob. What does Bo get from S.H.I.E.L.D.? At the end, Fury looked at Phil Coulson and said faintly, So I want to know how to judge whether Bob is occupied by evil spirits and how to defend against evil spirits. This is what I asked you to find a psychic. Reason: Phil Coulson, who felt an evil spirit would run out at any time behind him, felt cold all over his body inexplicably, and shuddered and said, "Yes, sir." After speaking, Phil Coulson hurried out of the office and quickly left the Tritoon Wing building. Didn't you hear Fury's words? There may be a group of evil spirits released by Li Feng in the Tritoon Wing. Phil Coulson thinks he can go to find a psychic. In this church, stay for a while. It is best to stay at noon tomorrow and then go out under the sun. Afghanistan, the desert. When Li Feng took Banner through the portal, Banner was somewhat uncomfortable. After all, the moon was shining in the sky in the last second, and the street lamp smiled at me. The next second was done. The sun directly above his head stepped on the hot sand with his feet, and he changed back to Banner. At that time, there was only a pair of big pants and no socks. The consequences of stepping on the sand with bare feet can be imagined. Feeling that his feet are about to reach a level of familiarity, Banner stands on his left foot for a while, then stands on his right foot, and said bitterly, "Can't you find a place with better scenery to cross? Or did you send me to the desert for Eat Teppan Banner?" Li Feng casually pushed the skull mask to his forehead to reveal his big face and shouted, "Creature, I'm out to pick up the guests, and 2 big glasses of cold beer to quench my thirst, by the way." As soon as he finished speaking, Banner looked at an inexplicable RV in front of him in surprise. If it's just a RV that can be both invisible and driving in the sand, Banner said he can understand it. After all, it is too difficult to deceive the eyes with some kind of science and technology. But when Creature walked up to Li Feng with 2 large glasses of cold beer, Banner was so frightened that he took a step back, looked up at the sky, and asked a little cautiously, "Who are you? Where is this?" Before, Li Feng only knew that Hulk was silly and bold and had a violent temper. He didn't expect to share a body. Dr. Banner, who represents a high IQ, seemed a bit timid. Li Feng shrugged, took 2 glasses of beer, and handed one to Banner, saying, "I forgot to introduce it before. My name is Austin. I am a magician. I am glad to meet you, Dr. Banner. By the way, we are here. Afghanistan." Banner glanced at Creature, who was returning to the RV. After taking the beer, he stretched out his hand and shook hands with Li Feng and said, "It looks like you know me, so I won't introduce myself. Although I guess when you typed out my soul before, I didn't expect that there really is a magician on the earth." Banner pointed to Creature and asked curiously, "What species is he?" Li Feng picked up the wine glass, took a big sip, and hiccuped the wine and shouted, "Cool." After shouting, Li Feng pointed to the RV and signaled Banner to get in the car and chat. After all, Li Feng's almanac said, "The sun above your head is not suitable for chatting. His name is Creature, and he is my exclusive servant, and before, he was not a soul but a spirit body." Just as Banner stepped on the RV to ask what a spirit body is, Li Feng suddenly felt a spell wave behind him and turned his head to look at a portal that was rapidly taking shape. Li Feng was a little puzzled. It seemed that apart from Ancient One, no magician knew where he was. So why did Ancient One come to him? "I feel that the earth has been very complete recently, so I am in a panic at home. Want to find myself to kill the time?" Li Feng patted Banner on the shoulder, then pointed to the portal and said, "Creature will answer your questions. Now, let me see a friend first." Banner glanced at Mordor, who walked out of the portal. Although he was curious about what magician would talk about, after thinking about it, he turned and walked into the RV. Seeing Mordor walking out of the portal, Li Feng smiled and walked toward the other person with a big question mark in his heart and said, "It's been a long time since I have seen you. How do you know I am here?" Mordu glared at Li Feng in a bad mood, waved to Banner, who was looking at him through the car window, and said, "Ancient One tells me you are here. Let me warn you." Li Feng, who felt that Mordor seemed to be angry with him inexplicably, scratched his head innocently and asked wonderingly, "What do you mean? How did I provoke Taj Kama?" "He warned me." "You really provoke Taj Kama," Mordu said with a stern face. "You were very happy with magic in New York, and you praised the soul extraction magic in public. If it wasn't for the Ancient One, I would like to find your troublesome magician." Many can be obtained by drawing lots. Li Feng blinked inexplicably and said in wonder, Kamatage knows about me? No reason. I block spell fluctuations when I cast spells. The Holy Place Network can't detect me. Mordo rolled his eyes and said angrily, You still use surveillance for such fanfare casting? I don't know if there's a live TV in this world. If it weren't for you wearing a skull mask, I guess you are now on the Kamatage's wanted list. TV. Li Fengshan smiled and asked curiously, It is not surprising that Master Ancient One can see that it is me. But how do you know that it is me? Master Ancient One told you that I wear the mask, right? Show my handsome face. Handsome face? I think the bad face is about the same. Mordo pointed to the sickle on Li Feng's shoulder. Your magic weapon betrayed you. In addition to Kamatage, you have this thing, plus I know your mana. Attributes, is this hard to guess? Mordo spread his hands, saying that Li Feng asked an idiot question, and said, It is precisely because I understand your nature, know your mana attributes, and see that you're simply dealing with that monster. So, Master Ancient One, let I convey your warning. Otherwise, if you see your behavior of collecting soldier souls in public, you will come to the Combat Magician Regiment. Li Feng shrugged and couldn't help but spit out in his heart. I'm still fighting the Magician group. Who are you scaring? Believe it or not, as long as Ancient One doesn't come, I will destroy as many as you come. Master Ancient One asked you to tell what? Seeing that Li Feng didn't care about the Magician group at all, Mordo was a little helpless. He knew that Li Feng's strength had already surpassed him, but do you really think Kamatage's magician has only superficial strength? Li Feng also didn't want to think about those demons who are stronger than him. Why are they being pushed back to hell by a group of Kamatage magicians? Does he really think that Ancient One alone can suppress all dissatisfaction? How busy is her old man? It is estimated that the busy people will not even have time to eat. It's not yet Kamatage's teamwork, relying on formations or something to suppress the existence of stronger than them. But these mortists didn't want to tell Li Feng. He wasn't stupid. Why did he tell all of Kamatage's old bottom? Having said that, Li Feng is not Kamatage's magician, but the magician faction that is inherently dark. Mordo, the original words of Master Ancient One are, Did you itchy recently and want to eat fried pork with bamboo shoots? Li Feng chirped, scratched his but subconsciously, looked at Mordao blankly, and motioned to the Mordor translator to translate what he meant. He didn't understand. Mordor said in an annoyed manner, Do you not know or forget why Taj Kama is hiding in the world? To be honest, Li Feng hasn't studied this issue in depth. He has always thought that Ancient One likes cleansing, so he lives in the Zen-like Kamatage. He drinks tea every day, hacks and slashes small monsters, and leads a busy and comfortable life. Otherwise, Li Feng would not have started from thinking that he had the ability to protect himself, and he would have never cared whether his magician identity would be known to the public. It's just now that Mo Do suddenly mentioned it, making Li Feng feel that there is something hidden in it. He scratched his head and guessed, because there are too few people qualified to become magicians, or because magicians have too few resources to support too many magicians. The Earth's development still depends on science and technology. If everyone knows that magician exists and swarms into the magical world, will human civilization regress? Mordo shook his head slightly and sneered, If this is the case, Ancient One won't let me convey a warning. What you said is only part of the reason, but the real reason is not this. Li Feng shook his head blankly, saying that he really didn't know the specific reason, and curiously said, Give me a hint. I can't figure out the reason even if I'm so foolish. Mordo sighed and said helplessly, Perhaps it is because you and us are not walking on a magical path, so I can't guess. In Kamatage's system, magicians need to pay a certain price when casting spells to borrow energy from the multi-universe to complete their own spell-casting behaviors. Therefore, Kamatage's magicians know that these energies do not belong to them. They just know where these energies are hidden. Just use it after knowing what the price is. The point is that the energy has been there and the price paid for using the energy. If it were hundreds of years ago, human technology was not as advanced as it is now. Even if the existence of magician is discovered, it would not be a big deal because at that time human beings could not use technology to borrow these energies. With the continuous development of science and technology, especially when humans can control nuclear energy with tools within a few years, the problem is completely different. What happens once the world discovers the magical world and knows where the energy is? The most direct is to treat it as an inexhaustible new energy source. And what will happen with strong energy? If you develop in a positive direction, maybe a mobile phone will not need to be charged for half your life, and a large airplane will be flying around in the sky until you doubt your life. But on the other hand, not to mention the feeling of driving an energy tank, nor how much lethality a nuclear bomb with blessing power will have. But what do ordinary people think if they see magician live longer than normal people? Will you study how to increase your lifespan with a blessing of energy? If humans go out of space, it doesn't matter. There are planets in the universe that are suitable for human habitation, but the problem is that the Earth has not yet entered the space age. Now, the little Earth at your feet is crowded enough, and you're still thinking about one side constantly giving birth to babies, and on the other side, no one buys a cemetery? Finally, and most importantly, who will bear the cost of using this energy? Anyway, the energy-consuming machines indicate that they are not conscious and do not want to take responsibility. At the end, Emodu faintly said, "How much will the human beings who pay the bill pay?" "You mean that humans are not ready to touch magical energy yet?" Li Feng asked with his head down and pondered. "When do you think humans are ready?" Mordu spread his hands, motioning that he did not know, and said, "In fact, there are not many races in the universe who know how to use energy, but their technology has far surpassed that of the Earth. Maybe human civilization can reach their stage before they can accept it. The energy of multi-universe." Mordor patted Li Feng on the shoulder and said, "Since things have happened, you have been noticed by most forces, so Ancient One asks you to try not to cast spells in front of the public. You are not good at invisibility magic, and let you use them as little as possible. Dark spells, otherwise I won't be here to talk to you next time." After finishing speaking, Mordor waved his hand to open a portal, stepped into the portal, and said, "I advise you that sickle should be changed. Don't let us see at a glance that it is Taj Kama's magic weapon. After all, see, there are many magicians who have passed you, and they will doubt you one day." Mordor waved his sleeve chicly, not taking away a cloud, but Li Feng was left with a melancholy expression. Stealth spellcasting is nothing for Li Feng. He already has a cloak that is both invisible and depicts the Muggle expulsion curse, but it is a bit difficult to prevent the use of dark spells. After all, his strength has been abruptly shrunk. Li Feng's current spells are mainly divided into 4 categories: time, space, soul, and fire spells. Among them, time stagnation is the most proficient to play. Although it can't stop up and down, it is still possible to stop the air in the middle. The question is, how can this thing strengthen its power? He doesn't even have a thought. The worst thing is that this is a single spell. What if he faces a group of opponents? Let people line up for a lottery and fight one by one. Among the space spells, the portal and the mirror space are the most proficient. But what about lethality? Should I open the portal and wait for the other person to put his head into the portal? Or should I throw the other person into the mirror space and be assimilated in a different space? Anyway, Li Feng felt that the power of these 2 spells was great, but some of them were not very practical. As for the soul spells, they're the most harmful among the spells currently mastered by Li Feng, but they were shot dead on the ground by Mordu and prevented them from using them. What can I play? Do you become a nanny and play therapy? However, this is the meaning of Ancient One. Li Feng can't beat Ancient One and doesn't know how to use beautiful men's tactics. What can he do? At least before Ancient One received the box lunch, Li Feng felt that he should seal the dark spells in front of the public. Definitely. Even if the Ancient One received the box lunch, Li Feng did not dare to use it. After all, the box lunch received by Ancient One was a bit special. It was totally tired of protecting the Earth and went to the intermission. If Li Fenglong's movement is too big, the ghost knows when the Ancient One will come out and talk to Li Feng. Finally, after thinking about it, Li Feng can only strengthen the power of the fire spells. Fortunately, there is a banner with a high IQ and high education in the RV, which is of great help to how to enhance the fire spells. Thinking of this, Li Feng's mouth twitched toward the RV. Go, Dr. Banner. It seems that you need to live with me for a while. Anyway, you have no place to go, and you are idle. It's better to teach me how the sun is. How is it glowing? In the RV, Banner, who appeared to be somewhat restrained, sat on a soft and comfortable leather sofa. He had seen the seamless telescoping carriage, the large storage cabinets, and the magical spells he had seen before and personally experienced. Banner has already seen the earth believing in magic. He straightened his back to ask Creature about the magical world. Seeing Li Feng coming in, Banner hurriedly pointed to the phone and said, "Just now an agent named Phil Coulson asked me to tell you that Mr. Parker has undergone surgery overnight. It is estimated that the surgery will be completed by midnight," said this, and Banner looked strange. I glanced out the bright car window, shrugged, and said, "I have calculated the jet lag. If this is really Afghanistan, then New York is now midnight, and Mr. Parker's operation is nearing completion." After that, Banner was shy and apologetic and a little nervous and said, "I will lose my mind when I become Hulk. I am sorry that your friend was seriously injured. I hope the operation will be successful." Li Feng scratched his head. He felt that Banner might have misunderstood something. Perhaps it was the sentence that Uncle Ben needed an overnight operation that made the other party think of serious injuries. But Gu Gue guessed it. Li Feng didn't want to explain anything. After all, he didn't know how Uncle Ben's injury was. He had neither a fluoroscopy nor a doctor, and he didn't know anything other than making sure that Uncle was not in danger of life. And sometimes, before feeling guilty, it is easier for people to agree to certain requests that are not excessive. Li Feng sat down on the sofa, handed the sickle and wine glass to Creature, and said, "Creature, give us another cold beer." Looking at Banner, Li Feng scratched his brows and smiled. "By the way, give Dr. Banner. Set of clothes. Banner, just call me Banner." Banner blushed slightly and said politely to Creature, "Thank you." After hesitation, Banner carefully asked, "Is that also a magician?" Seeing that Banner was still a little nervous, Li Feng shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, "His name is Mordo, a holy place magician who protects the earth from magical creatures." Rubbing his hands, Li Feng Shanshan said, "For some reasons, except for my special reasons, the rest of the magician has been in a hidden state, so—" Before Li Feng had finished speaking, Banner nodded hurriedly and said, "I understand. I will keep the matter of seeing Mordor a secret." "That's good." After speaking, Li Feng snapped his fingers to open the mirror space and said, "This is a mirror space. You can understand that we are in a different dimension. At present, human communication technology cannot penetrate the crystal wall to hear us talk, so there is no safer place to talk than here." Under Li Feng's eyes, Banner, who left his seat, curiously touched the surrounding crystal walls with his hands and asked, "Do you have a monitoring device in your RV?" After the question, Banner felt a little silly. After all, a magician who didn't want to hide from the world was chasing around the world. No matter which country, he would have a headache. And Banner observed that the decoration and some equipment in the RV are not magic items at first glance. Some are full of technological sense, such as the 3D projection TV hung on the carriage. Don't be too cool to watch certain movies. Do you feel it? These devices are not accessible to ordinary people at all. In addition, Li Feng mentioned the word eavesdropping before, which made Banner naturally think of the monitoring equipment in Li Feng's RV. Li Feng shrugged and said that this was a blatant matter, raised 2 fingers, and said, "I'm asking you to come here. There are actually 2 things I want you to do." Banner sat back on the sofa with a respectful listening appearance and said, "I may not be able to help you. After all, I am still wanted." After that, Banner made a gesture of request and gestured. Li Feng first talked about what happened. Li Feng smiled, shook his head, and said, "It is difficult for me, but it may be simple for you. At least one of the things is simple. After all, you're a famous physicist. For some reason, Banner felt weird when a magician called Roar himself a physicist. It seemed unscientific. Li Feng pointed to the top and said, "The first thing, I want to learn how nuclear fusion works." Banner didn't understand what Li Feng meant when he pointed to the top at the beginning. It was not until Li Feng said nuclear fusion that the other party was referring to the sun. He was a little puzzled. What does a magician learn about nuclear fusion? This is not magic. Without waiting for Banner to ask questions, Li Feng dragged a ball of fire and continued. "Some of the spells I know can actually be explained by science. Just like the flame in my hand, it is actually caused by the violent collision of my control molecules." At this time, Banner didn't need Li Feng to continue to explain anything. He already understood what Li Feng wanted to do. He swallowed and said with some horror, "You want to learn nuclear fusion and release the fireball of nuclear reaction at will?" Li Feng nodded slightly, admitting that Banner was right. In fact, Li Feng couldn't help it. He hadn't thought about rolling a fireball with nuclear reaction before, but after consulting a large number of books on the principles of nuclear fusion, he was sure that learning scum is learning scum. Besides, Li Feng only got a big face. Want to turn knowledge into fireball. In the next life, change to the correct reincarnation posture, and let's play the nuclear reaction fireball with Xiaoba's head. And among all the books that Li Feng could find, none of them clearly recorded how to operate nuclear fusion. After all, this thing is a hydrogen bomb. Who would dare to write instructions on how to make a hydrogen bomb? Is it too long? Having said that, with this ability, the country has already come to invite you. Finally, the reason why Li Feng asked Banner in person is because knowledge is only knowledge. To be transformed into a real thing, someone needs guidance. Just like there are recipes all over the street, but they really rely on a recipe to make a full-color, flavorful chef. How many are there? Anyway, Li Feng said he couldn't do it. Banner smiled bitterly and rubbed his temples, and said, "To be honest, your magic is a bit scary." Banner looked at Li Feng seriously and asked in a serious tone, "Do you know what consequences will happen if you fail to control nuclear fusion?" Hydrogen bomb exploded? Li Feng nodded slightly, looked around, and said, "That's why we magicians have magical spells that do not affect the real world." Banner was stunned, and then smiled bitterly. "Do I have a choice? I can teach you, but it requires a lot of knowledge reserves. I don't know how much you know about nuclear reactions, so this may be a long time. Teaching time." In fact, Banner knew that it was useless to refuse. He knew from Creature that if ordinary people accidentally break into the magical world, magician usually cast spells to alter or erase the opponent's memory in order to protect the safety of the magical world. In Creature's mouth, Li Feng not only played with these kinds of spells, but also knew how to seduction and control spells. Banner estimated that as soon as he refused, Li Feng turned his head to extract his memory or control his words and deeds, allowing himself to obediently guide the steps of nuclear fusion. As for letting Hulk out, Banner did not want to, but was useless, no. Talking about how Hulk escaped from the mirror space, it was said that Hulk's resistance to mental spells was also terribly low, probably not as strong as Banner himself. After all, he was a strong man who could hold Hulk in his body for a long time. Li Feng scratched his head speechlessly, feeling that Banner seemed to have misunderstood him, but since the other party had agreed to his request, the misunderstanding would be fine. The big deal is when he learns how to react nuclear fireballs and ask what's going on. The second thing, Li Feng said with a slightly tilted mouth, "Since you have been chased by General Ross all the time, I think you should be familiar with anti-detection. Can you help me find all the monitoring devices in the RV?" After thinking about it, Li Feng added, "Just find out where the equipment is and tell me what the equipment does." Regarding Li Feng's second incident, Banner sighed slightly and smiled. "It's not difficult for me. In fact, while teaching you the principles of nuclear fusion, I have enough time to check your RV." After a pause, Banner shrugged and said, "By the way, take a closer look at this RV where technology and magic coexist." After talking about things in the mirrored space, Li Feng and Banner went back to their rooms to rest after enjoying a delicious meal. Li Feng was nothing. He had a strong spirit, and he didn't feel tired now. But Banner was different. He came from New York with a little starry sky and went to the scorching desert area. So Banner said he needed to fall into jet lag, Otherwise, Hulk would easily come out to tear down the house if he was too tired. Banner didn't want Hulk to dismantle the RV. He couldn't afford it. At night, early in the morning in New York, Li Feng took a screwdriver and knocked the guest room. After a while, Banner pushed open the door vigorously, took the screwdriver in doubt, and asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing Li Feng first pointed to the surroundings, then pointed to his ears, Banner said that he understood in seconds, but there are no tools and no structural drawings of the RV. This means that I only need a screwdriver to use all the monitoring equipment in the RV. Find out? Banner looked at Li Feng speechlessly and said quietly, "Mr. Austin, am I still in a hurry?" Banner pointed to the 4 lockers and whispered helplessly, "How big is my RV? If you don't know the space, you can use a screwdriver as a tool. As a tool, this is probably my life's task. You can simply say that this is an idea I came up with for house arrest." Li Feng shook his head and said with a smile, "It's not so exaggerated. In fact, there are only magic-related items in the locker, and the rest is what you need to do." Although the site to be inspected is less than half of them in an instant, he is a doctor or an agent. He really has no tools. He can assemble a detector by himself with a bunch of electronic parts. What's the matter with a screwdriver? Banner smiled bitterly and looked down at the screwdriver in his hand, then looked at the dim night outside the window and said helplessly, "Bring me when you go to New York." He turned the screwdriver in his hand. "You can't find this stuff. Little cute, so I need some electronic parts and buy some books. After all, I want to teach you. Knowledge also needs the aid of books." Li Feng turned his head to think for a while, turned his head and shouted to Creature, "Creature, prepare a shoulder bag for Banner and get some more cash." After shouting, Li Feng blinked his right eye at Banner and said mysteriously, "I hope you like shoulder bags." Soon, Creature handed an ordinary shoulder bag to Banner, grabbed a handful of bits and pieces of USD, and blinked his innocent eyes and said to Li Feng, "Boss, we only have less than $300. Yes, give it all to Mr. Banner." For a while, the atmosphere in the RV became a bit awkward. Li Feng is now a man with a farm, and he is self-sufficient for everything he eats and wears. In addition, he is a magician, and he can't buy everything he needs with cash, so he doesn't care how much cash he has. It's the same with Banner. He is a wanted man in the military, and he hides in daily life. Where does he get his spare money? After looking at Banner, Li Feng scratched his head and asked, "Well, is this money enough? If it is not enough, I will go." Halfway through the conversation, Li Feng suddenly thought that he seemed to have money, and it was still a lot of money. Thinking of this, Li Feng looked down at Creature and asked, "Did you record that guy's bank account and password when I robbed Obadia before?" Creature shook his head blankly. "Boss, Creature remembers that you asked a gentleman named JRVS to help you write down your bank account password, as well as the address and password of the safe, but we never went to get the safe." "Well, it's me." Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, looked at the phone on the wall, and asked, "Do you remember the phone number of Sure Stark's house?" "I called and asked JRVS." Creature still shook his head, bowed his head, and cursed in a low voice. Damn, Creature is not a competent servant and can't help the boss. Creature deserves to be punished. Before Creature hit the wall with his head, the corner of Li Feng's mouth was slightly tilted, and he quickly converged and ordered, "Creature, go take care of the medicine garden." On the side, Banner glanced at Creature, who had disappeared inside the locker door in wonder, and asked in a low voice, "What is he? Why is he suddenly self-blaming and suicidal?" Li Feng pointed his brain, shrugged, and said, "Creature has been inhumanely abused, so this is a little problem. Leave him alone. He will be normal after a while." After speaking, Li Feng snapped his fingers, flew out 2 cloaks from the locker, handed one to Banner, and said, "This is an expulsion cloak. As long as you wear the cloak, normal people will ignore your existence. If you're interested, I can give you a cloak that can still be invisible. Then you can completely sway your middle finger in front of Rose. Believe me, Rose will never see you." Banner raised his brows and took the cloak and said, "I don't want to show up in front of him, even if I will be invisible." Seeing Banner put on his cloak, Li Feng waved his hand to open a portal and made a request to Banner. When he stepped through the magical portal again, Banner found himself on the top floor of a certain building and curiously asked, "Where is this?" "New York, the building of Star Corporation." After speaking, Li Feng took Banner straight to Potts' office, ready to ask Potts to help him contact JRVS so that he could get some money to buy something. It was just that before Li Feng walked to Potts' office, he accidentally saw that Sure Stark was also in the company, and the reactor in his chest had obviously been upgraded. Li Feng curled his lips. It seems that the plot has changed. I don't know if Stark, who has no death threats, will give his battle suit to his good black friend. The most important thing is, will this product be performed in public? How can it be file size in a battle suit? I was looking forward to this scene before, and I wanted to record it for future history. Stark will watch it slowly. In the distance, I feel more energetic. Stark also found Li Feng, who had come down from the rooftop. He walked quickly to Li Feng's side with a smile and said, "Man, the party on the streets of Manhattan last night was really big." Before Li Feng could speak, Stark turned his head to look at Banner and said half doubt and half surely, "Robert Bruce Banner?" Banner stretched out his hand and shook hands with Sure Stark and said, "Hello." While looking at Li Feng wonderingly, his eyes were full of, "Don't you say ordinary people would ignore us? What is the situation?" Li Feng shrugged innocently, and when he gestured to Banner to take off his cloak, he pointed to Sure Stark's reactor and said, "We can't be found without this stuff." The corner of Sure Stark's mouth curled. He didn't want to wear a reactor all day. This is a pile of metal inlaid into his chest. He doesn't feel any discomfort when walking, but he always feels his chest is separated when he bends or does strenuous exercise. Panic, I'm uncomfortable. But if you don't wear this thing, your life will be finished. When the time comes, his hard-earned money will be spent by others. He hasn't drove a few times in a new car. Others drove him. His big ocean view room is lived in by others. The worst thing is that his wife will become someone else. Yes, the graves are green and bigger than a football field, and they are so old. The more I think about it, the more I feel that his life is suffering. Stark glanced at Banner on the side, scratched his brows, and said, "Dr. Banner, can I talk to Austin alone for a while?" Before Banner took a few steps back, Li Feng said hurriedly, "Wait." Then Li Feng Shan said to Stark, "Lend me some money and wait for me to transfer Obadiah's assets to my name and pay you back." Stark, who couldn't help but recall the scene of Li Feng extorting Dead Man, twitched his mouth, rolled his eyes wildly, and said, "Money, you say the number, I will give it to you, but Obadiah's assets must be left to his wife and children." Before Li Feng agreed, Stark, who was afraid of Li Feng's greed for money, was patient and whispered, "Obadiah was my enemy at the beginning, and I couldn't kill him, but I don't regret it. After all, it was a life-and-death contest. But his family did not participate in the grievances between me and him, and he also watched me grow up anyway. I can't just watch his children live on the streets." Li Feng shrugged and said disdainfully, "You think too much. If it doesn't happen that you need to buy some books recently, and I have no money, I will almost forget about it, unless someday magic materials can be purchased with USD. Otherwise, I won't bother to take care of those little pieces of paper that are too hard to wipe the A****. This is best. Stark, who never carries credit cards, cash, and other items with him, hired an employee and said, "You go to Potts and get a credit card." While Stark ordered the staff, Li Feng turned his head and said to Banner, "Banner, can you help me get my credit card and buy some books on physics, by the way?" At night, Li Feng pointed to the ceiling and said, "At night, we gather on the rooftop." Banner nodded, and after saying "good to meet you" to Sure Stark, he followed the staff and left. Sure Stark looked around and led Li Feng to an uninhabited corner. Before Sure Stark could speak, Li Feng glanced at the reactor and said with a smile, "Is this stuff interesting? It's a pity that your father is limited by the times. Otherwise, your father should be the first person to see it." Sure Stark was stunned, then squinted and said, "Do you know this thing?" After a pause, Sure Stark seemed to think of something and said angrily, "I forgot that you can use time spells. You knew my father left. Didn't tell me sooner when I left something. Do you know how much I have suffered? How much psychological pressure do I have? When I open my eyes every morning, the first thing I do is to avoid Potts and hide in the bathroom to test for palladium poisoning. Circumstances, for fear that you will be finished if you are not careful. But you're watching my jokes, and I want to break your relationship with you. Li Feng rolled his eyes and rolled his lips and said, "It's a nonsense. I haven't asked you what happened to your uncle." Sure Stark squeezed the tip of his nose and looked around and said, "I just read Mr. Parker's resume and think that such a person should come to work in my company." Before Sure Stark finished speaking, Li Feng waved his hand and said, "Stop talking about this. Do you think I will believe you? Tell me honestly what's going on." Anyone who experiences a terrorist attack first, and then a few pieces of deadly shrapnel forcibly live near the heart without paying rent, will live in fear all day, even Iron Man. So don't look at Sure. Stark's most proud work is the reactor and steel battle suit that can make him alive. He even proudly announced to the media that he is Iron Man, but who can understand his inner suffering? In fact, it is not that Sure Stark had never thought of performing an operation to remove the shrapnel, but JRVS clearly told him that the low success rate of the operation was scary. This is also the main reason why Sure Stark did not want to operate. After all, who would want to die if he was alive? Until a few days ago, Sure Stark and Obadiah personally experienced the powerful effects of the immortal spring after the battle, which made him suddenly realize that he had a way to take out the bomb fragments in his body on the premise of survival. The method is very simple, as long as there is a large amount of immortal spring water used to ensure one's own vigorous vitality during the operation. After listening to Sure Stark's self-help plan, Li Feng pondered silently. Among all superheroes, Li Feng hates Sure Stark the most, and he prepares to hate Sure Stark's plugins. Let's use Captain America as an analogy. Don't look at the Captain's 2 plugins, but when facing Li Feng, these 2 plugins are not very useful. Even Li Feng does not need to do it himself. Just let Wong Kai perform on stage. The first is the plugin of the Serum card. Although it makes the Captain's endurance a bit exaggerated, the Captain's motto is, "I can play with you for a day." And when facing ordinary people, can I really play for a day or not in between? The kind that eats and goes to the toilet, but the Dementor can accompany you for a year and asks if you will be suffocated by urine. The second is the shield whose flight trajectory is unscientific, but the shield is only a shield. Even if the Captain sees the Dementor, can the shield be used to block the Dementor's attack? In addition, to make it aggression, Li Feng wanted to take down Newton's coffin board and let him out to bask in the sun. By the way, he asked the Captain, what is the principle of the shield that flies around but always returns to his hands? Still not affected by gravity? It can be said that with the exception of a few, the remaining Banner, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and other plugins are also ineffective, and they can only catch the blind when facing the invisible prosperity. And among these few people who can see the existence of Dementors, Sure Stark can only rely on the reactor to see the Dementors. After all, how much hardship people have suffered before they get a headlight on their chest. You can see it when you see it. Anyway, Sure Stark there is no way to take a Dementor, but the ring is broken in the plugin of this product, and one of the rich plugins will not be mentioned. Anyway, he can directly buy what he wants. He is a master who does not lack high-tech materials. And the other one made Li Feng upset. It's not good to open the external device. It has to be open to the brain, which causes the brain to open up a bit. It is called a quick to study things. As long as Stark is given a period of time, this guy will not only see the Dementor himself, but also rely on the research results to let everyone appreciate the Dementor's enchanting posture. The means to deal with Dementors. Li Feng inadvertently thought, if Sure Stark took off the reactor, wouldn't he never see the Dementor again? It must be more difficult to study an invisible creature than it is to see. And, without the resistance-boosting reactor, Sure Stark is more susceptible to spell control. Right? It's worth a try. For a long time, Li Feng asked quietly. The credit card I just gave me to spend casually, and the arrangement of my uncle to work in your company are all to make me owe you favors so that you can ask for immortal spring water? Sure Stark squeezed the tip of his nose, shrugged, and said, it's not asking for it. It's buying immortal spring water. Li Feng rolled his eyes and asked, what do you want to buy, USD? Do you think I care about this stuff? The no man's land that was built for you before, Sure Stark Shanshan said. The property rights are written in your name. Li Feng said silently. Why didn't I know that the immortal spring water is so cheap now? Stark looked up and looked around, took a deep breath, and whispered, I know you sold Shield 3 drops of immortal spring water. Although Fury would not tell me what he paid, I know that you will also sell immortal spring water. You just tell me what you want. Maybe my connections and money can help you. I had the heart to make sure Stark take off the reactor, Li Feng, and think about it, touched his chin and asked, How many drops of immortal spring water do you need? Stark shrugged innocently and said a little embarrassingly, 1,000 cubic centimeters. As soon as the voice fell, Li Feng stared at Sure Stark and asked with a black line, How much? 1,000 cubic centimeters. Sure Stark spread out his hands and said helplessly, You don't give me the opportunity to study the immortal spring water, so I don't know exactly how much vitality the immortal spring water can provide. Before Sure Stark could finish explaining, Li Feng bit his posterior molar and interrupted, That can't be the amount of 1,000 cubic centimeters. Are you planning to use the eternal life spring water as physiological saline and use it like drips during your surgery? Sure Stark blinked inexplicably. At first, I thought about holding the immortal spring water in my mouth and swallowing a little bit, or letting the doctor hit my heart directly while rescuing me. He paused. Sure Stark tilted his head. Touching his chin, he said, But now, I find that the drip method may be better. In response, Li Feng raised his middle finger to Stark angrily and cursed, F***K off, you'd better die. It would be a waste of Earth's resources to save it. Sure Stark also responded to Li Feng with a middle finger, cursing, You are not a good thing. Why do you only sell Shield and not sell me? And also watch me be tortured by Palladium, and can't you take me as a friend? Now it's time for you to atone for your sins. Hurry up and sell me 1,000 cubic centimeters of immortal spring water. Li Feng, people trade precious things for you. What about you? Want to sell it for nothing? Listening to this tone, it seems to be selling immortal spring water. Stark adjusted his collar and asked confidently, What do you want? Even if it's magic items, I can get some under the attack of money. It's really a magic item. Li Feng took out a piece of parchment from his shoulder bag and floated in the air and controlled what the quill pen wrote on the parchment and said, As long as you sign the confidentiality contract, I will tell you. What are you looking for? Finding. Stark looked at the parchment in confusion and said, Do you use the word find to mean that the magic item you are looking for is not in the magical world, but in the hands of an ordinary person? Li Feng nodded and said, This item has flowed out of a certain big man. I only know that it is buried somewhere and belongs to no owner. While talking, the contract was already written on the parchment. Stark curiously picked up the parchment and placed it in his hand. After looking at Li Feng, he signed the name and said, The Intelligence Bureau does not have such harsh confidentiality regulations as you, so I actually want me. After finding the item, delete the relevant information in the Jarvis system immediately. And here, what does it mean to not let me watch the content? Is the CD or magic videotape you're looking for? After signing the sign, Sure Stark handed the parchment to Li Feng and said, Now tell me what you were looking for and what clues can you provide to me? Li Feng, who took the parchment, shook his head slightly and said, Don't worry, the contract hasn't been established yet. After speaking, Li Feng signed his name on the parchment in front of Stark, watching the parchment burning into ashes inexplicably, clapped his hands and said, Now the contract is officially established. I think Jarvis has also detected the presence of spells on the scene. It's fluctuating. When Li Feng was speaking, Sure Stark heard from JRVS that he was wrapped in some strange energy, but for a time JRVS could not detect the use of these energy, only knowing that Sure Stark's body was not affected. Li Feng opened the mirror space at will, briefly introduced the role of the mirror space, and said, I am looking for a magic book. It is called the Dark God Book. I only know that the last time it appeared was in a certain energy laboratory a few years ago. Inside, except for one person in jail and one paralyzed in this closed laboratory, although the remaining scientific researchers are marked as dead, their souls are actually locked in a box made of some special material. Wait, Stark stared and asked, You mean the soul is locked in a box? Li Feng glanced at Stark in wonder and said, "Didn't you have seen the resurrected Obadiah? What's the matter with human beings having souls?" Sure, Stark's mouth twitched, and he reached out for Li Feng to continue the introduction, but he waited for a long time and did not see Li Feng continue the introduction. He wondered, then, what kind of energy laboratory? Who does the laboratory belong to? What are the names of these two people? Li Feng spread his hands. "I only have this clue." Sure, Stark. Fart. Don't you know how many energy laboratories are closed every day in the world? That's why I asked you to help find it. If I know where the book is, I'll find a fart and just drive the excavator to dig it. After that, Li Feng thought about it, although sure Stark had signed and never read the book. However, it is difficult to guarantee that the plug-in in the mind of this guy will find a way to read the contents of the book or think of a way to avoid the consequences of breach of contract. Thinking of this, Li Feng said quietly, "The Dark Book of God is also called the Scroll of Sithorn. It is named after the ancient god Sithorn wrote spells on indestructible parchment. Although the Book of Dark God contains many powerful magics, it can corrupt the minds of readers." At this time, Li Feng stretched out his palm and said, "For tens of thousands of years, I have been able to read the Dark God book without being affected. I only know of 5 people, one of whom is the author of the book. So you'd better abide by the contract we signed and don't open the dark book. What about you?" Sure Stark looked at Li Feng suspiciously and asked, "Since reading this book is so dangerous, why do you still look for it? And what happens when I find it and hold it in my hand?" "As long as you don't open it, books can't seduce you." Li Feng pointed to himself and smiled. "As for me, I don't have the ability to read the Dark God book, but I didn't say that others can't read it. I remember I said this before. Was the book originally in the hands of the big boss?" Stark squinted his eyes and said, "Do you know this big guy? Do you want to return the book to him? Or let him teach you how to read the Dark God book?" Regarding Sure Stark's questions, Li Feng adhered to the attitude of neither admitting nor denying. In short, he let Sure Stark guess by himself. Anyway, Li Feng would not tell Sure Stark. He was going to other worlds with the Dark Book of God to help him interpret it. As for asking Li Feng to ask Ancient One for help in interpreting the Dark God book, even though Ancient One has read the Dark God book, Li Feng still feels that he must first determine what attitude Ancient One has towards the Dark God book, so as not to get the Dark God who has difficulty getting it. The book was confiscated by Ancient One. After talking about the transaction, when Li Feng was about to open the portal and walk out of the mirrored space, Sure Stark suddenly grabbed Li Feng and hesitation asked, "What did you say about the ancient gods before? There are gods in this world." Li Feng turned his head and looked at Stark Sure. He didn't know whether this was the delusion of Sure Stark's murder, or he was simply overwhelmed with curiosity. He wanted to talk to a god about the weather or something. "What does this have to do with you? Do you still want to solve the gods?" Sure Stark squeezed the tip of his nose, glanced at his mouth, and said, "I'm just curious. It's weird if I believe you." Li Feng looked up at Stark and said, "Although I don't know what you think, there are things like gods do the Nordic berserkers know?" Now that it's all about gods, Sure Stark definitely didn't think that Li Feng was talking about Vikings. He nodded slightly and asked, "You mean the Aesir in Norse mythology does exist?" Li Feng shrugged and explained, "In modern terms, the so-called Aesir is actually a group of aliens with technology and lifespan far beyond the Earth. They have visited the Earth a long time ago, and they call themselves Asgard people." Sure Stark understands that the Aesir Protoss has far Superman-like technology. After all, human beings have not walked out of the Earth until now. Since the other party can travel to the Earth, science and technology will definitely exceed the Earth. But lifespan is also far longer than the Earth. What do people mean? Although the average life expectancy of people on Earth is less than 100 years, centenarians are not uncommon. Could the Aesir Protoss still live for 500 years? Before Stark could ask any doubts, Li Feng said in a deep, envious tone, "Although I don't know how long ordinary people in the Aesir Protoss can live, I know some awakening powers. You can understand them as people with awakening powers. They can live for 5,000 years, and those supernatural beings can even live for 10,000 years, right? Just like Odin, I estimate that his lifespan is more than 5,000 years. Stark chuckled his mouth, saying that he couldn't eat grapes, and said sour grapes. Life is not about how long to live, but about the meaning of life. Just like the blooming firework, although it disappears in a flash, it is memorable. Sure, Stark stepped on the foot and said disdainfully, "It's like the rock under my feet. Although it has existed for hundreds of millions of years, who cares?" Li Feng scratched his head inexplicably, stretched out his right hand subconsciously, and touched Stark's forehead with the back of his hand, and said, "Are you a scientist or a philosopher? Do you need me to call an ambulance? Seeing that you burned your brain, you don't know if you are. Who is it?" Stark, who also wanted to give an impromptu speech, knocked out Li Feng's right hand casually, rolled his eyes, and said, "The end of science. Forget it. A vulgar person like you won't understand it. What's wrong with vulgarity?" Li Feng then opened the portal, pointed to the reactor, and said, "Without a vulgar person like me, you still don't know how to save yourself. But during my self-help process, the only thing you did was to make me immortal during the operation. Although, this is the most important part of the operation." Sure Stark raised his brows, followed Li Feng out of the mirror space, and asked, "When are you going to give me the eternal life spring? Will you be trading when I find the book?" "How is it possible?" Li Feng spread his hands and said, "When you are ready for the operation room, I will give you the eternal life spring water. Everyone has signed the contract. It's useless if you want to regret it." Sure Stark scratched his eyebrows and smiled. "Perhaps you will give me the eternal spring water now? You can also let me study why this thing is so magical." Li Feng glanced sideways at Stark and said contemptuously, "Don't look at your high-tech stuff at home, but you really don't have the equipment to store the eternal spring water, so something is more careful or not." After speaking, Li Feng walked straight to the door and said to Stark behind him, "Please help me contact S.H.I.E.L.D. Why hasn't the taxi driver I called yet? I don't know that Phil Coulson's credibility in my heart has begun to plummet yet." Sure Stark's eyes twitched, and he raised his middle finger to Li Feng, who had ordered him to be subordinated. "If it weren't for my employees nearby, I really want to open your face. In other words, why didn't I know that S.H.I.E.L.D. also provides special car service?" After a while, Phil Coulson drove a burgundy caravan to the gate of Stark Company. In the driving position, Phil Coulson squinted at Li Feng, who was spinning around his car, and curiously said, "Mr. Austin, do you like this car?" Li Feng shrugged, then opened the door of the car and said, "Which antique store did you buy this car from? It's well refurbished. Please fasten your seatbelt." While talking, Phil Coulson, who started the car, saw Li Feng fumbled in his car and said with a smile, "She's called Laura. She doesn't like people touching her." Li Feng looked at Phil Coulson mysteriously and said, "I have a flying RV." I said, "What name should I give him to pair up with your Laura? At that time, we will have a game for them. For a grand wedding, maybe your Laura will give birth to a bunch of flying RVs next winter. I will allow you to adopt a few flying cars at that time. Can you give birth to a car by naming a car? Should I name the 2 USD in my pocket? When will they be able to give birth to small USD? Anyway, the Super Health Office can't control them." Phil Coulson, who was dubious about the ability of the RV to fly, showed a gentle smile. After looking at Li Feng, who was not studying Laura, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as he doesn't study my Laura, it's all right. It is the most sophisticated equipment in S.H.I.E.L.D. For fear that Li Feng could find something in the car, Phil Coulson decided to go to the hospital and talk to Li Feng in order to distract Li Feng from exploring Laura, and said, "Then should I go to the supermarket to prepare some milk powder?" Li Feng joked his head and said, "Milk powder? No, I think it's more reliable for you to feed engine oil." After a while, the two nonsense of each other came to a hospital. Under the leadership of Phil Coulson, Li Feng knocked on Uncle Ben's war, but seeing the opening of the door was Harpy Hogan with his belly puffed up. Li Feng looked at Uncle Ben, who was lying on the hospital bed. After calling Roar, he whispered in wonder, "I remember you are Stark's bodyguard and driver. Did Stark ask you to visit Uncle Ben?" I'm not familiar with Li Feng, but Happy, who has seen Li Feng at least a few times, turned away from the road, shrugged, and said, "I'm now the safety minister of Stark Industries, Mr. Parker's boss." My subordinate was injured and went to the hospital. It is necessary to understand the specific situation before arranging another employee to temporarily replace Parker. Pointing to his feet, Harry motioned for Lee Fong and Phil Coulson to enter the ward and said, "In addition, this hospital belongs to Stark Industries, so I also came to inspect the safety of the hospital, by the way, not specifically for you. Visit Mr. Parker. What you said makes sense." Lee Fong walked into the ward on his own and whispered, "I'm afraid this hospital was acquired by Sure Stark overnight. Unfortunately, the money was wasted because Uncle Ben wouldn't stay in the hospital." Without waiting for Harpy's answer, Lee Fong cast his eyes to Phil Coulson, who was about to stand as a stake in the corner. He scanned Uncle Ben with mental energy and walked to him and said, "Uncle Ben, do you feel better? In addition to feeling a bit numb in my feet, the rest is okay." Uncle Ben looked at Lee Fong and the surrounding environment and smiled. "To be honest, this is the first time in my life that I've been admitted to a VIP ward, and I feel a little uncomfortable." "Habit." On the side, Aunt May walked to Uncle Ben, took Uncle Ben's hand to Lee Fong, and whispered, "We know that all this is because of you, including Ben, who can work at Stark, but Austin, we don't know how to thank you." After inspecting Uncle Ben's injury, Lee Fong, who was sure he could use the healing technique, opened his palm to Uncle Ben and smiled while releasing the healing technique. "I remember that Uncle Ben invited me to taste your craft. I like food. The healing speed of magic is beyond Ben Uncle's imagination." When Li Feng's voice just fell, he felt that his foot injury had been fully recovered. Ben Uncle gently pinched his thigh in astonishment and said with joy, "The magic of magic? Maybe Emil cannot express my gratitude." Li Feng shrugged, joking in a relaxed tone, and said, "Uncle Ben, you have to be prepared to be overwhelmed by me. I'm a famous stomacher." While Li Feng was chatting with Uncle Ben, Phil Coulson on the side suddenly heard a message from the cochlea. He was stunned and looked at Peter, who seemed to have discovered the detection equipment hidden in the ward. He walked behind Peter and said with a smile, "Are you Mr. Peter Parker?" Peter raised his brows, and when he nodded slightly, he saw Phil Coulson cast his eyes off Uncle Ben and said, "I don't think Mr. Parker needs to stay in the hospital anymore. Can you help with the discharge procedures?" "Definitely." Peter glanced at Phil Coulson thoughtfully, and when he was about to walk out of the ward, he heard Li Feng say, "Phil Coulson, there is no need to open up little Peter. He found out when he found out." Li Feng pointed to the finger. Around the week, Tan Shou said, "In fact, Stark personally admitted in front of me that there was a way to take out the headlights. And when he bought this hospital, I guess that you had already cooperated and quietly recorded the energy that I released from the healing technique. Volatility, right?" Happy opened his mouth and glanced vaguely. "Phil Coulson, sure Stark is not only involved in it, but also provides a lot of equipment for free." As for Sure Stark's purpose, Li Feng, who looked at Happy, shrugged and said, "He wants to use healing techniques during the operation to ensure that his life is not threatened, right?" On the side, Uncle Ben and Aunt May, who felt like they had become bait, looked at Happy and Phil Coulson a little irritably and said apologetically to Li Feng, "Sorry, we don't know." Li Feng comforted, "Uncle Ben, I know the behavior style of Child, plus they will be familiar with my spells sooner or later, so it's not a big deal. I just want to remind them that they don't have to monitor you." Looking at Li Feng, who seemed to be fully aware of the specific situation, Phil Coulson walked out of the ward with an apologetic expression to Uncle Ben. When he closed the door, he took out his mobile phone and pressed Fury's number and said, "Sir, Austin knows we are monitoring the Parker family. Although he did not explicitly say that we should give up surveillance, the meaning in the words is already very clear." On the other end of the phone, Fury was silent for a while and said, "What exactly did he say, including his body movements and facial expressions when speaking?" Phil Coulson was stunned. He slowly recounted the process of Li Feng's narration to his mobile phone again and again. He wondered if he missed any details, which caused Fury to need details. Did Austin also hide what he meant when he said it? On the other hand, after hearing the details, Fury rubbed his chin and thought for a long time and said, "I see. According to Austin's request, the surveillance of the Parker family should be withdrawn. In addition, what is his attitude towards the Parker family?" Phil Coulson turned his head for a moment and said, "The time is too short to be sure whether the previous judgment is correct. I only know that Austin treats Uncle Ben as a friend at least." After hesitation, Phil Coulson whispered, "Sir, Peter Parker also discovered surveillance equipment. I think this is a good seed. Should we recruit SHIELD Academy? In this way, we will not only have a relationship with Austin, but also get talents." Fury squinted for a moment, shook his head, and said, "Forget it. Although we're not sure about Austin's specific attitude towards us, but I think it used to be disgusting and fearful, but now I am disdainful and disgusted. I guess we have just recruited Peter Parker, so Austin will force him out of the academy on the back foot. Let's save each other's face, so that we can work in vain and offend Austin." Phil Coulson nodded slightly, and when he was about to end the call, he suddenly asked, "Sir, do you know that Austin's RV can fly?" Although Fury has not seen RVs flying all over the sky with his own eyes, there's a lot of information in his hand that Li Feng's RV can fly, such as the car prints on the roof of Stark and the front of the garage. Stark has purchased coatings that can be used for aircraft stealth, etc. Judging from this, the probability of Li Feng owning a flight RV is quite high. Defaming Li Feng's mouth as being too lax in his heart, Fury thought for a while and said, "I not only know that an RV can fly, but also that it can be invisible." Fury, who didn't want to go into details, didn't wait for Phil Coulson to ask. "Pull it up." After speaking, Fury hung up the phone in a hurry and rushed to the laboratory where the Rubik's Cube was stored, in a posture ready to talk with Li Feng in person. Phil Coulson, who ended the call, raised his brows and reluctantly complained in his heart that a SHIELD's level division mechanism made him miss how much information, and Li Feng, who had finished chatting with Uncle Ben, really came out of the ward. Li Feng looked at Phil Coulson, whose brows were tangled into a ball, and asked curiously, "Your face is full of confusion. Speaking out makes me happy." Phil Coulson gave a fake smile, reached out to Li Feng to make a request, and whispered, "Fury asked me to tell you that the laboratory is ready, and you can play Rubik's Cube anytime." Li Feng scratched his head. Don't know why, he felt that Fury seemed to know something, so he used the excuse of Rubik's Cube to talk to himself in person. Otherwise, according to Fury's past character, after knowing that the Rubik's Cube is about space and that Li Feng originally has the ability of the portal, the normal operation is to make Li Feng's secret room for the Rubik's Cube to be hard to fly before agreeing to Li Feng's contact with the Rubik's Cube. It's not like it is now. After talking about the Rubik's Cube on the front foot, everything is ready on the back foot. Otherwise, what should Li Feng do if he runs with the Rubik's Cube? Fury can still track Li Feng's failure. However, Rubik's Cube, the temptation is a bit big. Li Feng stretched out his hand to signal Phil Coulson to lead the way, and said in a relaxed tone, "I didn't expect your movements to be very fast. Or did you hide the Rubik's Cube in some special place? Now it's just taking me there." Phil Coulson, who heard that Li Feng was inquiring about something, turned his head and smiled. "Mr. Austin, I still know my knowledge of Rubik's Cube from your mouth. Before that, I had no idea that there was such a magical thing in the world." Thing. The implication of Phil Coulson's words is very clear. I don't know anything, and if you ask, you can't ask. The corner of Li Feng's mouth curled, and he said, "Okay, I'd better ask Fury myself. You'll put black stockings on me later, and then drive your Laura around the world and send me off." Is in front of Fury. Black stockings. Phil Coulson glanced at Li Feng silently and said quietly, "If you need it, I will buy black stockings for you now to ensure that there is no smell." On the other side, Fury hurriedly rushed to a well-secured underground base while sitting on Quinjet and inspected the base 3 times inside and outside. Phil Coulson came with Li Feng, who was wearing a black hood but walking fast under his feet. Somewhere in the base, there is only a room with a table and 2 chairs. After a while, Fury walked into the room with a suitcase, placed the suitcase at his feet, and waved to Phil Coulson to leave the base. Fury sat on the opposite side of Li Feng, with Erlang's legs upright, with one hand on the back of the chair and the other touching the suitcase, quietly looking at Li Feng, who was still blindfolded. And Li Feng seemed to perception that the opposite of him was replaced with Fury, and he accurately reached out and took a sip from the glass of water on the table, and he said with a mouthful, The last time I met, I gave me a bottle of beer to quench my thirst. Why do I only use plain water to fool me now? Fury glanced at the water glass, tapped on the suitcase, and said, "Recently, the budget is tight. It would be nice to have a glass of boiled water. I am saying that this is not boiled water, but mineral water. Is there a difference between the two types of water? To me, neither beer is delicious." Li Feng scratched his brows, took off his headgear, and shrugged. "I suggest you talk to Stark about sponsorship. After all, those goods are super rich." After speaking, Li Feng squinted at the suitcase at Fury's feet and curiously said, "Is there a Rubik's Cube in the suitcase?" Fury nodded slightly, put the suitcase on the table, and asked, "What do you think about Stark who wants to explore therapies? What do you think? What do you think? My cervical spine is not very good, or should I lie down and look at it?" Li Feng glanced sideways at Fury, curled the corner of his mouth, and said, "It seems that you are not going to study treatment." Fury embraced his arms, looked at Li Feng seriously, and said sternly, "You know what I mean. You used to keep secrets about magician and spells, but before, you did not know how to detect the spells of Stark." There was no response. "It's too unusual, and the first time you saw Stark, you showed the healing skills, and then you showed the healing skills in front of him one after another. Stark casts a healing technique in front of him. So what's your purpose?" Fury squinted his eyes and said, "Although Stark is most concerned about his own health, but he is not stupid. One day he will know your purpose or talk about you and what agreement did Stark have reached and would like to use technology to create equipment that can release healing. Sure enough, this guy guessed that I intend to let Stark study the treatment. Unfortunately, you can't think of what I want if you scratch your scalp." Li Feng spread his hands, pretending to be helpless, and explained, "To be honest, it's not that I would perform healing every time I met Stark, but that guy was injured every time I met Stark, I don't. What does the healing spell do? A curse?" Fury believes in his instincts. This is a skill he has learned as an agent for many years. So when he knew that Li Feng was going to accompany him with nonsense, he still turned around and said, "Think about it. Once Stark has developed a portable one. Healing, how many families can be saved? How much gratitude can be gained? All fame, fortune, and money are at your fingertips. Your status will become unshakable, and you, as the source of healing, are unknown to the public for various reasons. Don't you think what a pity? Perhaps you can put aside the history of Stark, how our two cooperate. Then you will have both fame and fortune, and SHIELD only needs the treatment technology." Li Feng shook his head with a smile and said, "Should I say that you deserve to be the head of the agent? It's just the difference in your mind. Why do you always like these indispensable things? Thank you for your kindness, but I really didn't cooperate with Stark, nor did I suggest that Stark was researching healing techniques, and I also don't like fame and wealth. I prefer to practice magic alone, such as now." Li Feng pointed to the suitcase. "I just want to understand the law hidden in the Rubik's Cube. And you, if you can, please go around and let the scientists who study Rubik's Cube come in and observe how I understand the Rubik's Cube." It seems that there's indeed no cooperation with Stark. So it is Austin who is suggesting Stark is researching therapy? Knowing that he couldn't ask anything, Fury got up and walked to the door. When he opened the door, Fury turned to take out the recorder from his pocket, looked at Li Feng seriously, and said, "I will play your words to Stark. Do you think how?" Li Feng waved at Fury with a look of disgust, signaled whatever you like, and pretended that he couldn't wait to comprehend the Rubik's Cube. In fact, Li Feng was really nervous in his heart. It wasn't until Fury left and walked into the room with several people wearing thick biochemical suits and pushing a trolley full of equipment into the room did Li Feng breathe a sigh of relief in his heart and watch several scientific researchers cautiously with a serious face open the suitcase containing the Rubik's Cube and place the shimmering Rubik's Cube on the table. Li Feng subconsciously licked his lips. In the surprised eyes of the scientific researcher, he directly closed his eyes and gently touched the Rubik's Cube with his fingers. After a while, Li Feng was pleased to find that his previous guess was correct. When the Rubik's Cube protects the space gem inside, it also prevents Li Feng from directly touching the space gem. This makes Li Feng far more powerful than the previous Li Feng, not only from the perception to the weak space energy emitted by the Rubik's Cube, but also to ensure that he has not been injured by the space gem. Arrive. Compared with technology, Li Feng's way of exploring the Rubik's Cube is relatively simple or rudimentary. He only needs to release his mental power to slowly touch the Rubik's Cube shell to understand the energy fluctuations he feels. Although there's a good saying that everyone in the world will lie, but mathematics does not deceive people as much as monks do not talk. However, if you want to use technology to read the Rubik's Cube more accurately, you must use a lot of data. Divisive. Therefore, when Li Feng directly touched the Rubik's Cube with his hands, the researchers in the room were busy placing various equipment in specific places after a brief surprise. Li Feng looked up curiously and asked the surveillance camera in the corner, "Can these devices operate in the mirrored space?" As soon as the voice fell, Fury's voice rang out in the room. "You said that in order to avoid accidents, you need to enter a mirror space that does not affect the real world to study the Rubik's Cube. So I specially prepared these originally energy-filled equipment to accompany you. Enter the mirror space." Li Feng scratched his head and asked wonderingly, "Then what about you? You know that the mirror space is a different space. Once we enter, you can't see us. You don't want to see how I use the Rubik's Cube with your own eyes? It's a rare opportunity for thousands of years, and I promise, you are absolutely safe." Li Feng pointed to the scientific researcher wearing chemical protective clothing and smiled slightly with his mouth curled up. "And there is no need to wear protective clothing at all. Look at me. You dare to enter the mirror space without wearing ordinary clothes." "Ordinary clothes? I believe in you, a ghost. I am very sure that my brain clearly remembers that your clothes have detected energy fluctuations." Fury sneered a few times, like a warning or expressing self-confidence, and said quietly, "Don't worry, I have a way to see what's happening in the mirror space." Li Feng rolled his eyes and said in his heart, "I can see a ghost." If S.H.I.E.L.D. has ability to constantly monitor everything that happens in the mirror space, believe it or not, Ancient One will come to the door now and ask for a way to monitor the world in other dimensions. After all, when guarding the Earth, I'm always passively beaten, and I feel uncomfortable no matter how you look at it. If you can monitor the movements of other worlds, maybe Ancient One will slap the table and dislike playing on the Earth. After a while, the researchers repeatedly checked the equipment and nodded to Li Feng, indicating that they are ready to enter the mirror space. Seeing this, Li Feng excitedly opened the mirror space. After entering the mirrored space in an instant, the several researchers who used to circle Li Feng with the equipment first looked at the surrounding crystal walls curiously, as if they wanted to study the mirrored space. Then he looked at Li Feng's left hand, imaginary Rubik's Cube, right hand facing the crystal wall, repeatedly dotted, feeling a little horrified, and his feet vibrated slightly. Several people looked at each other, holding their chins that were about to fall on the ground, with a dumbfounded look. The small room at the foot of less than 50 square meters instantly expanded to 200 square meters. Unlike the surprise on the faces of scientific researchers, at the moment Li Feng frowned and looked at the Rubik's Cube in his hand dumbly. Don't look at Li Feng now, only need to volley a few clicks to expand the mirror space. But that is because he has the blessing of the Rubik's Cube in his hand. If he loses the Rubik's Cube, he will be instantly beaten back to the original prototype. Expanded to 200 square meters, it would be nice to be able to expand by 10 square meters. So don't look at Li Feng's stupid expression. In fact, he is keeping in mind his insights when he casts the spell, so that when he leaves the Rubik's Cube in the future, he can still expand the area in the mirrored space with a wave. Place a space cage between the waves. For a long time, Li Feng, who had a lot of sentiment, realized that his mental power was about to be exhausted, and he reluctantly put down the Rubik's Cube in his hand, exited the mirror space, and poured the water into his mouth from the cup on the table. In that posture, he seemed to be drinking the world. The strongest wine was just like, and the few people in the same room were stunned for a while. After putting down the water glass, Li Feng drooped his head and stared straight at the Rubik's Cube in front of him. He said with regret in his heart while he chuckled his mouth, "Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can only touch the outer layer of the Rubik's Cube, and I still cannot touch it for a long time. As for the space gem inside, unless I want to be dismembered like Chi-Yu, what's worse is that my fragments will be transmitted to all parts of the universe by space energy, so I won't fight hard. Forget it. I'm still planning how to get the Rubik's Cube when I am at a higher level. After taking a break to relieve the exhaustion of the physical body a little, Li Feng sat cross-legged and entered a state of meditation. In the next room, where the Rubik's Cube is located, Fury quietly watched Li Feng meditating in a corner of the room in the surveillance video, while the researchers were busy uploading the collected energy data to the computer so that Fury outside the room could retrieve it at any time. After Li Feng regained his mental strength, Fury watched the images recorded by the researchers after entering the mirror space, and watched Li Feng open the mirror space again with a black line, causing the personnel in the room to instantly disappear from the screen. If it were not for Li Feng's previous statement that in order not to affect the real space, he must enter the mirror space to explore the Rubik's Cube, Fury really wants to take the commando into the room to check the situation. If possible, he also wants to take a team of people to study the mirror space. Maybe he can hide in the mirror space in time when he encounters danger one day. After all, this mirror space feels safe no matter how it sounds. Not only that, Fury, whose thinking habitually drifts, suddenly covered his head and whispered, "I now know why I can't find the holy place magician. There's a nasty mirror space entangled in it. Maybe the holy place magician is hiding in a different space. I'm still looking for a fart." In Fury's self-talking curse, Li Feng and his group once again exited the mirror space and appeared on the surveillance screen. Fury then took back the thoughts that had spread to outer space, and at the same time he was relieved. At least Austin did not carry the Rubik's Cube. Run. As Li Feng continued to meditate and study the Rubik's Cube, not only was he mentally exhausted to the point that he was in a trance, even his body began to be exhausted. Li Feng understood that he had to rest well, otherwise he was very likely to die suddenly from overwork, and there was no compensation. Although Fury promised to have a limited time to contact Rubik's Cube, Li Feng believed that he still knew how to eat food slowly and slowly. So when he retired from his state of meditation again, Li Feng was satisfied with his understanding of Rubik's Cube. After waving his hand at the surveillance camera, he opened the portal and disappeared into the room. Seeing that he just waved away from the underground base that he believed to be well secured, Fury felt that he had a dirty word to say. This is a secret base. If you didn't come to the neighbor's house to rush through the door, you can't leave through the front door? I'm a dignified 10th level agent. Don't you want face? But Li Feng has left. What can Fury do? Can only be cold. History Stark's rooftop. The lonely banner wears an expulsion cloak, carries a shoulder bag that looks dry but has a large interior space, and holds a book he just bought. From time to time, he looks up vigilantly around him, as if Rose has spotted him and will appear at any time. It's like in front of you. It wasn't until the portal suddenly appeared not far in front of him that Banner took a long sigh of joy and walked quickly to Li Feng and said, "I thought you forgot that someone else was blowing here." Li Feng glanced sideways at Banner and found that there was still a nervous expression on the other party's face and grinned. "Not suitable for passers-by to ignore you?" "No," the kind-hearted Banner said with a shrug. "I like this feeling, but I'm not sure if Hulk will come out and do some damage. If I become Hulk and passers-by dare to ignore it, I can't imagine how big it is. A disaster for this." "Perhaps." Li Feng opened the portal casually, making a request, and said, "But I think you can control Hulk. Besides, although my cloak is a magic item, it is not as strong as you think. When you become Hulk, it becomes a rag and hangs on you." Banner gently pulled the cloak on him, as if calculating how weak the cloak was. Then he walked over the portal and returned to the caravan, untied his shoulder bag, and handed it to Li Feng, saying, "The book you want. The credit cards Stark gave you are in the bag." When Li Feng closed the portal, he glanced at the shoulder bag, shrugged, and said, "The book and the credit card belong to me, but the shoulder bag is your reward for teaching me nuclear physics. Definitely, if you like money, that credit card is fine for you." Banner looked down at the shoulder bag, hesitation, and replied, You saved me when I was in New York." Before Banner finished speaking, Li Feng waved his hand and interrupted. "It's not the same. At that time, it was to save you and ordinary people. Now it is you who teach me knowledge," and Li Feng pointed to the surroundings, alluding to Banner, "still to help yourself find the monitoring equipment in the car, say, and working for me." Shrugging, Li Feng sat on the sofa in a posture of a big boss with no money, and said boldly, "Since you're barely considered my employee, and I think I'm not a black-hearted capitalist, I will naturally give you a satisfactory reward. Definitely, if you feel that the reward is not enough, you can bring it up. We're discussing it." After thinking for a while, Banner shook his head slightly and smiled. "As you said before, I will like this shoulder bag." Rubbing his hands, Banner took out the books from the shoulder bag. Said, "I don't know how much you know about nuclear fusion, so I bought some books related to nuclear fusion, as well as some basic books on nuclear reaction." Seeing that the books Banner bought were taken out of his shoulder bag like a steady stream, Li Feng swallowed, wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, tremblingly pointed to the books that had been piled up to a height of 1 meter, and said, "These books, do I need to finish reading them?" Seeing Banner nodded affirmatively, Li Feng suddenly felt that his limbs were weak and his eyes were completely dark. "Ma Dan, I am a scumbag. After reading these books, he is gone for half his life. When he fully understands the contents, I'm afraid I have cut several crops of grass." Especially when Li Feng thought that this was the path he had chosen, he collapsed on the sofa weakly, still seeing some white foam at the corner of his mouth. No way, since he wanted to play the fireball of nuclear reaction and understood that the knowledge in the book was only a basic operation, Li Feng could only bite his teeth and swallow in his stomach, and pinched himself by the way to rescue him. Definitely, before formally learning nuclear physics, Li Feng needs to understand Rubik's Cube. After all, it is said that Li Feng is a scumbag. How can he learn new knowledge while studying Rubik's Cube? After formulating his own study schedule, Feng took a good night's rest and went straight to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret underground base with dry food and luggage. A pair was going to study the position of the Rubik's Cube for 5 consecutive days at the base, and he saw Fury, who had not had time to leave the base. Stunned for a while, "Why do you still bring a tent sleeping bag? Is this to treat the S.H.I.E.L.D. base as a hotel? Should you pay me a little for your accommodation?" When the time came for 5 days, Li Feng, who was originally possessed of mana and mentally powerful, froze himself until he wore dark circles under his eyes and walked with trembling legs and feet. This is also the result of Li Feng taking the Eternal Life spring water as boiled water and adding vitality from time to time. Definitely, and even worse, the researchers who followed Li Feng to study the Rubik's Cube. They have no physical energy. They watch Li Feng take a nap for 3 to 4 hours every day, but they have to stay up late to study the Rubik's Cube, to study meditation, as well as to study the mirror space and the space spells released by Li Feng. If it weren't for Fury, who couldn't stand it after 3 days, he forced the soldiers to give the group of researchers who had studied the state of madness with an anesthesia meter. It is estimated that when Li Feng slapped his butt and left after 5 days, S.H.I.E.L.D. would need to give it. The family members of the scientific researchers have issued large sums of pensions, and they may also receive a letter from the lawyer telling S.H.I.E.L.D. to treat the staff as cattle, causing a group of scientific researchers to die. After leaving the Rubik's Cube and returning to the RV, Li Feng lay on the soft big bed and slept continuously for 1 day and 1 night before he dangled from the brink of sudden death. Unfortunately, before Li Feng was full of joy to celebrate the increase in the power of his space spells, Banner smiled and placed a stack of half-meter-high physics books in front of Li Feng and said, "Since you are resting now, then we will start studying nuclear physics. Related knowledge." At the moment, the only thought in Li Feng's heart was whether to knock Banner out and then choose to throw Hulk on an alien planet to demolish the alien's home, or bury Hulk in the Mariana Trench. Anyway, Li Feng, a bitter scumbag, feels that the current Banner makes him look unpleasant. I don't know if it is immoral, against the law, and against humanity to pour cold water when others are the most cheesy. Definitely, defamation. If you really want to throw Banner to Li Feng, you will be reluctant. After all, knowledge is flowing in the brain of this guy. As the saying goes, Knowledge is power and knowledge is wealth. So Banner's brains are too expensive. Nothing. Li Feng could only follow Banner behind with a bitter face and study honestly. In fact, after teaching Li Feng for a day, Banner also had the idea of throwing Li Feng into the Mariana Trench to fill the sea. Banner gave reasonable and sufficient reasons. Who made Li Feng have zero foundation for nuclear? It can be said that Li Feng is his life. Brought the worst class of students. The point is that there is no one that is the worst. It feels like Banner is teaching physics to children in a kindergarten. He feels very boring during the teaching. He occasionally breaks his fingers and makes rough calculations. If the magician's strong mental power is removed so that Li Feng can quickly jot down the key points of knowledge, he expects to wait for Li Feng. When a nuclear reaction fireball is produced, the Earth's resources will be exhausted, and human beings have all moved to live in galaxies outside the Milky Way. One early morning a few days later, I felt that although there was a little knowledge flowing in his brain, Li Feng, who was only one step away from his untimely death, bowed his head early in the morning, sitting at the dining table with his eyes and hands peeling blankly. My egg, chanting the knowledge I forcibly memorized yesterday. Ling ling. Hearing the ringing of the phone, Li Feng, with an egg stuffed in his mouth, glanced blankly at the ringing phone on the wall of the carriage, got up and picked up the phone as if sleepwalking, and the corners of his mouth vaguely recite the knowledge he was reviewing. Nuclear fusion. That is, when light nuclei synthesize heavier nuclei, they release huge energy, and nuclear fusion occurs at the nucleus level. So nuclear fusion is not a chemical change. On the other side of the phone, Stark, with a bewildered face, looked at the phone in his hand, and then looked at the number displayed on the landline. After making sure that he hadn't dialed the number, the corners of his mouth twitched and said, "Austin, despite his age. It's capital. I also know that you have a lot of potions, but even if you're a magician, you must know how to control your private life. Look at you. Your brain is broken. You're looking at me. Although you're on the bed with me, there are too many women, but when did you see me being overly lustful? Career is the most important thing for a man. With a career, you can spend time and drink. F***K off. Li Feng, who had recovered a bit from his sleepwalking state, swallowed the egg with great effort and shouted, "I am doing this for the sake of my career." Before Sir Stark could say the words of unbelief, Li Feng asked unhappily, "Why did you call me early in the morning? Don't you accompany Xiao Jelly to stay in the bed for a while?" Early in the morning? Sir Stark glanced at the fading sky, and after thinking about it, he said speechlessly, "You are now running back to Afghanistan again?" Halfway through, Sir Stark seemed to think of something, suddenly said in a tone of enlightenment, "Are you afraid that the big green guy will splash and roll in the city, and it will be difficult to stop, so you take the banner to hide in the desert?" "Your reason." Li Feng tilted his head and said, "It's so lofty. The problem is why I didn't expect it." Yes, when I heard Li Feng's tone, Sir Stark clearly understood that he had guessed wrong, which made the face of this genius scientist who thought he had an IQ far more than 205 couldn't bear it. Stark coughed dryly and said that he had vomited his embarrassment out of his body. Shan Shan said, "Stop talking about this. I want to ask you what you have time to come here. My operating room is ready, just waiting for your eternal life spring." Sure, Stark has an operation? Does it mean that I can put down my studies and take a day off today? Li Feng scratched his head and said with the mood of the student welcoming the summer vacation, "Wait, I'll come over right away." After speaking, Li Feng hung up the phone and walked to the table, grabbed the fried dough sticks and biscuits and shouted, "Creature, bring my green gourd." As soon as the voice fell, Creature carried the cloak instantly, and the shoulder bag and the green-skin gourd appeared in front of Li Feng. At this time, Banner, who got out of the car and jogged around the RV in the desert, happened to return to the RV. Seeing Li Feng dressed up as he went out, he curiously asked, "Where are you going?" "Go to Sir Stark." Li Feng took up his shoulder bag and explained, "Sir Stark is going to have an operation to remove the tiny shrapnel from his body, and let me use the technique to check it out. If the freight is bad, I can belch. Cast a spell and help him." After a pause, Li Feng asked, "If you feel bored in the RV, go with me. You should hide from the sun. Don't say, Banner really wants to go to a place with people to relax. After all, he is not a prisoner." Why should he stay alone in a desolate desert? By the way, people are social creatures, and it takes too long for a person to stay away from society. Easy to suffer from various psychological diseases. But, Banner said helplessly, I'm afraid Hulk will come out and disturb Stark's operation. Before Banner finished speaking, Li Feng shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, What are you afraid of? If you're really worried about Hulk, I will drag your spirit body out to see how Stark performed the operation. As soon as Banner heard Li Feng's suggestion, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Although he now understands that a spirit body is not a soul, he felt uncomfortable when he thought of his physical body lying on the side and resting while a spirit body, similar to the soul, wandered around. For fear that Li Feng accidentally played off, he would say goodbye to the world completely. After thinking about it, Banner shook his head slightly, with a hint of bitterness hidden in his smile, and said, Forget it. I'll stay in the RV and watch a movie. The corner of Li Feng's mouth curled. He opened the portal and pulled up the Banner, who was about to eat breakfast, and said, What are you afraid of? I'm here, and I'm talking about it. What if something really happened? You want to tear it down? My family. Stark is rich anyway. Maybe he is still worried about how to demolish the house so that he can build a more luxurious villa to store more and more steel battlesuits. While Li Feng was talking, the two had already crossed the portal to Sir Stark's house, and Sir Stark, who was standing in front of the bar, happened to hear what Li Feng said, if it weren't for the doctor who operated on him in the villa and the unfamiliar one. Banner, he really wants to smash the wine glass in his hand at Li Feng. As for the demeanor, what is that? Can you relieve your breath? Stark endured the twitching corners of his eyes, gritted his teeth, and said to Li Feng, Maybe I should dismantle your RV next time. After finishing speaking, Stark straightened his collar, smiled, and shook his hand to Banner. Hello, Dr. Ban, a long time no see. Banner smiled a little shyly, stretched out his hand, and shook hands and said, Hello, Mr. Stark, just call me Banner. Banner glanced at two white men in suits and ties, suspected to be high-income white men in the distance, and asked in a low voice, said, Are they your surgeon? Stark silently looked at Li Feng, who went straight to the bar, and motioned to Banner to go to the operating room. When he walked in front of the two white men, he introduced, This is the chief doctor introduced by the military, one Cliff Owen and one Dr. Stephen Strange is the most stable doctor in the surgical world. On the side, Li Feng, who could not find the beer from a bar, was disappointed to pick up a bottle of whiskey and lifted his head up to drink. When he heard Stark introduce Dr. Stephen Strange, he was so scared that Li Feng opened his mouth. The whiskey in the medium spouted far away, staring at Dr. Strange, who is still tender. Not to mention, the more Li Feng looks at Dr. Stephen Strange, the more he will look like the future Doctor Strange. It doesn't matter if the Huxia Dr. wouldn't show up. But what about Doctor Strange coming out now? After an operation, this guy knows the existence of magic. Let him embark on the path of magic now. Or in case Strange and Stark get in touch with each other and change the future, the trajectory of life. Will Ancient One take down my small body? Li Feng suddenly had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and he felt that Ancient One was hiding all around at the moment, observing himself in secret with a face that could freeze dead man. Frightened by his own thoughts, Li Feng swallowed. He hurriedly put down the wine bottle in the eyes of everyone's doubts and said with a smile, Drinking too fast, it's choking. After that, Li Feng walked quickly to the operating room. He had already decided that unless Sir Stark is really in danger of life, he would never cast the spell in front of Strange. It's so exciting to cast a spell and to erase Strange's memory afterwards. Entering the operating room, Li Feng walked quickly to Potts, who had been waiting here in the name of a handshake. After quietly handing Potts the immortal spring water, he opened his eyes and stood by Banner honestly as the audience. And Banner thoughtfully looked at the holographic projection that Sir Stark activated while lying on the operating table. When the holographic projection clearly projected the 3D human body model of Stark in front of everyone, and marked the location of the shrapnel in the body and showed the process of the doctor taking out the shrapnel simultaneously, Banner thought for a while and asked Li Feng in a low voice, You can get the hologram. The projection equipment. Li Feng blinked inexplicably and asked curiously, maybe it can be. Although this is a high-end product, it is difficult to buy in the market, but Shield and Stark both have this. I bought equipment from them based on my relationship. It's difficult. What's the matter? Banner nodded slightly and explained helplessly, it's not that your basic knowledge of nuclear physics is too bad. With the help of holographic projection technology, you can simulate nuclear reactions while learning theories so that you can learn faster. Just like when you learn to drive, one is to learn how to drive without actually operating it, and the other is to actually drive a vehicle while learning theories. Do you think it's easier for you to learn to drive? That's just to say, since the holographic projection is about whether the nuclear reaction fireball can be released one day earlier, and Li Feng happened to be sure to get the device. With a little excitement on his face, he licked his lips and whispered, "Wait for a while, Stark, after the operation." I told him, not only that, I also know that Stark's family has an artificial intelligence. With its auxiliary simulation nuclear reaction, I believe I will be one step closer to releasing the nuclear reaction. Fireball. Banner opened his mouth and shook his head slightly, indicating that there was a small problem in his proposal to Li Feng. Since the artificial intelligence designed by Stark is installed in the RV, what is the point of finding out the monitoring device? People can hack into your system at any time and observe your every move. Considering that he is currently in Sure Stark's house, Banner is afraid that he will be heard by Sure Stark's artificial intelligence as soon as he utters his inner thoughts. A few minutes later, as the first piece of shrapnel was taken out, when the two doctors who worked on Stark's operation just loosened the skin hooks and prepared for sutures, they looked at the bloody wounds that had just been cut open in the immortal spring. Under the action of the naked eye, it is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The two doctors looked at each other. In the operating room, the equipment and functions are as large as the oxygen supply and as small as the blood bag of the hemostatic forceps. These equipment and functions are things they are familiar with and cannot be familiar with. They know that none of these equipment can make people heal quickly. Wound. Except for a bag that has no packaging, no production date, and no manufacturer, is a transparent potion of Sanwu like ordinary salt water. Potts, who had been holding Stark's hand during the operation, saw that the two doctors noticed the existence of the immortal spring water, and then whispered with a dry cough, "2. Please remember the confidentiality agreement you signed before the operation." I need to repeat it. The cost of breach of contract again. Seeing that the two doctors nodded slightly, indicating that they would abide by the confidentiality agreement, Potts, who was concerned about the safety of Stark, said in a low voice, "Now, please continue to complete the operation." An hour later, as the two doctors announced the perfect end of the operation, Li Feng, who had been paying attention to the state of Sure Stark's spiritual body, nodded slightly to Potts, indicating that Stark was indeed recovering from the soul level. Seeing this, Potts took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly, putting down the big stone that was stuck in his heart. The next activity belonged to Li Feng's personal performance, not suitable for the presence of the two doctors. After all, Li Feng did not dare to perform spells in front of Strange. The ghost knew what the consequences would be. When Potts politely invited the two doctors to leave, Li Feng rolled his eyes and looked at Strange, who was disappointed in not being able to make friends with Stark. He could see that Strange's inner desire, now fame and interest. As far as the current state of mind is concerned, perhaps Strange knows that there is magic in the world and will not enter into the magician. After all, doctors are high-income people and magicians are high-spending people. Just buying some magic materials is enough. Lan Chi cried for 10.5 days. After a while, Potts, who had sent the two doctors away, returned to the operating room with a small mobile phone and smiled and signaled that Li Feng could start performing. Li Feng was not welcome. He rolled up his cuffs and stood beside Sure Stark, raising his hand and pressing a controlled spell seed that had been compressed to the extreme into Sure Stark's body. In the beginning, Li Feng approached Sure Stark's ultimate goal to be a machine that travels through time, and 3 people, Dr. Pym, Dr. Banner, and Sure Stark, were indispensable to obtain this machine. Among these 3 people, Dr. Pym has a stubborn temper, and the most fancy thing in his life is the Pym particle named after him. Ordinary people don't want to get help or technical support from the other party through threats and intimidation. But what Li Feng wants is not the Pym particle, and he thinks he has half a trump card in his hand. After all, he can contact the Wasp in the quantum realm. Li Feng still doesn't believe it. When his strength becomes stronger in the future, he will, after the mother-in-law of the Mu family rescued the quantum realm, Dr. Pym still thank you? At that time, Li Feng proposed to learn quantum knowledge. I believe Pym will teach him seriously. As for Banner, look at what Banner eats, and where's are all Li Feng's, and he has already started to teach physics, even though Li Feng is struggling to learn. But as far as the relationship between the two is concerned, once Li Feng made a request for Banner's help, he believed that the probability of Banner's rejection would be very low. Finally, the person who caused Li Feng the most headache, Tony Stark. Don't watch Li Feng and Stark fight and fight. The relationship looks good, but Li Feng understands that Stark is always wary of him. When he asks for help, Stark will probably understand Li Feng's ultimate goal, considering whether to help him. Although Li Feng is not afraid that Stark knows that he wants to study the machine that travels through time and wants to know how the machine works, he knows what Stark will think then. The chances of success and failure are as great. Li Feng said he should be fully prepared. Well, such as becoming a close friend of Stark or life and death to increase the success rate of getting help. It's a bit difficult for Li Feng to become a good friend of Stark because Stark, who is in the late stage of the history of persecuted delusions, is not only wary of Li Feng, he is wary of most people, even for Captain America, Natasha Romanoff, who will also be the Avengers in the future. ETL. In other words, apart from one member of the entire Avengers team, the rest can only be called Stark's friends. If you die, you will only be a good friend. If you want to unconditionally get Stark's help, don't even think about it. Li Feng even dared to bet 50 cents. He counted Stark's best friends with a slap, such as Potts. This is the future wife of the family, the big brother who walked into the heart of Stark, and then he was willing to protect Stark. And the bodyguard and driver who gave his life, Harpy Hogan, and James Rhodes who gave a battlesuit to become the War Machine. The rest. Li Feng said that he is not good at judgment. Since it is a bit difficult to become Stark's best friend, Li Feng must definitely think of other ways, such as using the Devil's control spells. Considering that Stark has Jarvis and can detect whether he's affected by the spell at any time, Li Feng could be said to have spent his time in thoughts. Finally, when he pulled off a hand of hair, he thought of compressing the control spells to the extreme, preventing it from causing any spell fluctuations. The way it was buried in Stark's body. This is like a piece of solid ice whose cold air has completely converged, and it is thought to be a crystal clear ice jade without touching it with your hands. Definitely, just burying the seed of the spell in Stark's body actually has no effect, because the spell completely reduces the effect. So how to make it work so that Stark thinks that Li Feng is his best friend? Speaking of this, I have to talk about treatment. The control spells that Li Feng mastered belong to the devil spells. Naturally, it was the healing spell recorded in the Solomon's Key. After all, one of the two is the devil and the other is angel. What Li Feng needs to do is to let Stark master the healing technique that restrains the seeds of the control spells in the body. Definitely, other angel spells are also possible in theory, but the healing technique is the most common type of spells that will be released on himself. In history, in fact, Stark will suffer a lot of injuries in the future, and the probability of using healing spells far exceeds that of any spell. As long as Stark dares to use healing techniques on himself, under the angel's spell restraining the devil spell, he will surely melt the ice-like control spell seeds in his body to produce the effect it should have. In addition, the fluctuations of control spells will be covered by the fluctuations of healing techniques, making JRVS unable to detect abnormalities at all. After a long period of time, Li Feng is confident that Stark will become his best friend in a subtle way. Aside, Potts, who looked down at his phone, frowned and looked at Li Feng and asked suspiciously, "Austin, your spell just now doesn't seem to be a cure." Li Feng glanced at the phone in Potts' hand and said in a relaxed tone, "It seems that Stark has already figured out the spell fluctuations of the healing technique. Did you contact JRVS through your phone?" Before Potts nodded and admitted, Li Feng pointed to Stark, who was in a semi-conscious state of anesthesia, and shrugged his shoulders. What I did just now was indeed not a healing spell, but a physical recovery spell, because I wanted to wake up Stark first, ask him what he thinks of someone who dared to cut his chest with a knife. In the information that JRVS gave me just now, I really didn't check that Li Feng's spells did any harm to Tony. Potts rolled his eyes. Do you use a scalpel as a knife? After a bunch of spells, Stark, who should have been able to move freely for more than half an hour, suddenly sat up and subconsciously reached out and gently stroked his chest. With the help of the immortal spring water and Li Feng's spells, Stark, who has just completed the operation, has no shallow scars on his chest. Only a round white skin is telling him, no matter how you touch it, we are fresh and long. Tender meat coming out. Seeing the narcissism in Stark's small eyes, Li Feng shivered with fright. He swallowed and said to Potts, "Your husband is too narcissistic. Maybe one day he will apply to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Marry yourself to yourself. Do you want to consider leaving this guy as soon as possible? Find someone who truly loves you to marry." After a pause, Li Feng laughed and said, "I think Happy is a good person. You can consider it." Stark, who didn't need to rest after surgery, rolled his eyes at Li Feng, pulled out all the needles, and jumped off the operating table as if he had just woke up. Talk about love with others? First find a girlfriend to straighten out your outlook on love. Me? You actually slander Lao Tzu as a single dog. Li Feng pointed to himself. His face was full of unconvinced expressions, and then he thought of something. I call it clean and self-love. Believe it or not, I will announce the news that I want to find someone to roll the bed. The team can go from your house to Siberia. I'm afraid that there are no boyfriends in the team. The big fat girls weighing more than 300 pounds. While speaking, Stark squinted at Li Feng, seeming to wonder where Li Feng claimed that he was not a single dog. Looking regretfully at the remaining eternal spring water. At the beginning of the operation, although Stark was under anesthesia, he could clearly feel the majestic vitality brought by the immortal spring water. However, as the operation progressed, Stark did not even need Jarvis analysis to perceive the effect of the immortal spring water quickly and sharply. Reduce. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to preserve the immortal spring water, otherwise I would just study the remaining immortal spring water. Stark glanced at Li Feng. His thoughts turned. He squeezed the tip of his nose and wanted Li Feng to help preserve it in the Yongsheng spring. He saw Li Feng picking up a syringe and walking to the Yongsheng spring, ready to suck the remaining spring water. Take away the posture into the syringe. Stark stopped doing it on the spot and shouted dissatisfiedly, "Hey buddy, that's mine. We have signed a contract, or you can breach the contract, but I am restricted by the contract. You think too much, and I'm also restricted by the contract." Li Feng turned to look at Stark and shrugged. "I just want to help you preserve these immortal springs." Stark, who felt something was wrong, squinted his eyes and asked, "Will you be so kind?" After a pause, Stark hugged his arms and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and said, "You have something to do with me?" Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, turned his head to look at Banner, who was a wooden man, and asked, "Is it so obvious that I behaved?" Banner raised his brows, spread his hands, and said, "I just got a pen to write on his face." "Okay," Li Feng rubbed his hands and said, "I want a holographic projection device and an artificial intelligence program to simulate some physical experiments." "Physics experiment?" Stark fished out his ears and asked, covering his stomach as if he was dying of laughter, "Are you a magician who wants to learn physics?" Li Feng nodded slightly. Seeing Stark laughed endlessly, he couldn't help but raise his middle finger towards Stark and set out a breath. "What happened to me studying physics? It caused your water meter to spin and the fan. Same, or is the number on the meter beating faster than your heart?" "No." Stark waved his hand and laughed again and again. "I just suddenly felt that magician was so pitiful." After a pause, Stark motioned to Li Feng to help preserve the eternal life spring, while arranging his collar, and said, "You magician learned a lot of magic. In the end, I still have to learn science from us. This makes me proud of being a scientist." At least it shows that my career is better than you. On the side, after hearing Stark's unassuming words, Banner subconsciously covered his face. After Austin rubbed the nuclear fireball with his hand, "I see what you say." Li Feng rolled his eyes and sneered a few times and handed the remaining immortal spring water to Sir Stark in a syringe and said, "The syringe is just a temporary container and can be stored for about 1 day, so you have to study it overnight." Sir Stark can only guarantee that the immortal spring water will not expire in 1 day. He hurriedly took the syringe, dropped the sentence, "Potts, help me take care of them," and hurried into his laboratory. In Potts's eyes, no matter how energetic or vigorous Stark appeared after the operation, she always believed that the patient should be like a patient, or she doesn't take a good rest for a few days. When Potts was about to stop the excited Stark, Li Feng saw what Potts was worried about. He stopped Potts and said, "Don't worry, Stark has taken in too much vitality during the operation, which kept him busy for a while, and vented the excess. Your energy is a good thing." Li Feng pointed to the phone in Potts' hand and added, "Moreover, JRVS is monitoring Sir Stark's health at all times. You can check it at any time." Rubbing his hands, Li Feng Shan smiled and said, "Since Sir Stark is going to be busy all night, look, can you help me with the holographic projection?" In fact, Potts knew that he had nothing to do with Stark, who was in working condition. Hearing that Li Feng was still thinking about the holographic projection, he sighed helplessly and said, "Tony's small wooden house built in the suburbs. At first it was prepared for him, so there's a holographic projection work platform in the cabin to assist him in his daily research. I will give you the address of the cabin in a moment." After a pause, Potts frowned. "As for artificial intelligence, sorry, it might be a bit difficult, that's Tony." Before Potts finished speaking, Banner on the side touched his chin and asked, "How strong is the work platform in the cabin for information processing?" Potts glanced at Li Feng, smiled, and said, "The simulated physics experiment is still okay." It seems that Li Feng, who sees artificial intelligence waving goodbye to himself, can't help but spit out in his heart, "Yes, I'm the one who doesn't enjoy artificial intelligence services in the Marvel world. This crossing, I give a bad review." After receiving the address of the cabin from Potts, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal and return to the RV with Banner. Immediately afterwards, Li Feng sat in the driver's seat of the motorhome and started the motorhome and went into stealth. Then he waved his hand to open the portal and stepped on the accelerator. In Banner's surprised eyes, he drove the RV over New York. "URV can still fly?" Li Feng, who controlled the RV to fly directly to the New York suburbs, shrugged and grinned. Flying RVs are science, but flying RVs can be called magic. Li Feng turned his head and blinked right at Banner. Mysteriously, he smiled and said, "Trust me, as long as I find the right energy source, I can drive the RV out of the Earth and into the universe." The corner of Banner's mouth twitched and rolled his eyes and said, "You solve the oxygen problem first, and then talk about rushing into the universe." After a while, the RV flew over a lake. Li Feng scratched his head and looked at the address given by Potts, then turned his head and asked Banner, "Did you see the cabin?" Banner was also lying on the car window, looking for the cabin. After a long time, he suddenly pointed to the lake and said with a little surprise, "Look there, there's a cabin hidden in the forest." Li Feng followed Banner's point of view, and he saw a double-story small wooden house. It's just that. The house with an area of 100 square meters is a small wooden house. Sure enough, the small wooden house in Stark's eyes is a little different for what I thought. After parking the RV, Li Feng walked quickly to the lake, opened his arms, and roars sucked in the fresh air, while Banner was lying on the grass by the lake, with his hands resting on the back of his head, his eyes blankly looking up at the night sky, letting his thoughts run wild. The drifting about. For a long time, Li Feng touched his stomach and shouted, "Creature, here are 2 glasses of beer. Here's some drinks and food." After shouting, Li Feng turned his head and said to Banner, "Do you miss your girlfriend?" Banner was stunned and said bitterly at the corner of his mouth, "Is it obvious?" "What a big deal." Li Feng hooked his finger at the RV, casting a spell, and shouted, "The phone is coming." He quickly flew the phone in his hand to Banner. Li Feng lay on the grass like a banner. He pulled up a piece of grass and held his mouth at the corner of his mouth. He said, "This area is a private domain protected by law, plus General Ross. Knowing I'm not easy to mess with, I shouldn't rush into this place." Banner glanced at Li Feng in wonder. "What do you want to say?" "Li Feng, I don't mind if you bring Betty to live in the cabin together. Don't worry, I'm used to living in the RV, so I won't disturb your two-person world." There was a joy on Banner's face. Then he sighed and shook his head slightly. "Forget it. Wait for me to eliminate Hulk and talk about the future." At the moment, Creature was holding 2 glasses of beer, floating behind him with a tray full of snacks, and walking to Li Feng. Li Feng glanced at Banner with a faintly sad look and scratched his head helplessly. To be honest, he didn't know how to comfort Banner. Do you want to tell Banner you can't eliminate Hulk in your life? Or if you die early, playing is exciting and shameful. Be ashamed, otherwise Hulk will come out to take the game halfway through the game. It is estimated that Banner will be so angry that his face will turn green, and he will bury Li Feng alive in 2 or 2. After drinking and eating, Li Feng kicked open the door of the wooden house with Jiojin excitedly, walked in and looked at the wooden house built like wood, but actually did not know what material it was built of, and turned on the holographic projection war platform. Behind Li Feng, Banner looked at the door lying on the side silently and said, "You are really rude. To be honest, after being with you for a long time, I suddenly felt that Hulk's violent temper is not a big deal." Li Feng, who started the work platform, curled his lips and said cheerfully, "If only a beautiful woman said this to me, I would be proud." "Banner, your ear can tell me that I'm complimenting you. Wait, beauties?" Hearing that Li Feng's old driver was driving, Banner rolled his eyes and walked to the workbench, in a posture to teach Li Feng to learn at any time. No way, Li Feng and Banner just woke up in the desert an hour ago. Although there is a bright full moon hanging outside the wooden house at the moment, the two of them are not sleepy at all. The 2 big men surrounded the holographic projection and did not enter the teaching mode. What else can you do in the wooden house? Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. For the past half month, Li Feng has been extremely miserable. It is not the sun or the alarm clock that wakes him up every day, but the basic knowledge of physics that is surging in his mind. It's not much better to fall asleep at night. Tian dreamed that he was holding a stack of books and squatting in front of the holographic projection operation platform, while Banner became Hulk holding a mace, standing behind Li Feng with a fierce and evil appearance. As long as Li Feng slightly, there were signs of a desertion. Hulk immediately grinned and beat Li Feng severely. Until today, when it was lightly dawn, Li Feng, who felt his bladder was about to explode, closed his eyes and touched the bathroom all the way, and then watched Banner shave, plucking his nose and patted toner in the bathroom with a dumb face. Li Feng rubbed his eyes full of feces from getting angry, and asked in a daze, "Banner, are you planning a blind date?" Banner, who cleaned his face into a white face, shook his head slightly and said with deep joy, "I have an appointment with Betty to meet today, and I'll be back tonight. By the way, you can borrow your cloak of invisibility." Li Feng, who hadn't activated his mind, first nodded blankly and signaled that Banner would ask Creature to take the cloak. Then Li Feng's eyes flashed a blinding light. "Banner went to see Betty, isn't it today? No need to learn. Ma Dan, this is the rhythm of the holiday. So hey." Poor Li Feng completely forgot to learn the knowledge of nuclear reaction fireball. He asked for it from the beginning. After Banner put on a suit and tie and took the invisibility cloak from Creature, Li Feng leaned on the car window and watched Banner with a look of excitement. Knowing that Banner's figure completely disappeared before his eyes, Li Feng happily shouted, "Creature, prepare the luggage. Let's go out for a while." After a while, Creature, who had locked the locker door, followed Li Feng behind his back to the desert with a large bag on his back. With the opening of the crossing gate, the master and servant embarked on a new journey of crossing. After being squeezed out of the door, Li Feng first looked around. The billboard is in English. Is this the United States? The style of cars on the street seems to be an actual antique car. Where is this? Li Feng looked up at the night sky inexplicably. He didn't know why. Li Feng suddenly remembered a sentence. The moon is black and the wind is high, So what night? Just when Li Feng felt that his poem was on the rise, and he was about to suffocate a poem that chanted a masterpiece, he suddenly heard the sound of a machine gun from a small alley in the distance. Do you want to be like this? I haven't said killing night before you kill him. Li Feng scratched his head wonderingly, and was about to follow the gunshots to see if the protagonist or supporting actor of the world had a gunfight with someone, when he saw a group of hippies in fancy clothes rushing out of the alley, and then a human being dragging the afterimage quickly ran past Li Feng. Li Feng didn't even want to turn into a black mist and follow behind the person who ran out of the afterimage. This figure knew from a glance that the world champion was not as popular as him. It was not the protagonist, but also an important supporting role. Li Feng would not follow him so much. Relax? And most importantly, even though the figure blinked, Li Feng could still clearly perceive the energy fluctuations left by the other party. Perhaps Li Feng's following behavior was too bold, or Li Feng floating in the air was too conspicuous. The figure running ahead seemed to have discovered the existence of Li Feng. He stopped at his feet and stood in the middle of the road, shaking his upper body back and forth, with a big question mark above his head. Curiously looked up at Li Feng in midair. In midair, Li Feng stared at the other side in a daze. The last second he was still running wildly. The next his feet were like nails stuck into the floor and said to stop. What about your inertia? Eaten by you. Or do you think this is the world of cartoons? Especially when standing with your feet straight in the middle of the road and shaking your upper body back and forth. There are several meanings. Are you going to throw off the inertia? Until the opponent stopped steadily, Li Feng looked at the opponent curiously. I saw that the other party was holding a green head, exposing big white teeth like ceramics, putting his hands in the pockets of the fancy pajamas, turning sideways and looking up at him. I don't know why. Li Feng feels that the scene in front of him is a bit familiar. It is a movie I have seen again. Scratching his head, Li Feng put away the phantom and walked in front of the opponent and asked, Dude, are you holding the grass? Stanley Epkos, who was standing in front of Li Feng with a green head, his jaw dropped to the ground when he saw the black mist turned into Li Feng, and his tongue fell from his mouth like a red carpet. Li Feng's feet, especially the eyeballs, flew out of his eye sockets, flying around Li Feng like a probe. Li Feng was stunned on the spot. What kind of operation is this? The mouth is as removable as the jaw of a snake. I can understand it, but what does your carpeted tongue mean? Did I step on it? And your eyeballs all jumped out of the eye sockets and flew around on their own. Are you not afraid of your eyeballs flying away? Wait, greenhead? The emergency stop action is like a cartoon? Isn't this the world of monsters in disguise? Before Li Feng asked, Stanley Epkos, who put his chin back in place with both hands, took out a silk scarf from his pocket and wiped the corner of his mouth, while blinking his right eye at Li Feng and asked, Friend, welcome when traveling to Fringe City. Do you need a guide? After a pause, Stanley Epkos looked sideways behind Li Feng, then raised his head to the sky, facing Creature, and said, My kid, you have a flight license. If you don't have a driver's license and fly around in the air, Uncle will give you a ticket. After that, Stanley Ipkos was spinning in place like a top. After a while, Stanley Ipkos was wearing a police uniform and blinked at Creature with a huge ticket. Well, if it weren't for the world of geeks in disguise, I would eat this road as a pancake. Li Feng licked his lips and looked at Stanley Epkos' face greedily. He knew that the reason why Stanley Epkos had all kinds of magical ability relied on a mask on his face. This mask is incredible. It is a prop left by the god of mischief Loki in the world, and part of Loki's power is still left in the mask. Such a good collection, I don't want to miss it. Li Feng thought about it for a while. Although the mask belongs to the god of mischief, it seems that a god with little combat power. But Li Feng can confirm one thing, that is, Stanley Ipkos wearing the mask seems to be regenerative. Healing factor, at least when he was watching the movie, Li Feng knew that this guy had swallowed a bomb to save his girlfriend, but in the end he had nothing to do with anything but a burp. So now, Li Feng couldn't determine how much combat power the masked Stanley Ipkos had, and he didn't know how much his spells had an effect on him, and he couldn't even estimate how much harm the opponent could cause to him. It seems a bit tricky. Thinking of this, Li Feng, who decided to trick the mask into his hands by outsmarting, said to Stanley Epcos with a smile, "Sir, first introduce myself. My name is Austin, and I am a magician." Magician? Stanley Epcos blinked, glanced at Creature who had no human appearance at all, and asked wonderingly, "Are you sure you are not an alien in human skin?" Li Feng shrugged, indicating that he is a pure human being. "He is my magic servant. The magical world has always existed, but you haven't seen it before." After a pause, Li Feng pointed to Stanley Epcos. "You said, just like now, have you ever thought about being omnipotent?" Then Li Feng showed the most kind smile on his face, pointed to Stanley Epcos' face, and said, "Don't rush to deny it. You know why you feel that you are now omnipotent, because the mask on your face is something kind of magic props." Stanley Epcos froze for a moment and subconsciously touched his green head, rolled his eyes at Li Feng, and said, "Do you know what this is?" Li Feng nodded slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and said, "I need to see it with my own eyes to determine if this is the mask I think." After a pause, Li Feng pretended to be curious and asked, "In a magical world, the use of props requires a corresponding price. Usually magician pays mental power or mana. How about you? As an ordinary person, you have neither mana nor mental power. What did you pay to use the mask?" Seeing Stanley Epcos with a dazed face, Li Feng felt that the time had come with a grin, as if talking to himself, and scaring Stanley Epcos, whispered, "Is it the lifespan of human beings? Maybe? The mask is sucking the soul." To be honest, Li Feng's performance is actually in place. Especially the expression when speaking makes Stanley Epcos feel horrified from the heart. After all, he is just an ordinary introverted bank teller who knows nothing about magic. I don't know if what Li Feng said is true or false. Stanley Epcos was stunned to think about what happened tonight. At first, when he was depressed, he accidentally found a seemingly ordinary mask while walking on the beach. In the end, he didn't know what magic he was involved in. First, he took the mask home inexplicably, and then put on the mask even more inexplicably, until Stanley Epcos suddenly remembered how he suddenly became a greenhead. After trying to understand that everything that happened to him was not a dream, Stanley Epcos held his head in a little horror, scratching his head, and desperately took off the mask. On the side, Li Feng chirped and said inwardly, "Is this guy too good to cheat? So take off his mask?" Watching Stanley Epcos transform from a greenhead back to an ordinary person in pajamas, he dropped the mask in horror. Li Feng picked up the mask with a smile and looked through it in his hand. He said, "This is a prank. The mask of the god Loki. He is also called a night god, so this thing can only be used at night." Stanley Epcos swallowed and asked with a stiff smirk, "This is the mask of the gods? Then what price did I pay after using it?" Li Feng shrugged and smiled and put on the mask while saying, "I don't know," to Stanley Epcos, ready to experience the power of the mask for himself. In the eyes of Stanley Epcos, in addition to giving the host beyond imagination, the mask will also take the initiative to read the desires in the host's heart and bring these desires to reality. For example, Stanley Epcos himself, originally just a timid and introverted mortal who was depressed and longing for love, put on a mask and became a crazy, hysterical guy for love. As for what the Maskly Summit turned into, sorry, Stanley Epcos said he couldn't see it. He only knew that the magician in front of him seemed to be in a daze, as if nothing had changed except for a green head. In fact, it's not that the mask doesn't want to read Li Feng's heart, but it really can't do it. There are 3 reasons. One of them is understand the occlumency, especially this guy who is still practicing occlumency to the full level. The mask can read the heart of an egg. Secondly, Li Feng is in the realm of refining qi and huashan. Although it is a bit difficult to resist the behavior of the mask to read the heart, it is not impossible. In particular, Li Feng is still practicing the Eastern practice that focuses on the spirit and spirit. Finally, and most importantly, the mask left Loki's side and drifted in the wind on the earth, but it was still locked in a box and buried under the dark water for unknown years. As a result, The mask that had just seen the sky didn't have much power left at all. In this way, a mask that is neither controlled by anyone nor has much divine power is strange if it can explore Li Feng's inner desires. For a long time, Li Feng, who explored the mask function clearly, didn't know whether he should complain or be fortunate. With an expression of reluctance, Li Feng panted and took off the mask, and immediately took a sip of the green gourd from his shoulder bag to replenish the vitality lost by using the mask. Before, Li Feng also scared Stanley Ipko's mortals to use the props of the gods to pay a sufficient price. In a short period of time to explore the specific function of the mask, Li Feng has already perceived that after the mask has absorbed part of its own mana, perhaps it dislikes the low-end mana level and quality, or how to drop it, since he has forcibly absorbed his vitality. Although the vitality absorbed by the mask was not much, it was on the premise that Li Feng stood stupidly on the spot and did not use the extraordinary power that the mask bestowed on him. If Li Feng wants to exert the greatest power of the mask, it is estimated that the only fate is to be sucked up by the mask. Perhaps this is also the reason why Stanley Ipko chose to discard the mask at the end of the film. After all, mortals have a lifespan of less than 100 years. If you use a mask to reduce your lifespan, who can bear it? As for why Li Feng was reluctant to take off the mask when he knew he would absorb vitality, in addition to the immortal spring water with a gourd that could replenish the vitality consumed at any time, it was also because of the powerful ability and value brought by the mask. Let's talk about the ability of the mask first. In the world of monsters in disguise, Loki is set as the son of Odin. He is a god who likes to make trouble everywhere, so he is called the god of mischief. At the same time, Loki in this world has an alias night god, which is why the mask in Li Feng's hand can only be used at night. Similarly, Loki in this world is also an excellent shapeshifter and magician, able to become a salmon, a mare, and other creatures, and even a fly. To put it aside, from the perspective of turning into a green head when wearing a mask, Loki is likely to like to become a blowfly. What Li Feng fancy is the identity of Loki shape-shifting and magician. Although the mask is not Loki, he cannot personally guide Li Feng to learn shape-shifting, nor can he turn him into a salmon and other creatures immediately. But the moment Li Feng puts on the mask, he clearly feels that he has the ultimate shape-shifting of the hairy world cosmology. A deeper understanding. This made Li Feng couldn't help but imagine. Maybe after wearing the mask for a while, he can use Animagus freely. And since the mask is helpful for mastering Animagus, will it be helpful for understanding other spells? If it weren't for Stanley Ipko's still dangling in front of him, and now he's still in the Fringe City, Li Feng would really like to cast all the spells he knows one by one, and see if the mask can help him understand the spells in the process of casting the spell. How big? Also, Li Feng feels that he has found the correct way to use the mask. That is, to use the mask as a learning machine to help him learn. Just like comprehending Animagus before, Li Feng wearing the mask only feels that his brain has been upgraded directly from version 1.0 to version 9.0, whether it is the understanding of spells or the memories that he has forgotten before. Especially the nuclear physics that Banner was forced to learn every day some time ago. Some of the things Banner had repeatedly explained before, still only knowing one or the other. After putting on the mask, he understood everything. Unfortunately, after removing the mask, Li Feng's brain has returned from version 9.0 to version 1.0, but that's okay. Although the parts that have been understood are a bit confused, they still understand most of them. As long as you study it a few times, you will be able to fully grasp it sooner or later. This is like a college student who has completed his studies and entered the society. Although he has forgotten the physics he learned in high school, he still has some impressions. As long as he takes out his textbooks to review a few times, it must be better than when he first learned physics in high school. We'll understand the meaning faster. Not only that, but Li Feng thinks more. For example, next time he travels to other countries, such as Russia or France, where he doesn't know Russian or French at all, he doesn't even know the most basic language. How'll he mix up then? Now it's different with a mask. As long as Li Feng puts on a mask and learns the languages of various countries, then take off the mask and review a lot. Maybe a few days will be enough for Li Feng to learn a language. Finally, and most importantly, the divine power in the mask is too important for Li Feng, who wants strength and wants to become a god. Even if Li Feng can't understand the divine power now, it's okay. At least every time he puts on a mask, it's an understanding of the divine power. Maybe in the future, because Li Feng has realized the divine power in advance, he can transcend the realm of mortals without any bottleneck and quickly become a monster that can live for thousands of years like a god. For a long time, Li Feng took a deep breath, stuffed the mask into his shoulder bag, looked at Stanley Epcos with a smile, and said, "Man, you are very lucky. Although the mask will absorb your vitality, it is good for you. The use time is not long, and it will not hurt you." Hearing this, Stanley Epcos breathed a sigh of relief. His whole body suddenly collapsed, but a happy smile appeared on his face. "My name is Stanley Epcos. Do you want to sit at my house?" Li Feng shook his head slightly. In the world of ghosts in disguise, the most precious thing is the Loki mask that has been obtained. And if Li Feng remembers correctly, in Ghosts in Disguise 2, the real owners of the masks are Loki and Loki. His father, the one-eyed Odin boss, finally came to the earth in search of a mask. Li Feng said that he was just a little magician and couldn't provoke these two big guys. He just wanted to leave the fringe city as soon as Loki hadn't come to the world, and then became incognito after turning into someone else's appearance. But before that, Li Feng felt that he needed to make some living expenses. Thinking of this, Li Feng snapped his fingers to control Stanley Epcos and directly checked the seats of all the banks in the fringe city in the other person's mind. After he found everything he wanted to know, Li Feng cleaned Stanley. All the memories that Epcos saw tonight have been erased. Then, Li Feng turned into a cloud of black fog and flew to the nearest bank gate. After blasting the bank gate simply and rudely, Li Feng walked into the vault slowly while the alarm bell rang. After Creature put all the USD in the vault into his shoulder bag, Li Feng directly blasted a big hole in the wall of the vault. Standing on the edge of the big hole, Li Feng waved to the helicopter in the sky, and then turned into a black mist in the crowd's bewildered eyes and flew into the second bank, continuing his sturdy bank robbery activities. It wasn't until he ransacked all 5 nearby banks that Li Feng felt that the money should barely be enough for his 2 years of living expenses. Immediately afterwards, the industrious and busy Li Feng once again turned into a black mist and flew to the last looting target in Fringe City, the largest library in Fringe City. After looting the library, Li Feng opened the portal to the sky over Las Vegas. At the beginning, Li Feng was still thinking about whether to go to a city he was familiar with, such as New York or Portland, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that the choices left to him were not as many as he had imagined, but rather pitiful. First of all, he grabbed a Bank of the United States, and Li Feng would not leave the United States with this article alone, because his pockets were all USD, and other countries would not use it if they wanted to use it. They had to exchange them at the bank. Question: which country will exchange a large amount of USD for Li Feng who has no identity certificate? It's really fresh cash that hasn't been grabbed. Secondly, the ghost knows if there's any problem with the USD in Li Feng's pocket, such as what chip is used for positioning or tracking. What if the police tracked Li Feng even if there is no chip in the USD? Once the police released the number on the USD in Li Feng's hand, this alone was enough for Li Feng, because the money could not be used normally at all. Do you think it is troublesome? Therefore, the first thing Li Feng has to do is to launder the money. For example, before the police reacted, he would first go to the casino to change the USD into chips, then change the chips into checks, and then open an account at the bank. Deposit the laundered money into your own account. Although it seems a bit troublesome to constantly change the appearance in the actual operation, but in the end, it is worthwhile to use the money normally. Finally, and most importantly, in this era, Las Vegas is a paradise for the rich. As long as you have money, let alone buy some cherished animals as pets. Even if you want to buy a nuclear weapon for fun, someone will take care of you, and will only ask you whether you are happy or not, whether you want to have another one, and so on. Especially the last point is especially important to Li Feng, who is still thinking about how to create a fireball of nuclear reaction. The surveillance room of a large casino in Las Vegas. Wearing short sleeves and deliberately showing a scorpion tattoo on his arm to show that he is a ruthless security chief, Mr. Andre, sitting in front of the surveillance screen as usual, looking back and forth on multiple surveillance screens, hoping to find the casino unusual places inside, such as whether someone behaved like 1,000 people. After all, he was eating this dinner, and every time he caught 1,000 people, his bonus would be generous. After a while, Andre noticed that there was a thin white man who seemed to be dozing off at a gaming table using dice to bet on file size and points, who always liked to bet with his eyes closed. It wasn't that this thin white man had acted suspiciously, but the guy closed his eyes for a while and lay down at the gambling table to rest, then suddenly opened his eyes and then gambling with the gambler and smashed all the chips in front of him. At a certain point, originally this is nothing. People are rich and they can play whatever they like. Casinos open their doors and do business like this kind of high rollers. But the problem is that every bet on this product has been won, and the result is that after a few times, the chips in front of this product are almost tens of millions. Very suspicious. Either he is a professional gambler and can hear the dice points, or Andre squinted his eyes, and while instructing his younger brother to collect information about the thin white man, he opened his eyes wide and looked around the croupier, shaking the sieve, and the thin white man, hoping to find evidence that the two had cooperated to deceive the casino. For a long time, Andre rubbed his eyes. He didn't find any evidence. He only felt that his eyes were almost blinded by the radiation from the monitoring screen. At this time, the younger brother who had gone to collect information about the thin white man returned to the monitoring room with a puzzled face and whispered to Andre, "Head, I asked friends in the police station. They did not find any information about this person. In addition, the surveillance that called into the intersection of Las Vegas also didn't find any information. This guy seemed to appear in Las Vegas out of thin air." Andre thought for a while. When he was about to say something, a man who was dressed appropriately, with a cigar in his hand and a bear-like body walked into the surveillance room and said, "Andre, someone is making me hundreds of millions of USD. Why don't you notify me?" Andre's face stiffened, and he hurriedly said respectfully, "Boss, we haven't collected this guy's information yet, so I want to wait for him to leave the casino. I'm sending some people." At this moment, Andre wiped his neck with a hand, expressing the meaning of murder and gain. The casino owner shook his head slightly and denied Andre's plan. Then he walked to the surveillance video and looked at the thin white man and said, "These days I have received from several colleagues who have a good reputation and don't play tricks at the gambling table. The news is that someone has won a lot of USD in their casino. They originally wanted to get back their own USD after the person left the casino, just like you, but this person disappeared as soon as he left the casino." In the crowd, Andre squinted his eyes and whispered, "Boss, what do you mean?" The boss smoked a cigar, looked at the pile of chips in front of the thin white man, smiled and said, "Will he disappear? Then please come before he disappears. I want to know how he managed to hit everyone. Points." After speaking, the boss turned and walked out of the monitoring room and said when he walked to the door, "I don't know how he disappeared into the crowd, so just in case, you'd better be prepared to invite someone." Andre nodded, indicating that he knew what to do, respectfully watched the boss disappear in front of his eyes before giving a few words to the younger brother beside him. At the gambling table, Li Feng, who turned into a thin white man, lay weakly on the gambling table. If it weren't for the neatly stacked, large denomination chips in front of him, everyone thought that Li Feng had lost all his energy. In fact, in the past few days, Li Feng relied on his spirit body to check the dice points. In the major reputable casinos, he not only laundered the money from the robbery in his own account, but also won a lot of pocket money. The money in his account now is enough for ordinary people to eat and wear for a few lifetimes. It's a pity that these little pieces of paper Li Feng can't bring back to the Marvel world, so he doesn't care at all. Therefore, it doesn't matter to Li Feng whether he wins or not. His purpose is to meet the big boss of the casino, which is why he is still listless in winning. Feeling that there were enough chips in front of him, the owner of the casino had a heart attack. Li Feng got up and packed up his chips, ready to change into a check and then leave the casino in full swing. The reason why Li Feng did it deliberately instead of directly depositing it into his account was to make the casino owner feel that he still had a chance to get the check back and send out a bunch of brothers who were making trouble for him. At that time, Li Feng was familiar with controlling these little brothers and went on to find the casino owner to find out where there was news about selling nuclear bombs. In this regard, Li Feng said that he has been familiar with the business of controlling people. After all, he has recently experienced robbery every day and it will be controlled by him. Only this time, the development of the plot seemed to be beyond Li Feng's expectations. As soon as Li Feng walked towards the exchange window with his chips, he noticed that several sturdy thugs in the distance were faintly surrounding him. The corners of Li Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Do you want to get the money back before you leave your casino? Are you too anxious to scare the gamblers in the casino and cause no business in the future? At the moment, Andre, who exposed the scorpion tattoo, seemed to realize that Li Feng had found his little brother. After thinking about it, he walked quickly to Li Feng and raised the corner of his clothes to let Li Feng see the pistol on his waist. With a respectful expression, he said, "Sir, my boss would like to invite you." Li Feng was stunned. "Please me? It saves me a lot of time. Your boss is such a good person." Li Feng curled the corners of his mouth, put the chips in the window, and smiled and gestured for Andre to lead the way. Andre looked at Li Feng, whose money is like dirt, and then at the window of hundreds of millions of chips. I don't know why, and a sense of crisis suddenly rises in Andre's heart. After all, the money represented by these chips is not a sum of money. Small numbers, even people who have mines at home will not throw them away like trash. Feeling that the casino is about to cause trouble, Andre squinted for a moment and said to the staff at the exchange window in a voice that Li Feng could hear, "Cash the chips into a check and remember to give it to someone when this gentleman leaves." After speaking, Andre smiled at Li Feng, thinking about how to make a good impression on Li Feng. Standing straight with his lower body and leaning forward slightly, he respectfully signaled Li Feng to walk towards the elevator. Li Feng glanced at Andre with a faint smile, and he walked into the elevator with his arrogant master until Andre's liver was shaking. Behind him, Andre touched his forehead, wiped away the non-existent sweat, and beckoned to the two brawny men with bulging waists and faintly exposed tattoos between their necks, and motioned them to accompany them into the elevator. There is no way. Now the more Andre he looked at, the more he felt that he couldn't afford to offend Li Feng, and he would not dare to sit in the same elevator with Li Feng without two bodyguards. As the elevator doors closed, Li Feng, who didn't want to waste time, snapped his fingers, directly controlled the three people in the elevator, and asked, "Can your boss buy nuclear bombs or raw materials?" The two brawny men with guns around their waists didn't respond, and they shook their heads blankly. Li Feng had already expected this. After all, these two men knew that they were only the bottom thugs, and he didn't expect them to know. What? Andre is different. He is also a little boss anyway, knowing something about the casino owner. Hearing Li Feng's question, Andre, with his silent eyes, nodded stiffly and said, "My boss has a connection with an arms dealer in the former Soviet Union, and he can get a nuclear bomb." Li Feng's eyes lit up. "It's not easy. I ran so many casinos, and I almost looked through the memories of the casino owners in Las Vegas. It can be considered that I found the whereabouts of the nuclear bomb." Li Feng took a long sigh of relief and said briskly, "Take me to see your boss now. Hurry up, don't delay." Andre nodded, and after the elevator door opened, Li Feng immediately led Li Feng to knock on the boss's office door. Before the casino owner could say "come in," Li Feng, who was already thinking about nuclear bombs, kicked the door open, walked to the casino owner with a puzzled expression, and asked, "Can you get nuclear bombs or raw materials?" The casino owner is now wondering what's going on. Isn't it a good idea to ask the other party the secret of how to hit the dice points? What does Andre mean by bringing this product to him? Then he asked nuclear bombs and nuclear materials. Do you want a rebel, or do you not want to get mixed up on the road? The boss squinted at Li Feng, and while quietly pressing a button hidden under his desk, he sent a signal to summon his little brother to bring weapons to the office for rescue. At the same time, he faked a smile at Li Feng, "Sir, we are a casino business. People don't sell arms." Before the boss finished speaking, Li Feng, who found that the other party was summoning the younger brother, looked at the office door with a grin and said, "I will give you some time to think clearly and answer." After speaking, Li Feng, imaginary a fireball, blasted the door of his office into pieces in the boss's horrified eyes, and then the boss looked at Li Feng with a godlike look on a transparent shield, slowly imagining the fireball again. Throw it at a guy holding a machine gun silly and pulling the trigger. Looking at the mature machine gunner who had been burned into 5, Li Feng sneered at the remaining gunners who, despite their horrified expressions, still pulled the trigger desperately. Li Feng sideways thought for a while, and while summoning the apparently dead soul of the machine gunner back onto the corpse, he turned his head and asked the boss, "Can you tell me how soon I can get what I want?" On the button under the desk, Li Feng added, "I like light music and don't like heavy metal music, so please turn off that stuff, otherwise." Li Feng pointed and sat on the ground blankly and looked around. The machine gunner grinned in terror and said, "I will chop you into mashed meat and resurrect it afterwards so that you can taste all the ways of death in the world." At the moment, the boss clutched his heart that was scared to strike, shivered, and lifted the alarm with his hands. He stammered at the corner of his mouth and said, No, clear. I need to ask my friend before I can give you an answer." Seeing Li Feng's brow furrowed, he was afraid that Li Feng would kill himself and resurrect his dead boss, and said quickly, "I'll call and inquire now." Watching Li Feng perform in front of the crowd by sprinkling cumin pepper salt to resurrect the machine gunner, and listening to the creepy, threatening words, the casino owner, in addition to believing the magician really exists, vowed not to eat it again in his heart. Meat completely transformed into a vegetarian. At the same time, he was prepared to treat Li Feng as his own father. There was no way he could not afford it. In order to occupy a place in Li Feng's heart as soon as possible, the boss was waiting for his former Soviet friend's reply while holding the receiver. While in front of Li Feng, he ordered the younger brother to rent the most luxurious presidential suite in Las Vegas as soon as possible. Seeing that Li Feng nodded his head satisfied with his arrangement, the boss felt joyful in his heart that he and the magician's relationship had drawn a small distance, and asked in a low voice, "Magician adults, do you have any requirements for food? Don't worry. In Las Vegas, as long as you want to eat, I can get it for you." Li Feng chirped his mouth, shook his head slightly, and said something ashamed. His mouth has long been raised by Creature's cooking skills. The delicacy is not as good as Creature's boiled cabbage for him. Woolen cloth. Seeing that Li Feng was a little casual about eating, the boss changed his mind. The magician in front of him shouldn't be out of the category of humans, but any man who is a little bit lustful or likes power in his heart. But the identity of magician. Power may be really nothing to him. After all, he can lay a piece of ground with a wave of his hand. After thinking about it, the boss frowned and asked, "Magician, do you think I should arrange 7 to 8 blonde little sisters to serve you and relieve your boredom at any time?" In Li Feng's mind, besides studying, he is still very learning. He feels a little overwhelmed to please the boss so deliberately. What little sister do I want? What if the fireball explodes without rubbing it firmly? Doesn't this delay my study? Li Feng rolled his eyes on the spot and said angrily, "As long as the presidential suite is for me to read quietly, don't do the rest." In the middle of the conversation, Li Feng suddenly remembered something, touched his chin, and said, "It's like you can really help me with one thing." The boss gave a green light on the spot and listened with joy, and then listened to Li Feng with a look of bewilderment. "I want some experts who know how to make nuclear bombs, especially those that make hydrogen bombs. It's really not good. Help me. It's okay to find someone who understands the principles of nuclear fusion and can actually operate it." The boss swallowed, with tears in his heart, and slandered, "Brother, are you planning to nuclear the world? Are you a magician or a terrorist?" But Li Feng is someone he can't afford. What can the boss do? I can only nodded and smiled flatteringly. "Magician Lord, I will find these talents for you as soon as possible." As soon as the boss's voice fell, a piece of Russian that Li Feng could not understand came from the phone on the desk. When Li Feng wondered what he said, the boss picked up the phone with joy and spoke in Russian. After a while, The boss put aside the phone and asked cautiously, "Magician, my friend has nuclear bombs, but they're all small yield." "I don't know. What kind of nuclear bomb is actually meaningless to Li Feng, as long as it can explode?" Li Feng scratched his eyebrows. After recalling the amount of his own deposit, he said proudly, "I currently have less than 200 million US dollars. How many nuclear bombs can you buy?" Seeing Li Feng's posture that how many nuclear bombs are ready to be bought, the trembling boss trembles with his hands and screams at the microphone. For a long time, the boss wiped his head and smiled respectfully at Li Feng. "Magician, my friend said it takes a month to prepare the goods and asks you when you want it and where to trade." "Where to trade?" Li Feng scratched his head. When he looked sideways at the boss, he took out a passbook from his pocket and handed it to the other party. After speaking, Li Feng took out a black gourd from his shoulder bag, opened the gourd with a smile, and released a resentful spirit, and said, "After all, we two met for the first time. So I'm going to let a resentful spirit follow you." Seeing the cold sweat on the boss's face staying down like a waterfall, Li Feng was stunned and said with contempt, "Don't worry, this resentful spirit will not only monitor you, but will also protect your safety. You can even direct him to do some chores, such as serving tea and pouring water, or destroying corpses." At this time, the boss was both frightened and delighted. After looking at Li Feng, he tremblingly tried to say, "Master Resentment, can you help me?" The boss looked around and pointed to the wine glass on the table. "Can you help me pour a glass of wine for Master Magician?" The resentful spirit naturally appeared in a transparent figure immediately, pouring the wine in front of the boss with a ferocious expression that could scare dead man, and sending the glass to Li Feng. Li Feng took the glass and sniffed. The beer is not good yet. Putting the wine glass on the desk casually, Li Feng smiled to the little brother who had arranged the presidential suite before, stretched his waist, and said, "Now take me to the room. I want to rest well." The younger brother glanced at his own boss, who was playing with resentment, and took Li Feng out of the office. Until Li Feng left the casino, the boss respectfully let the resentful spirit show up and guard the door. He immediately suppressed the scared and respectful expression on his face. He stood in front of the French window and looked into the distance. The little brothers in the office he looked at were stunned and guessed. "Boss, is this going to start with Magician?" In fact, these little brothers really guessed right. The boss is also a big boss. After a strong wind and waves, he can only gain a foothold in Las Vegas. How can you see Li Feng as a magician? When Li Feng is performing the spell, the boss who knows how to judge the situation and the situation understands that the only thing to do at present is how to stabilize Li Feng. By the way, show his weakness and reduce the other party's vigilance, as long as he figure out how to control Li Feng in the future. Hee, see who can have a last laugh. This magician dared to ignore the bullet by supporting the shield. Does this mean that the magician's body can actually be killed by the bullet? Maybe I just need to stun the opponent with anesthesia ball before the opponent has the shield up? At that time, I will use drugs to control the magician. I can learn how to become a magician, and I can also get a magician by the way. Magician's men? But before that, I have to deal with the resentful spirit outside the door. Thinking of this, the boss squinted his eyes, beckoned to the younger brother behind him, and whispered, "Go and find some psychics for me. Remember to have real skills." After a pause, the boss cast his eyes. In the direction of the door, he added, "You are going to find it secretly, and don't tell anyone, otherwise think about your family." When looking for a psychic who had the real ability to destroy the resentful spirit in the secret city of the boss, Li Feng lived the life of a nocturnal creature, that is, sleeping during the day and studying vigorously at night. This is also no way. Whoever makes Loki mask strike during the day, Li Feng can only wear the mask at night in order to learn the languages and characters of various countries while studying physics. This means that Li Feng has immortal spring water and he has strong mana support. Otherwise, this life with an inverted biological clock would have messed up his endocrine. But let's not say that the bully of the mask brand is Cowhide. He made Li Feng proficient in Russian in one night. Although he showed the prototype after taking off the mask, he could barely understand a few daily expressions. But after studying for a few days, Li Feng, you can pat your chest and abdomen without shame, and say that you have mastered a fluent Russian. Definitely, the function of the mask is not only that. You must know that Stanley Epcos was able to act like the wind when he put on the mask. Whether he's brushing his teeth or washing his face, even grabbing the bank can be done in the blink of an eye. It just so happened that Li Feng disliked Creature's speed at transforming the Dementor was a bit slow. So after studying, he put on a mask and felt extremely clear-minded, not only improved the transformation plan, but also occasionally helped transform the Dementor. Creature looked at Li Feng, the green-headed man who could transform several Dementors in one night, in addition to worship, especially looking at the palm of the skull with the skull head exposed, wearing a torn black cloak, except that there is no sickle in his hand, and a new version of the Dementor that is already the same as the legendary Death God. Creature feels even more happy. The boss, this is going to go further and further on the road of Death God. And I, Creature, is actually the boss and the only servant who will master the army of Death God in the future. Think about it. Hey, in the early morning a few months later, Li Feng, who had already leaned on his mask to keep all books on nuclear physics in his mind, took off himself with only a pair of leggings and was about to lie down on the soft bed and sleep naked outside the door. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Li Feng scratched his head wonderingly. Early in the morning, which be D disturbed dreams. Come in. Outside the door, Andre, who rang the doorbell of the presidential suite, looked aggrieved and expectant. Ever since he took Li Feng to meet his boss and asked the boss to perform in front of others all day long, he could control a resentful spirit and pour tea. The boss not only refused to promote him and raise his salary, but instead gave him a downgrade and salary reduction. Originally, this was enough for Andre to be puzzled. Controlling the resentment, who didn't envy? Who would have thought that he had given his own boss such a great benefit, but was reduced to the little Luo who had no younger brother to follow? It's not over yet, and I don't know what madness my boss is. He actually gave him the job of finding a nuclear physics expert so that he has no time to go back when he has a family. He can only fly around the world all day just to kidnap him. This group of scientific researchers who have no power to bind the chicken. This is a group of masters who can make nuclear bombs. There are a bunch of security personnel beside them on weekdays, and the difficulty factor of the task has already exceeded 3.0. Now, although he has tried his best to catch 3 nuclear physics experts and bring them back to Las Vegas safely, his name and portrait are not only on the wanted lists of various countries, but even the underground black market is offering high-priced rewards, provoking him. When I went out to buy a pack of cigarettes, I was frightened for fear of not knowing where a bullet flew out and killed him. For this reason, Andre only hopes that the magician in the presidential suite can also give him a few grieving spirits to play with. Definitely, if he can, he also wants to get the support of Li Feng, so that he has the ability to remove the boss from the boss, kicked down from his seat, and lived his own gangster addiction. Otherwise, the wanted warrant on him will keep him from living tomorrow. With Li Feng's "Please come in," Andre opened the door of the suite with 3 trembling scientific researchers. After entering the room, Andre cast his eyes on the living room, staring blankly at the densely drawn words "Lu In" on the floor of the living room. Although Andre didn't know the text of Run, he knew the thing placed in the middle of the text of Run. It was a piece that had been stripped of its shell, revealing that it was engraved with the text of Run. Nuclear warheads. Andre, whose face was pale and his liver trembling, swallowed. This is a nuclear weapon. If this thing explodes, Li Feng will not die. Andre said he didn't know, but he lived in Las Vegas for most of his life. C estimated that there is no way to live. I'm talking about it. Even if Li Feng vowed to guarantee that this thing will not explode, Andre only had to think that the nuclear bombs that had been disassembled into pieces gave off radiation all day long. It was terrifying enough, especially now. There was only a few steps between himself and the nuclear bombs. Andre warned himself secretly. After he would leave, go to the hospital for a checkup to see if the words in the magician's mouth can really trap the radiation and don't be infected by the radiation then. Li Feng, who only wears big pants, scratched his head and glanced at Andre, wearing thick eyes behind him, and his body trembled into a sieve. He asked in wonder, "Andre, these three are, I think. Who are you looking for?" The upper body is still standing straight. The lower body is a little trembling. Andre nodded. His tone is full of hardship and bitterness, and said, "Yes, Lord Magician, they're the only experts I can find. 2 from Russia, 1 from the United States." Li Feng raised his brows, rubbing his hands and walking around 3 so-called nuclear physics experts from different countries. Li Feng stood in front of the 3 people, pointed to the nuclear bombs in the living room, and asked in Russian and English respectively, "3 people, talk about the principle of this thing, you are right." Li Feng pointed. "Wine cabinet. Not only is it delicious, but it also gives you a lifetime bonus afterwards. Definitely, I was wrong." At this moment, Li Feng glanced at Andre deeply. Andre understood Li Feng's meaning in seconds, immediately drew the pistol from his waist to complete the loading action, and stood silently on the spot. Although Andre didn't say a word, he just looked at the 3 people with his eyes back and forth. But the 3 scientific researchers also said that they understood each other's meaning in seconds. 3 people look at me. I look at you, nodded slightly, and walked to the front of the nuclear bomb. Regardless of whether Li Feng could understand it or not, they started to introduce the principle and internal structure of a nuclear bomb. After a while, I heard that the 3 Li Feng who did have real talents waved his hands and signaled that the 3 people need not say more. After licking their lips, they turned to Andre and pointed to the feet and said, "Let these 3 people first. Baby Pimple take a good rest for the night and officially teach me nuclear physics here in the evening." Teach knowledge? The 3 scientific researchers were confused. What kind of situation is this? How many departments have been alarmed? So much effort to kidnap us over, just to become your teacher. Is our face a bit big? And the 3 people looked around the living room. Except for the few screwdrivers on the ground that could dismantle nuclear bombs, they were barely related to teaching. They didn't notice that there were equipment for teaching nuclear physics in the living room. How could they teach them? Will it really explode a nuclear bomb with pen and paper? Is this teaching while liver tremor? The most important thing is this going to be taught until the year of the monkey? No matter what the 3 of them think, Andre nodded to Li Feng to indicate that he knew it, and waved to the 3 scientific researchers to signal them to leave the room first. He still had something to say to Magician. Li Feng, who was planning to continue his dream, cast a glance at Andre, who had something to say. He hooked his finger to the refrigerator and floated a bottle of beer onto his hand. After taking a sip, he asked, "What's the matter?" Andre nodded, and after finishing the language, he pressed his fearful heart and walked to Li Feng and whispered, "Magician, I recently heard a message. It seems that my boss is looking for a psychic, although I don't know who the boss is. What do you think? But based on my years of experience with him, he is most likely to give the resentful spirit you gave him." At this point, Andre faced him. Li Feng blinked and gently touched his neck. Just he wants to kill the resentful spirit. Li Feng's mouth turned disdainfully, and he looked at Andre with a smile, and said, "I'm talking about it. Isn't this a normal thing? Anyone who has been the eldest brother for many years suddenly has one day when his status declines to become the second brother. There will be some thoughts in his heart that he shouldn't have. Just like you now." Li Feng threw the empty wine bottle into the trash can and sat down on the sofa. His right middle finger and index finger gently pressed the temple and cast the spell of contemplation at Andre. After a while, the corners of your mouth rose slightly and smiled. "Because of my business, you were expelled from the center of rights by your boss, so you are unwilling to take refuge in me, so that you can use my power to kill your boss and accept it. The casino under your original boss." Andre was stunned. He glanced at Li Feng with a little restraint, then immediately lowered his head and stood respectfully in front of Li Feng, looking like he was awaiting orders. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and thought about it. For now, the casino owner is actually doing a good job. He basically does what he wants. Even if he doesn't, he will find a way to get it, but the other party wants to get out of his control. It seems a bit unhappy. Li Feng licked his lips, slightly bloodthirsty, got up and picked up his sickle, released all the Dementors that had been transformed, and said, "You can't see these Dementors either, but they are more powerful than the resentful spirits. Ling is just a delicious snack in front of them. Seeing the inexplicable frost appearing in the room and feeling the biting chill of himself, Andre was frightened and at a loss. When he was busy swallowing his saliva, he heard Li Feng grinning and saying, "By the way, I would like to remind you that they were locked up by me. For a long time, I have been starving crazy. Although I ordered them to follow your instructions, you also know that human beings don't know what they will do in the face of hunger. Besides these monsters? Anyway, I don't know that they are starving. What will your Dementors do? So you'd better take them to eat right away." Andre looked at the thicker and thicker frost under his feet, resisting the rush of rubbing his knees that had lost consciousness due to the cold, and said, "I'm going to prepare food now." After a pause, Andre asked with a raised ear, said, "Master Magician, what do they like to eat the most? Is raw beef okay?" "Eat raw beef." Li Feng cut his ears as if he heard a joke, looked at Andre with an idiotic expression, and said, "I said they are monsters. What do you think their food is?" "Definitely. The souls are gone, and there's still a group of big stomach kings. The more souls you find, the more they eat and the more they obey your instructions." I don't know why. After listening to Li Feng's words, Andre's inexplicable chill rushed from the spine to the sky. Andre knew very well that this chill was not brought to him by the Dementor, but because he heard the meaning in Li Feng's tone, the meaning of not treating humans as intelligent creatures, but just a kind of delicious food. Andre recalled Li Feng, who he had just met. Although Li Feng was a little violent and killed a machine gunner at every turn, Li Feng's methods at that time were more like reflecting the power of his spells in order to treat his boss. Create a deterrent. Having said that, at that time, Li Feng was shot back by the machine gunner. Andre, who was accustomed to seeing various forces in Las Vegas, didn't think there was anything wrong with this. In the battle where either you die or I die, violence is originally a manifestation of strength. If you're merciful in the battle, then you die. But now, Andre suddenly has the illusion that he will regret the wrong choice today. Also noticed that Li Feng was abnormal, and there was Creature who was invisible on the side. But Creature didn't care what Li Feng had said. He only noticed the scarlet flashes in the corners of Li Feng's eyes when he was speaking. Although the scarlet color flashed by, Creature was certain that what he saw was the kind of vampire who happened to meet the young virgin when he was hungry, and his eyes were full of bloodthirsty and desire. Feeling getting colder and colder, Andre tightened his collar tightly, leaned forward slightly towards Li Feng to show his gratitude, waved at the invisible Dementor, and prepared to bring the group of boys with their own ice halo, leaving the room in a murderous manner. Seeing that the room was clean again, Li Feng stretched out, breathing hard to get back to bed. Creature carefully glanced at Li Feng's eyes, and after thinking about it, he suddenly exited the incognito mode, touched the corner of his clothes, and stopped in front of Li Feng, looking at Li Feng with a pair of watery and worried eyes. Li Feng glanced at the "I have something to say" creature with annoyance, and asked, "Why are you stopping me? Is it itchy? Believe it or not, I'll smoke you." Creature stepped back aggrievedly and whispered with a little bit of crying, "Boss, I saw bloodthirsty eyes in your eyes just now." "Bloodthirsty?" Li Feng glanced at himself wonderingly. "You're wrong. I didn't think of anything bloody just now." After a pause, Li Feng seemed to think of something, waved his hand and smiled. "You mean me? Is it going to kill the casino owner? It's not a big deal, right? We didn't kill people less before? Or how did the resentful spirit in my gourd come from? I'm talking about people who provoke me first before I choose to resist. If the casino owner is honest and obedient and doesn't make any small gestures," Li Feng shrugged and said with a regretful expression, "Don't you just have nothing?" Li Feng slapped Hatch sleepily and continued, "Since Andre wants to be a big boss now, and the original big boss wants to deal with us, I just gave a little push, which not only solves the trouble, but also allows us to continue to study steadily. How can this be said that I am bloodthirsty?" After speaking, Li Feng walked to the bedside on his own, and snoring sounded when he touched the pillow, which shows how much pressure Li Feng has been studying recently. Creature glanced aggrievedly at the careless Li Feng, and then vaguely glanced at the mask. Creature remembered that Li Feng said that everyone has suppressed emotions in their hearts, And the mask is not only a tool to release these emotions, but also constantly amplifies these emotions.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.